Thank you, Boyd. Okay, colleagues, we'll just take a moment of silence and reflection. Think about the meeting ahead and the world that awaits beyond. Thank you. Morning, folks. I want to welcome back John Traves. John's been out traveling the world for a few months, and was it a couple of weeks? 2 weeks. 2 weeks, yeah. Just seemed like months. And welcome back. We'll begin with a land acknowledgement. We're in Mi'kma'ki. This is the traditional, unsurrendered land of the Mi'kmaq. And we honor the peace and the friendship treaties that go back to the 1720s. Call the meeting to order. Community announcements and acknowledgements. I think I can hear Councillor Hensby coming up the stairs, but maybe I can't. Councillor Cuttle.
I just want to start by giving a big shout out to everyone who was involved in putting in that amazing event this past weekend called Sail GP. You know, everybody from Discover Halifax, the Hotel Association, Build Nova Scotia, HRM, everyone who had any part in that, because it was an incredible event. And all the feedback I heard from the people down on the waterfront, watching it online, from participants in the race, from the teams, was that, you know, we really knocked it out of the park. And, you know, I think we showed the world just how great we are and how much we love sailing. So I think everyone deserves some rest, because I'm sure everyone's pretty exhausted, but also a huge congratulations on a super successful event.
I will concur with that. There's a lot of people to thank, but one I would want to thank would be Billy Comer and our special events crew, who worked so well with downtown Halifax, Discover Halifax, the Greater Halifax Partnership, Sail Nova Scotia, Joe McGuinness, and many others to put on the concert that a lot of people took part in on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And special events crew are pretty good. Yeah, they're special, and they can be eventful. So thanks to our team for doing all that great work. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just on a more challenging note, if anyone has any thoughts or prayers or whatever you believe in for little 3-year-old Lila in District 5. The family is going through some very difficult times right now at the IWK, and so if anyone has any thoughts for them, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to let folks know that coming up on June 15th, the Lucasville Greenway Society is having their annual walk. This is their 4th annual fundraiser for the Greenway project, and it's starting up on June 15th, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. There'll be the escorted walk, but afterwards there's free barbecue. They're doing bicycle tune-ups so kids can bring their bikes and get them ready for the season. Also, some bounce castles and food trucks will be available as well. Love to see as many people as possible come on out and celebrate the Lucasville Greenway project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cuttle, for your introduction. I had no idea that sailing could be so exciting. It was amazing. Thank you. And I just want to put a shout out to Lockview High School. The theater group, they did their musical, Legally Blonde, on the weekend, and it was fantastic. So congratulations to students and teachers and parents who were chauffeurs while they did rehearsals, and everyone, they did a great job. And also tomorrow at Lockview High, there's a Relay for Life, and Councillor Russell has some excellent information about that at Lockview for us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to mention that this weekend, Saturday morning, there are these Special Olympics at the Metropolitan Field. So this is one of my favorite events. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be there, but it's a time when we get to celebrate those who need to be celebrated, and I hope that others are able to enjoy it. Additionally, on Thursday evening, there is the Sackville Rivers Association Annual General Meeting. This is held at the Sackville Heights Community Center. And as Councillor Daigle-Gammon mentioned, there is the Relay for Life at Lockview High. This is the only one that I've been able to find in HRM. The next closest one that I know about is in Amherst. So it's kind of an interesting year for it. We used to have Relay for Life in a number of places, but they're starting at 9 a.m., and they have the opening ceremony at 10 a.m. This is going to be on the field that they have. And they have their survival lap, and the laps begin at about 10:30, and then the day ends at 3 p.m. So if you have time tomorrow, and Relay for Life is something that is important to you, it's been important to me for about a decade when I helped with the Relay for Life in Sackville, then I would encourage you to drop by Lockview High tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I will miss the Special Olympics at Medfield as well, being at FCM, but I've said for a long time that there were two things everybody should try to do in their life. One is go to a Special Olympics competition, and the other is to go to a new citizen swearing-in ceremony. Both of those things will give you a enriched and a positive burst of life. Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, you had pretty good hearing. You heard me coming up the stairs. Anyway, tomorrow evening, Wednesday, June the 5th, the Royal Canadian Army Cadet Corps 117, Preston Westfall, will be having its annual parade ceremony at the North Preston Community Center at 7 o'clock. Coming up on Thursday, June the 6th, the Lake and Shore Recreation Center is having its annual general meeting at 6 o'clock at the Porters Lake Elementary School on Inspiration Way. On Saturday, June the 8th, the East Shore Family Resource Center is having their annual picnic at the Porters Lake Community Center and Playground. And that evening, the Preston Area Housing Fund will be having its gala dinner at the North Preston Community Center starting at 6 o'clock. And coming up on the following week, we have the Acadita Chesapeake Annual General Meeting being held on Tuesday, June the 11th at 7 o'clock at their facility on Hill Road in West Chesapeake. And then on Wednesday, the 12th, will be the Porters Lake Business Association Annual General Meeting at 12 noon at their offices at Stella Drive in Porters Lake by the shopping center. And then coming up on Friday, the 14th of June, the Muscatawbet Harbor Trail Runners Annual General Meeting will be held at 7:30 at the Muscatawbet Harbor Lions facility in Muscatawbet Harbor. And on Saturday, the 15th of June, the Lake Echo Lioness will be celebrating its 45th anniversary. And on Father's Day, on June the 16th, the Lions Club from Cole Harbor will be having a Father's Day breakfast at the Lawrencetown Community Center starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddart.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two events that are coming up in the BLT, Beachville Lakeside, Timberley area. I'm happy to let you know that the community center has been demolished. We're on our way to a new community center finally. The delay was getting old material because it was built, in 1956, so there was a lot of chemicals and things that they had to get rid of before they could bring it down, but I had the honor of being there and seeing it come down. It's the beginning of a great thing. The other thing I wanted to let you know that on June 15th, there's going to be a BLT truck food, sorry, Lisa, it's probably the same day as yours, but it's a truck food sale. It's going to be at 1810 St. Marcus Bay Road between 4 and 8. So you can join us for some great food and fun. There'll be a bouncy castle and face painting, and no counselors in the bouncy castle or painting their face. But other than that, everybody's welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let me just mention last night that the Nova Scotia Book Awards, which used to be the Atlantic Book Awards, and before that, the Dartmouth Book Awards were given out last night at Brightwood. Councillor Lovelace was there, and there was a number of winners, but there's one I want to just bring to the attention of council, and that is Jen Powley, who many of you will know. Jen passed away in September, I think, of last year, and this book won last night, and there was a very emotional response by a friend of hers, but for those of you that don't know, Jen spent a lot of time in this chamber working on things like regional planning and disability rights and stuff like that, and I know a number of councillors knew her, and it was pretty special to see her win this award last night. So, Jen, you're still living on through your words, and we appreciate you. All right. Thank you, colleagues. We're not doing the approval of the minutes, right? We're fixing those minutes, going to bring them back. The approval of the order of business, we got a few changes. Mr. Clerk, take us through them.
That is correct. For the meeting today, we have one deletion, that is the approval of minutes that was just mentioned. We have additioned item number 17.9, intergovernmental relations, private and confidential report. 18.1, appointment of acting deputy mayor. 18.2, Federation of Canadian Municipalities appointments. And information item number 6, proclamation Brain Injury Awareness Month, June 2024. Sorry, Mayor Savage, we also do have a request to move in camera up, and also to move up item from Councillor Russell, item 15.5.1, Councillor Russell request from Lake District Recreation Association to the first item of business, and then to move in camera to directly after that.
Just so people are clear, we would move 15.5.1 up to the beginning of our agenda after we get through, let's say, probably tabled matters. No, before, let's say before 14, so at the end of 13. And then there are people here, I know, to discuss items, but we want to get the in-camera item this morning, so we would be doing the in-camera items in camera right after that. Is there any questions on that? I think this was circulated to councillors so they'd know, and I'm sorry for anybody whose schedule is inconvenienced by the change if this passes. Does somebody want to move those changes as indicated? Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor Lovelace. If there's no discussion, all in favor? Opposed? So those changes in order will be made. The approval of the as amended, did we do? We have to do we did the order as amended. Consent agenda, colleagues. Moved by Councillor Mason, second by Councillor Blackburn. We will vote on that on our machines. That's carried, thank you. So we have on consent passed 15.1.1, which is disposal of surplus real property, Beachville Community Development Association. 15.2.1, which is the supplemental report on ball diamonds. 15.3.2, respecting standards for residential occupancies communications. That's coming out of executive. 15.4.1, Regional Special Events Grants Report 2024, and 15.4.6, HRM Community Grants Recommended Award. Those are all deemed passed upon consent. Business arising from the minutes. Did we vote? Yeah, did we vote on the consent agenda? We did. Business arising from the minutes, declarations of conflict, reconsideration, rescission, deferred business, tabled matters are none. We have 2 heritage hearings. We'll do those promptly at 1 o'clock. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received on item 15.16. Correspondence has been circulated to all members of Regional Council.
Petitions. Okay. At this point, we are going to move up the item that we indicated of Councillor Russell, and that is 15.5.1, request from the Lake District Recreation Association. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. The Lake District Recreation Association is an organization within Sackville that provides recreational activities all throughout. They have built a number of facilities in Sackville, including the Sackville Sports Stadium and the Metropolitan Field that I mentioned earlier, and then handed them over to HRM. They currently have ownership of the Sackville Arena and a building across the parking lot that they call the Sackville Leisure Center, which contains bingo in the basement and Taiso gymnastics upstairs. They have been using an operating grant from HRM of $50,000 for the past number of years, which expired earlier this year with no option to renew. The ask from the Lake District Recreation Association is to continue the grant for $100,000, and the request today is simply a staff report for that. So with that, I would like to move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report to respond to a request from the Lake District Recreation Association to HRM to enter into a service agreement with annual funding.
Second.
Second, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, and I've mentioned most of it, so this is simply requesting a staff report. I realized last night that this would be most appropriate to come back as an amendment to the budget process, to be considered in the budget process in the fall, and I'm wondering if that, in the fall and then in the spring, and I'm wondering if that would be the target for this, or do we need an amendment to specify that?
You want to take that, or do we have somebody here?
I could ask Executive Director Maggie McDonald to comment on that.
Maggie McDonald, Executive Director for Parks and Recreation. Councillor, we would aim to have the report back in time for budget. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So the Lake District Recreation Association in the arena and in Taiso Gymnastics and in a number of other ways provide services to HRM that we would not be able to provide at the same cost. This is simply a $100,000 ask from them per year. What has been determined in the motion is that it is simply an ask, but the dollar amount has been left out. So I would leave it to the staff report to indicate what that amount is and what the rest of the parameters are. We would be hard-pressed to provide, again, the same services that the LDRA provides. So I would appreciate your support for the staff report, and thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, comment? Resting for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Russell. So next, colleagues, we're proposing, I think, to go in camera, if somebody wants to move that. Councillor Purdy, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Opposed? We will go in camera. Just a reminder for folks, we do have the heritage hearings at 1 o'clock, whatever happens, so we'll go in camera here. If we're not finished in camera, we may decide later, but my sense is we would go on with regular council at 1 o'clock and come back to any finished in camera after that. Thank you. Okay. All right, folks, we're back. We're going to do our heritage hearings. The item 12.1 is a request to include 2552 Gottingen Street in the Registry of Heritage Property. So I will ask staff to come forward. Good afternoon. Are we all set? Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Just introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Sure. Good afternoon to the Mayor and the Council. My name is Xiaoqiu Gong, and I'm a Planner 1 with Heritage Property Program. I'm pleased to bring before Council the case H00567, the Heritage Registration application for 2552 Gottingen Street in Halifax. The subject property is located in the North End neighborhood on the west side of Gottingen Street at the northeast corner of the intersection made by Gottingen Street and North Street. At the 1st April 2024 meeting, the Heritage Advisory Committee evaluated the subject property using the criteria shown here. I'll summarize the staff's funding for each criteria and outline the score awarded by HAC at the end of the presentation. The subject building was constructed in 1895. The 1895 fire insurance plan and the 1896 city directory confirmed the construction date. The subject building was sold to the first occupant, William Davison, in 1896. During the later part of 1800s and early 1900s, Gottingen Street began to be developed. The land used to be occupied by large estate was divided to smaller lots and filled with compact houses. Those houses often adopt a plain architecture style with simple box shapes, while still decorating their facade with some Victorian features. The style come to be known as a Halifax box. Henry Frederick Bush was the architect for the subject property. He was a well-known local architect who designed many local landmark buildings, including Victorian Hall, Fernbank Church of England Institute, and Halifax Academic Building. Bush's design can be found outside of Halifax as well. Some important examples include the Town Hall building in the town of Lunenburg and the Normal College in Truro. The subject building is a two-story building of balloon frame construction with an L-shaped plan. The balloon framing method was faster and cheaper than the traditional timber framing, which been replaced by the platform framing in 1930s. The house was built on a stone and brick foundation. 2552 Gottingen Street is an excellent example of Halifax box style. The character-defining elements of the building include two-story Halifax box-style residence, two-story bay windows with some Victorian elements, cornice supported by two large corbels, stone and brick foundations, and wood shingle claddings. 2552 Gottingen Street exhibits a high level of architectural integrity. The layout of the building is unchanged. Compared with the adjacent heritage building at 2548 Gottingen Street, it appears that the subject building may have undergone some facade modification on the cornice, pilaster, and the entry door. There are also some window modifications on the back of the building, which are not visible from the public right of the way. 2552 Gottingen Street is located within the proposed Bloomfield Heritage Conservation District. The interior surrounding of the subject building consists of low-rise residential use. Most of these buildings in this area are 2- or 3-story residential buildings like single detached home or small condos. The subject building is close to several registered heritage buildings. Many heritage buildings in the same block have strong associations with the architect Henry Bush. Those photos shows two late Victorian streetscape formed by the buildings divided from Henry's lot. There are 3 late Victorian houses on the North Street, and they are all registered heritage properties. 4 Halifax boxes, including the subject building, form another late Victorian streetscape on Goshen Street. Only 2548 Goshen Street is a registered heritage. At the first April meeting, the Heritage Advisory Committee evaluated the subject property and awarded a total of 58 points out of possible 100. Given a score of 58, the following positive recommendation is before Council for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. I appreciate that very much. Are there any questions of clarification from council? If not, I'll open the heritage hearing. And I believe that the property owner is here, Matthew Reichertz. Is that right? You want to come and present to council, sir? Is it Reichertz or Reichertz?
It's Reichertz.
Reichertz.
Yeah,
Welcome,
you got
sir.
it right the first time.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I just prepared some quick thoughts. I am here today representing myself and my partner, St. Corrigan, who is also the owner of 2552 Gottingen Street. Given our interest in preserving heritage, my partner and I would like to acknowledge that our home exists on Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the unceded lands of the Mi'kmaq people. Needless to say, we support the recommendation to approve the request to include our home in the Registry of Heritage Properties for HRM. As was outlined in the report from Planning and Development, there are missing decorative features on the front of our home compared with the heritage designated house beside us. As part of our plan to restore the exterior of the front of our home, we want to bring back those missing elements. We're aware of the place that our home can have within the Bloomfield Heritage Conservative District and want to support that district. Furthermore, our house can play an important role in that district as it is one of the first dwellings visible when cars turn onto Gottingen from the McDonald Bridge. Finally, we would like to thank Planning and Development for their professionalism and for the thorough report they provided in response to our application. Should Council approve this recommendation, my partner and I will do our best to steward the heritage aspects of our home moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interest in joining the registry. We appreciate citizens who want to do that. Any questions of clarification? If not, I'll accept a motion to close the heritage hearing. Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Kent. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 2552 Gottingen Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality as shown in Map 1 of the March 27, 2024 staff report. I just lost it. It was on the screen. Ian, can we go back one sec? Who's ever controlling the slides? All right, I'll just open up my agenda here. Sorry, I got the rug pulled right from me. Map 1 of the staff report dated January 26, 2024 in Municipal Heritage Property under Heritage Property Act. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Morris. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, and as mentioned, thank you for coming forward and wanting to add your name to the Registry of Heritage Properties. As you mentioned, your house is one of the many houses that thousands of people see on a daily basis when they first come off the bridge and go down Gottingen Street. So to add that and preserve that character, and for you wanting to preserve it further by adding the original decorative architecture features is important, so support this wholeheartedly. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. We ready for the question? That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Thank you, staff. I'm sorry, what was the first name of our staff member? Thank you very much. Pleased to have you with us. And Mr. Reichertz, and best wishes to you and your partner as you do this work. Thank you. We'll open up our second hearing, which is case H00568, 5561 Cogswell Street in the registry. I will ask staff. I see a familiar face. Ms. Cushing, welcome back to council. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Savage and members of Regional Council. My name is Elizabeth Cushing, and I'm a heritage planner with Planning and Development. And I'll be presenting the 5561 Cogswell Street Heritage Registration Request. The subject property is situated on the north side of Cogswell Street in the block bound by Maynard and Creighton Streets. The property is being considered under the evaluation criteria for buildings shown here. The subject property was originally the west portion of Lot 1, letter E, on the plan of division of Maynard's Field. Maynard's Division was one of the first subdivisions west of Goggin Street. Thomas M. Wiswell, who was a carpenter, purchased the property from Captain Maynard in 1847. The property subsequently sold to John Hull, who was also a carpenter, that following year. The deed for this transaction references an unfinished cottage on the lot. The subject property was built circa 1847 to 48 by both Wiswell and Hull. The subject property provides a unique example of a structure that was modified from a Scottish vernacular house, which defined much of the surrounding area's development during the mid-1800s, to a three-story building with Victorian plain design elements. Isabel Grant modified the house circa 1914 to its current three-story massing and operated a boarding house out of the subject property. This modification is reflective of a major population boom within the Creighton's Field area during the turn of the century, which required the adaptive reuse of the predominantly 1.5 to 2-story housing stock. The subject property was constructed by carpenters Thomas Wiswell and John Hull. Minimal information can be found on either carpenter, however, both contributed to the local architectural form of mid-19th century Halifax. The property was also restored by the prominent heritage carpenter Hal B. Forbes, who contributed greatly to the visual identity and revitalization of North End Halifax's built environment through his heritage carpentry work and numerous restorations throughout the immediate neighborhood. The subject property is a three-story building, likely of timber frame, wooden construction with an irregular plan. Timber frame construction predates dimensional lumber and employs wooden joinery techniques such as mortise and tenon to secure large timbers rather than using nails or other metal hardware. The semi-detached three-story building at 5561 Cogswell Street was constructed in the Scottish vernacular style with circa 1914 modifications to create its present-day Victorian plain style. The character-defining elements include, but are not limited to, the three-story Victorian plain-style wood-framed building with Scottish vernacular elements, wood cladding and corner boards, windows with bracketed molded hoods, and entrance with transoms, side lights, and molded entablature. The subject property has a good level of architectural integrity. The structure was originally a 1.5-story cottage, which had 2 additional stories constructed in 1914. These additions took place at the turn of the 20th century and can be considered character-defining elements in their own right. There are several other houses in the neighborhood that also added stories during this time as a result of overcrowding in Creighton's Field. 5561 Cogswell Street has a strong contextual relationship with the contiguous Creighton's Field neighborhood, which is a proposed heritage conservation district. The area is characterized by intact, contiguous streetscapes of small-scale workers' housing dating from the Georgian and Victorian periods of the 19th century. The property also has visual and historical associations with other surrounding properties which have been restored by Hal Forbes, which include but are not limited to 5565 Cogswell Street and 2010, 2031, and 2096 Creighton Street, the latter two being registered heritage properties. So at their April 2024 meeting, HAC scored the property 65 out of 100. And as such, the following recommendations before Regional Council for their consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Is there any questions of clarification on this? We do not have the property owner here for this one, do we? The property owner is here? Did you wish to come and speak to council?
She's done a very articulate job. It's fantastic.
Let the record show that she's done a very articulate job at council, like her mother always did when she was on council. If there's no questions of clarification, then we will ask for a motion to close the heritage hearing. Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Purdy. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 5561 Cogswell Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality as shown on Map 1 of the staff report dated March 14th, 2024 as a municipal heritage property under the Heritage Property Act.
Second councillor started. Councillor Mason.
Don't really have a lot to add. Thank you for bringing this forward. Really appreciate it. This will add to the, pretty evident case, in my opinion, for the Creighton and Maynard Fields Heritage Conservation District, which council is currently working on, and it's great to see Hal Forbes' work being preserved in this way. So thank you for that, and ask for council support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elizabeth, again. Thank you to all of our staff. Do great work. And thank you to the owner for taking on this work. All right, colleagues, we are going to move back to the rest of our public agenda at this point in time. For those following along at home, that takes us to information items brought forward, which is 14.1. The first one in the name of Councillor Mancini is Board of Police Commissioners Annual Report. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see here. I appreciate colleagues putting this on for discussion today. And the reason that I've done this is I believe we should be hearing from the Board of Police Commission on the work that they do. As we all know, they're the overseers of Halifax Regional Police and RCMP, and it's, there are some of us around this council chambers that are pay maybe a lot more attention than others. That's not a knock against those that don't, but we really should be talking about policing as often as we possibly can and the work of the Board of Police Commission. So my ask here is to get a presentation on the report that was provided at the last council meeting so that we could see that and have an opportunity for us to ask questions and making sure those watching at home and the millions here in the chambers have an opportunity to hear what's going on. So that was my rationale. So I believe there is a presentation, so if we could have that, that'd be fantastic and appreciate it.
All right, I see Mr. Joshua Bates has joined us. Josh, welcome back to council. The floor is yours.
Just looking for the presentation here.
I want to acknowledge, saw Josh yesterday, saw Councillor Smith. Yesterday was a cool event. The Atlantic Criminal Studies Institute has been renamed for Don Claremont. So Professor Dr. Don Claremont did the two studies for this council in 2007-8, I think, under Councillor Kelly and Mayor Kelly, and in 13-14 under myself and Regional Council. He's had an amazing history. The gentleman about to speak to us today was, in fact, an assistant with him. Were you way back in the day when you were at school?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was a research assistant for him after graduation for a brief period.
Yeah, and that was before Josh went on to the height of his career working for me in the Parliament of Ottawa as an intern. So Josh is back with us now, and I do want to congratulate Don Claremont, a really tremendous guy who just turned 86, by the way, and still pretty active. So thank you, Dr. Claremont. Josh Bates.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh Bates, Policing Policy Strategist. So first, by way of background, the establishment of a police board is a requirement under the Police Act for any municipality that has a municipal police force. And the Police Act also requires that any municipality that is policed by the RCMP to establish a police advisory board. So because here in Halifax we have a unique policing model, the Halifax board plays a dual role. It acts as a board of police commissioners for the HRP and as a police advisory board for the RCMP. Broadly speaking, the board is responsible for providing civilian governance and oversight for police services on behalf of Regional Council. And the board's specific roles and responsibilities are outlined in the Police Act as well as in Bylaw P100 and include providing administrative direction to the chief, recommending a budget to Regional Council, policy development, and ensuring adequate and effective police services are delivered that are reflective of the needs and values of the community, among other things. So the report that was brought forward today is in accordance with Bylaw P100, which requires the board to provide Regional Council with an annual report outlining its achievements in the past year and an overview of its work plan for the coming year. So starting with a brief overview, at the beginning of 2024, the board re-elected Becky Kent as chair, and Gavin Giles was elected vice chair, replacing Harry Critchley, who finished his term at the end of March. We also added a staff resource in the clerk's office dedicated to the board, which paired with my position ensures the board has the support it needs to meet its mandate. As you probably know, the board includes 7 members, 6 of which are appointed by Regional Council, and 1 is appointed by the province. Of the 6 Regional Council appointees, 3 are councillors and 3 are community members. And it is through this composition that the board seeks to act as a link between the community and police services. We're also fortunate to have a diverse board with representation from newcomers, African Nova Scotians, and First Nations communities. As you know, there were leadership changes at HRP this past year, with Don McLean taking over as acting chief in September. Royer Thompson has since been contracted to facilitate a search process for the permanent chief, and the board chair and vice chair are actively engaged in this process. Less consequential than that, you may recall that the board adopted about a year ago a common report template and a logo, which is all part of the board's modernization, and that logo is depicted on this slide. Finally, the board continued its budget engagement efforts, which I'll speak to in a little bit more detail on this next slide. So moving on to the board's activities, as always, a significant part of the board's attention this past year was focused on budget-related issues. This included adopting a revised budget schedule that ensured the board has adequate time to consider thoroughly proposals from both the HRP and RCMP, as well as to hear from the public before recommending budgets to Regional Council. And during this process, the board held 2 separate public engagement sessions, one in person and one virtual. During this time, the board received input from 54 registered speakers and received 41 written submissions. Other activities this past year include appointing an independent civilian review to examine governance issues related to the events of August 18, 2021 at the Old Memorial Library. Ongoing work related to mental health calls, which you'll see is also reflected in the board's work plan for this coming year. Receiving reports related to the Mass Casualty Commission and Police Transformation Study, and beginning to look at areas of alignment between these and other public safety reports. And ongoing board modernization, including adopting distinct procedures for the board in the form of an administrative policy, and beginning to revise and add to policies in the policy manual. Last summer, the board worked with the chief of the HRP and RCMP, the executive director of community safety, and the CAO during a 2-day facilitated session to develop a work plan with outcomes and timelines. The work plan items each fall under 4 strategic pillars, which are to develop the board's capacity and accountability, enhance engagement with the community, adapt to continued growth in the community, and evolving the police response to issues identified in various public safety reports, as well as strengthening the focus of police leaders in attracting, retaining, and developing the people in their services. So I've highlighted here a few of the specific priorities included in the board's work plan, and I'll add that this list is not exhaustive, but does give you a good sense of some of the board's priorities this coming year. So under develop, we have our annual Wortley Report progress updates, which take place each spring, and the last update took place at our last public meeting in May. In terms of the policy manual, the board has requested updates to several policies, including the off-duty and extra-duty policy, and those related to community engagement, as well as new board policies to be developed related to use of force and homelessness. With respect to police transformation, the board has an important role to support collaboration between the police services and the community safety business unit to ensure all players are working together. Under Engage, of course, community engagement is a pillar of police board work, and there's a recognition among board members that there's more work that could be done, which is one of the reasons I've been asked to update policies in this area. Under Adapt, the actions relate to ensuring police are equipped to respond to emergency events such as the floods and fires that we all experienced last year, and adapt to growth in our community, such as the increasing prevalence of large gatherings. And finally, under Evolve, one key activity is to identify and act on areas of alignment within various public safety reports. So both Regional Council and the board have considered several reports related to public safety in recent years. These include the Wortley Report, the Police Transformation Study, the Public Safety Strategy, the Mass Casualty Commission, as well as the Defund Report. And as you might imagine, there are significant areas of alignment between these reports, and you'll see a separate report, actually on today's agenda, identifying these areas of alignment. Regarding strategies to enhance recruitment, retention, and culture, these are big police issues that are facing police services across the country. It's not in any way unique to Halifax, and the board will be receiving reports on these issues later this year. With respect to the independent civilian review, the board did receive the report at the end of May, and they are developing a strategy to respond. And finally, regarding mental health calls, the board has provided direction for the police to work closely with the Community Safety Business Unit on this file. And Regional Council, of course, provided funding to begin standing up an alternative response. And the board has a role to play to ensure that the police and community safety work together as an alternative response is developed. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Josh, thank you very much. I appreciate the work that you're doing and the work the Board of Police Commission does. You know, I'm wondering if you could address, and you alluded to it a little bit in your presentation, I think there's confusion out there in the public about, you know, what's within the Board of Police Commission's mandate and what isn't in the mandate. You know, when I had my time on the Board of Police Commission, there were a lot of times things would come from the public that really wasn't the mandate of the Board of Police Commission. So maybe you just could clarify that. But my most important question, and thank you for showing us the work plan, and great to see the work continues on with the Wortley Report, because that was one of the things when, probably one of the most difficult documents I've had to read as being part of this council is the Wortley Report. Glad to see that work is constant, is always a priority. If you could talk a little bit about, as much as you can, around under the category of adapt, you talked about tools and resources and policies, what that conversation was and around tied in the growth. But here's my most important question that I want to ask. Under Evolve, you talked about mental health crisis. You know, is there conversation, and we have to be careful because we don't want to get into personnel stuff, are there conversations, the Board of Police Commission, around the police officers' mental health? Is that a topic of conversation being addressed, being pushed? Because we know that this is a concern for all of our first responders, but particularly police. So has there been some conversation around what the work is being done, what are the gaps, what work they plan to do in the future to fill those gaps? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So there are three questions there. I just want to make sure I got them all. So the last one was related to, I'll start with the last one first, sure. if that's okay. Yep. So it was related to mental health and police. So that is certainly top of mind for the Board of Police Commissioners. The chair might want to speak to this as well, who's here with us. So this relates to we call it the HR report, which was received, I think, the previous fiscal year. So looking at the time off of police officers. Yes. Yep. And of course, there's a significant number of police officers who are off. So that was identified as an issue. Police are coming back, looking at that with HR, coming back with strategies. So it also relates to kind of the recruitment and retention element. So we have another staff in government relations who's actually looking at these issues. So it's something that the board is considering, like I said, top of mind, and I hope it's helpful for the men and women who are police officers to know that this is something that the board is considering, and that there are strategies that are being developed, not necessarily by me, but by other staff in HR and government relations.
Yeah, and while I have time, I'm glad to hear that, Josh, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the chair has to say on that topic, too. I really think this has to be a regular, like you have War Report updates, this needs to be as regular of an update. It is a crisis for some of our officers right now, and we're asking these officers to do the things that they do and see the things that they see, and we as a municipality need to make sure that we're constantly have this as a priority and working to assist these officers. Officers are with us now, and those that hope to eventually work with us as we recruit others. So just to make that comment, thank you. And I'm looking forward to the chair when she has her time. Thanks, Josh. Carry on.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Kent, who chairs the Board of Police.
Oh, sorry, I
Commissioners.
think Josh had two other questions there, Mr. Mayor. Sorry to answer. Or do you want to jump in now? Whatever, sorry. Didn't mean to.
I don't.
Oh, sorry. We'll hear from the CAO first, and then if Josh wants to add more to the first two, we'll go back to him and then to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The occupational health and safety responsibility rests with the employer, who is the municipality. And I am pleased to announce that we have recently hired a new director of employee well-being and human resources, Jason Slonwhite, and he comes to us with a lot of good background and has done work with WCB and also the Mental Health Commission of Canada. And he actually has a PhD, and we're looking forward to working with him. One of the things that he will be doing very shortly is arranging for WCB to come in and meet directly with our human resources staff. The Workers' Compensation Bureau in Nova Scotia is adding gradual onset psychological injury coverage effective September 1st this year. We know in other jurisdictions where this has been done that some of the top beneficiaries of that coverage are typically police, fire, EHS, transit drivers. So this will have some significant implications for the municipality. But in addition to that new WCB coverage and understanding how that works, there's also new programs and supports through WCB to help employers adopt the new psychological health and safety standards. So we're working on that as an organization, not just specifically for police, because it does also impact fire and transit and some of our other first responder positions.
Okay, thank you.
Josh, was there anything else on Councillor Mancini's questions?
Yeah, there were three questions there, so I think I got to the last one. The middle question, I think, was related to the ADAPT pillar, and you wanted a little bit more detail on those?
Yeah. Correct, on tools, resources, what was the conversation about?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this, the strategic planning session took place over the course of last summer. So we can all remember that time. It was right on the heels of the floods and the fires. So that was top of mind for members of the board. And I think we all recognize with climate change, these events are expected to occur with more regularity. So it was, the board came to the determination that it was important to ensure that the police had the necessary resources to respond to these fires, recognizing that it's going to be likely a regular occurrence.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think the first question was related to the board's mandate. So this is something I don't want to get into the weeds here. We can talk about it more. But so it's really about providing civilian governance and oversight for police. So one useful way I think of thinking about it is that the more specific the board gets with the direction they provide the chief, the more dangerous the territory becomes, right? So if the board were to say, I want, a dozen officers on this street corner at this time of day to, like that's no-go, right? That is the chief's prerogative. But if the board were to say, drug trafficking and, is becoming a big issue in our community and we want that to be a focus, that's kind of a general direction that the board would be within the purview to provide to the chief.
Yep, perfect. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the indulgence, and appreciated that Councillor Mancini gave us this opportunity. Before I go into a few other points, I want to thank Josh for the work that he's done on this. He's been a tremendous asset to the board. That would be one of the strategic efforts that we moved on policy advancement, and a few other layers to it which allows us to discover that we in fact would be looking maybe for some more support, particularly admin. I want to thank the clerk's office, legal services as well, for all of the support services that they offer, and Ian McLean as the clerk and his team have been tremendous in working with us, because the volume of work that the Board of Police Commission is doing is quite extensive, and we being the capital city for Nova Scotia and the growth, it's only going to continue to grow, and certainly we would all be aware of the recommendations coming out of the mass casualty report and a number of reports that are intersecting, as Josh had mentioned, around police governance strength. So, you know, that kind of support that we have here at the municipality right now is vital to the work that we do. Obviously, our connectivity to the community is really important, and we are seeing an uptick on that, which I think is great. I want to thank Council for all of those things. As far as your reference to, you know, support for the mental health program, mental health of our service delivery, our service members, really, I'm glad you raised it, and it is a very, very important piece of the work and the discussions that we're having. You know, we came to Council last year and this year with asks for support in those relations, so I think that's an indicator of the work that we consider. But as well, Kathy noted a number of things, but from a board perspective, really, I think we're going to see, and we would be looking to see, some of the recruitment and retention pieces of talking about that, because you know, it's one thing to have a force. You're going to lose people potentially, whether even if you don't lose them from the force, you're losing them from the service on the streets, and if they're not able to be healthy and whole, and including their families. And we're not necessarily going to recruit into an organization that you know, we don't support that. So that's a really, really big piece, I think. I think it's a critical piece. So I'll be looking for that type of connectivity in the report that'll come back on a strategy. All of you would know that we're also looking for a new police chief, and wouldn't be a surprise if you took the time to read the recruitment piece that went out to the public and looking for candidates, that those pieces are critical to, you know, where we'd want to go. And I can't share too much more on it, but those pieces are coming together in the timeline that we're hoping. So as far as other structural pieces, I just want to draw your attention to a few of them. Certainly the funding for Council to support the independent review, some legal advice on some issues that we face. As a board, we face we only will consider complaints about a chief. We often get complaints about other officers and such, which we would then refer. So we've actually created structure within the clerk's office where if we receive something, it goes there to be vetted to the appropriate space with an audit, with a response back to whoever might have sent it, just to make sure they know it's been received. And that was really not being done, so we've strengthened that. Our work that Josh is doing around policy updates also is reflected in the creation of a policy subcommittee. We've changed members, so it's a little flat right now, but as a new member is oriented on, we'll be looking at the potential for that subcommittee to either have a new mandate or potentially just be reinforced with new members. We are tracking motions and such with the clerk's office as well. Josh has done a tremendous job creating with Andrea Lavassie Wood, who is our primary clerk support, so we don't lose track of things. This kind of board, we talk about a lot, and because we've not had the resources regularly, we need that kind of tracking element, and so that's working well. The report writing as well, we have created a template where both RCMP and the HRP will be using a very specifically formed report writing so that we're consistently receiving it like council does. You know where to go, what to see, what to look for, and then what questions to ask. If we're not getting it in those forms and never necessarily the same way every time, that gets confusing and it's harder for us. So we want to make sure that we can do that. Those were great additions that we've had. The plan on a page, our work that we did is in our strategic pillars and our plan on the page. This will be the first time that we've sent that out. I, as the chair, sent that out to all of our partners in policing, including community agents of change and such. So they would be getting this to know that this is important work that we're doing. It's not assumptions on their part. They can refer back to it and call us out on it for accountability, right? Yeah, I think so. Those are a few things, and I think for us, those are big changes. I think we're really proud of them, and glad that you gave us this opportunity for me to speak to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for the work you're doing on the board, and I enjoy working with you on the recruitment of the new chief, which we hope happens in the next few years, sooner than that. Councillor Mancini.
Very quickly, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kent. I do have an ask. I really think that the Board of Police Commission report should not come in as an information report. It always should be here at council, an opportunity to ask questions. And so, I'd leave that with the CAO, but it really, we should be having, we talk to police a lot at budget time. And then we talk a lot about non-budget stuff because it's an opportunity to talk to police, and we should be talking about budget stuff. So we really should have an opportunity to talk about all the things we want to talk about when it comes to policing. Both, HRP and both RCMP, in my opinion, should be sitting at the table here for an opportunity the next time to chat with not only the folks from the Board of Police Commission, but for both police forces. Thank you very much for that opportunity.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate the work, the ongoing work, as always, first class. We'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is also Councillor Mancini's status of dangerously unsightly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similar in the sense that how many of us around these council chambers have conversations about dangerous and unsightly properties? I suspect every one of us do. And my question is not about staff, knocking staff. I think our staff are amazing that go out. Those are tough jobs, right? When our bylaw folks are going out, chances are they're not being welcomed into the house for a cup of tea and a biscuit because someone's complained, a councilor's complained, or a neighbor's complained about a neighbor. And they're following the rules. But my reason for asking to bring this forward is to hear more about this type of work and give my colleagues around the chambers a chance to ask questions, because very often, I'm going to give you an example. And if you're living in Dartmouth and you're driving on Valleyfield at any point in time, you'll see a house that's been there for a long, long time, that renovations have been done, an addition has been done, piece is sitting on stilts. There's never been any siding on the place. You just see the weather, the vapor on it for years. Our staff have gone out, following the rules. They got them to clean up a little bit here and a little bit there. But yet I'm inundated year after year by neighbors saying, what the heck's up with this? This looks terrible. And so my question, I see staff that's here, I wonder if they could just talk about the legislation, what they're able to do, what they're not able to do, and is this a time for us to look at that legislation and try to influence the change? The bylaw is not a not neat property. That's not the bylaw, but that's what many of us are looking for. And when you have a neighbor on either side that has a neat property, it's not about you've got too many dandelions and all those conversations every one of us in this chamber has had. So I'm wondering if staff could come forward, just talk about, what the rules are, and maybe some of my colleagues are thinking, okay, is this right, or should we be taking it to another level, and how do we take it to another level? Because every one of us has many conversations about unsightly property. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Tanya Phillips, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tanya Phillips, Manager with Bylaw Standards. I guess with the legislation, what we look at when we go out to properties, there are some categories under the Halifax Charter, Part 15, respecting dangerous or unsightly properties. And the items that we look for is anything on the property that would be either decayed, demolished, deteriorated, or in a state of disrepair. That could be anything from the structures on the property to accessory structures to items that a property owner may feel of value that should be stored and maintained in such a way to not be in a state of disrepair. So there are endless things that an officer would look at when they attend the property. When we do find violations and someone does suggest that something is of value that perhaps the neighbors don't seem to think would be of value, we ask them to place them in a neat and tidy fashion on their property, preferably stored within an accessory structure if they have them. If not, then towards the side of the house or the rear of the property is where we ask them to store items. With respect to properties under construction or actively being worked upon, we work with our partners in the building official department to see if someone does have an active permit in place for carrying out work on their properties, and then we do joint site inspections with them during the course of that time period when a property is being worked upon to ensure that that is actively moving along. I hope that answers some of your questions.
It does. I guess yeah. You know, when's the last time there's been any change? How long has this legislation and these guidelines and frameworks been in place? When's the last time when there was any change to it, to your knowledge?
I believe the last amendment was around landscaping. And that would have been a number of years ago, Councillor.
And I guess that's my point, right? I think it's time that, you know, I look at the CAO, that we sit down and we should be reviewing this. The city's changed, it's growing, we have a lot more people coming in and a lot more, might I say, creativity in the way people take care of their houses and not take care of their property. And so a lot of frustration from residents. And again, Tanya, your staff are awesome to deal with, and I respect the work. It's tough work that they do. So my comments are not about their work. It's about the guidelines that they have to work within. So, you know, I don't know if the CAO has any comments about, but how do we go about reviewing this right now? How do we review this? And, you know, maybe we review it and it says, you know, it shouldn't change. It is what it is. Great. But we should be reviewing and have some conversation around it. Because I think every one of us in these chambers have a comment or an opinion about this. So, Madam CAO?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor to Council. There are two options to approach things like this. So the city has a number of bylaws, administrative orders, and policies. And the Chief Governance Officer has led a process this year to establish a framework to assign them to business unit owners and to periodically ensure that they're all being reviewed and updated. This was something that when the governance function was added to the Director of Legal and Legislative Services that I asked be initiated, with the observation that we should have a process to ensure all bylaws and administrative orders are regularly reviewed and updated. That being said, there's a number that haven't been looked at in a long time. So we're going to take a proactive approach to cycling through these as staff, but in the meantime, the council always has the opportunity to proactively identify through bringing forward a motion and requesting a staff report for staff to look at whether something needs to be updated and to bring forward recommendations.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I fully support this idea of reviewing these bylaws in particular, and I'm glad to hear that there's a process in place for going through our bylaws regularly and updating them. That should be something that's done of regular course without council direction as just best practice. So glad to hear some steps are being taken on that. But when it comes to these bylaws, yeah, like some of them are really confusing, where there could be a house with peeling paint that gets a ticket for unsightly, and meanwhile, next door there's a house that has plywood on its windows for over 10 years, but because it's not rotting and because it's secure, it's not considered unsightly. So I know a lot of this is actually, could be considered subjective, and I know that there are a set of rules which, our staff follow closely, and that's where I think we need to go back and take a look at what's an active construction site, what's reasonable, like how, to have plywood over windows, how long is it reasonable to have that on a house before it's considered unsightly? I think, and that's just the example that came to top of mind for me, because it was something I was engaged in a couple of years ago till I just gave up, because it seemed that there was no course of action that could be taken on a house that certainly looked abandoned, looked unsightly, yet there was nothing to address it. So I can imagine that going through these bylaws is not going to be an easy task, because again, it comes back to things that are subjective sometimes. But I certainly think it would be worth the effort to go through and modernize that and make sure that, our bylaws are in alignment with the bylaws in other cities, and that if there are recurrent issues that we're noticing through the complaint process, that there's a mechanism for changing the bylaws to address those recurrent issues. So I don't know if you're planning on bringing forward a motion there, Councillor Mancini, but if you do it another time, I will support that then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outhill.
Thank you, Mayor. Just continuing on with Councillor Mancini and Councillor Cuddle, and I do want to thank staff, because I know you've heard from me, usually on Friday afternoons, or Monday mornings, about many issues over the year, as has Scott, and I want to thank you both and your teams for your help. When we get into trouble is with exactly in the situations that both of my colleagues have described, where there really isn't legislation that helps us. So that really means that we need to create or modernize some legislation. And in one case, and empathy is part of this too. I mean, I don't think anybody around this table would want to live near a house that has been under construction for 10 to 15 years, and I can take you to 2. And that is not acceptable. Staff, unfortunately, have to have something that they can do to act on those, and if that legislation isn't there, then they should be bringing forward to us what they need to deal with it. I've had houses that have been under construction for 10 and 15 years. I have abandoned houses not in good enough condition to be demolished yet. And in one case, we even had to go, and to the credit of Josh Judah and your team, John, we had to go to court to get them to even make it roof tight, windows in, because rats and pigeons and whatnot were living in it, and the Tyvek was blowing off and in the wind and going all around the neighborhood. That house is still not finished. It's been under construction as long as I've been in council, but at least we did get a court order to make it a little better, to fence it off, to put in some windows, to put down the Tyvek. The other thing we have to do, folks, is, and I've seen this on occasion, and I was only on the appeals committee briefly, and it was a very frustrating time for me. I find sometimes that we don't support staff when they do bring things forward to us. And they say, this has gone on far enough, it's time for this to be demolished, or it's time for this and we say, oh, well, we like poor old Mr. whatever, and we give them more time, and that's incredibly demoralizing to staff who are trying to help us. So in addition to bringing forward what I would agree with Tony, your motion to bring forward some updated bylaws, but maybe we need to have a look at a little bit more criteria around the appeals committee, when it should be used, when it shouldn't be used, and a little more reason for grounds to go against recommendations from staff when things have gone on for literally decades in some cases. So I'll certainly be supporting what you bring forward, Tony, but I would also like to see us I think from staff get some idea of what they need to help them, and then I would also encourage those of you who are having terrible problems like I did in an area to look at getting the option of a court order even to help with it. So anyway, my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. I, too, have run into this, and the thing that I'm most concerned about is the definition of dangerous, and whether we can adjust that part of the bylaw, because if you have something straightforward, like a broken window, that can get acted on fairly quickly. But then I have another building where no one has seen electricity or any sign of any heat coming out of the house for a few years, and the roof has caved in, well, not caved in, but has a big dip in it. But that doesn't qualify as dangerous, whereas the neighbors feel it's dangerous to have a house in that state of repair that can't be insured. So I think it's that area that I'm mostly concerned about, is how do we define dangerous, how do we update that part of it, and how do we get more consistent wording to help our staff who are doing incredible work out there, but it just feels like it definitely needs to be modernized. I guess my question is, I do have a question. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about what the gaps would be that you see and how difficult it is to apply that definition that's there now on dangerous and unsightly? Well, not the unsightly, but the dangerous part of it, please.
Sure. So relative to dangerous, when you do mention heat, electricity, habitability is a consideration under the dangerous definition. So if we have knowledge to believe that somebody is living in an uninhabitable situation, we would then collect the appropriate individuals to do a joint site inspection and have them enter the property to determine whether it was habitable or not. Some situations, if it's tenant occupied, that would be the building officials under the M200 legislation they'd look at. But if it's owner occupied, we would do that under the dangerous or unsightly legislation. So again, the definition under dangerous, there definitely are certain criteria for that, because that is the strongest power that we do have under, the belief that something is dangerous to enter somebody's home and carry out an inspection to determine habitability. But those powers are there. Generally, we need to have firsthand knowledge, though, that there is no heat or electricity in an owner-occupied home to go in and take care of that type of investigation.
So is that one of the challenges then, is to have get that firsthand knowledge rather than neighbors' comments? Or?
That could be, but I could certainly follow up with you after this meeting and have a more detailed conversation with you if you'd like, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. I often hear in my district that unsightly is different rurally than it is urban, and they'd never let this happen in the city, or in the city they might say things like, well, rurally that we're very different. So any kind of, I think, review and update of this bylaw would help us all, which I think would be really important. But Councillor Oda, you made the comment about being on the appeals committee, and it's really interesting. Sometimes I think about when councillors are appointed to the appeals committee, we should almost have a 2-day workshop on really understanding the bylaw as it is and how it's applied, because you can get really sort of drawn into. I've often sat on the appeals committee and looked at our staff and looked at the property owner and our colleagues, and you're trying to figure out, everybody is reading the room, and really what we got to read is the rules, and trying to figure out what works best and how to work with property owners to make things better. So I do support any kind of a review that we might see. And then the only other thing is, when we're looking at the criteria, some of the things that have come up over time is that you could have the same property come back issue after issue after issue, and that for a certain time something might get resolved, but then it comes back again. So our staff are like back and back and back, and it seems that there is no way, or within the current rules, there's no way to look at that repetitive offender. And so if we could look at that and sort of shore up something in a review, I think that would be really advantageous to us. So, and to the community at large that has to live next to those properties. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, colleagues. The reason I'm not bringing a motion forward now, I wanted to hear your comments. And so what I'll do is go away, work on that motion with staff, and then come back, hopefully at the next council meeting, with a motion to go ahead and do this work, and I appreciate that feedback. Tanya, again, for the third time, thank you to you and your team. The team is awesome, and it's tough work, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya. All right. Under reports, 1511 has passed on consent. That was the disposal of surplus property, St. Margaret's Bay Road, Highway 3, Beachville. 1512, my understanding is there a short presentation on 1512, the infrastructure bank?
Only if council wants it.
Does council want a presentation on the infrastructure bank? I think what I'm hearing is, yes, a short one. Jerry Blackwood, our banker.
Want to give? That one. Have fun. Thank you, Mayor Savage, Regional Counsel, Jerry Blackwood, CFO, and with me I got Dan Freeman, Senior Financial Consultant. So we got a short presentation here, and we will be brief. So this is on an opportunity, as you all know, legislatively, where we borrow through the province of Nova Scotia through a debenture process, and it's highly legislated. There is an exciting opportunity through the Canadian Infrastructure Bank that we can do some more types of creative financing, as well as take advantage of some lower interest rates. So the report has a fair bit of detail in it, but we'll highlight some of the pieces in this presentation. So as you know, debt financing is an opportunity to finance your assets over their useful life. Gives you an opportunity to undertake major capital projects immediately rather than waiting until you accumulate sufficient funds. And as you know, going through capital budgets, we've moved more to a debt financing model as opposed to capital from operating, whereas we can smooth the debt financing, which takes taxes to pay for over the life of the asset, which has a more smoothing impact as opposed to in the current year. So the Canada Infrastructure Bank, they're Canadian Crown Corp. They were formed in 2017, and their mandate is basically to grow out infrastructure. Certainly that aligns with green initiatives as well as housing. As most of you know, I think Canada has published there's an infrastructure gap of about 150 million. So the CIB has 150 billion. The CIB has an investment portfolio of 35 billion from the federal government to promote infrastructure projects and to partner with government and private sector. So the areas of focus, so the thing with the CIB, it's very program focused on infrastructure in the areas of public transit, green infrastructure, trade and transportation, broadband, and clean power. And all of these areas of focus support the development of housing stock as well. And just some of the priority projects that we will be looking at under the Canadian Infrastructure Bank would be zero emission bus fleet, bus depot infrastructure upgrades, Cogswell redevelopment, project water and wastewater infrastructure, growth zones for housing with respect to water and wastewater, and climate action with respect to green building retrofits. One of the things that has come up in our meetings with the CIB is in setting up credit facilities, they look somewhere in the range of a $50 million minimums, but one of the things that we can do is design credit facilities and partner with other levels of government and bundle projects to, to come in on that minimum. So as I said before, it gives us some levers to pull to be able to take advantage of lower interest rates. So advantages, again, as I said, it's flexible payment terms, access to lower interest rates. So for example, the zero emission buses right now has a 1% interest rate, and the debenture payments are aligned with the life of the asset, as well as the savings that you will accrue through reduced rate maintenance and fuel costs. And CIB has been fairly active in Canada over the last few years. It's just a bit of a map of some places where they've had a lot of investment. So you see a lot in southern Ontario and Quebec. Just one in Nova Scotia. That was a deal that was recently signed up, I think, last month or 2 months ago with Nova Scotia Power. I think it was a $135 million deal for battery storage facilities. And that concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jerry. We've discussed this a lot at the big city mayors. There's been some skepticism of the CIB. This is not brand new. This has been around a little while. On two fronts. One is that we don't want it to replace grants. We'd rather get the money in a form of a grant, obviously, or in a program than by borrowing it. And the other was the size and scope of the projects required to qualify. But as you say, if we're able to bundle it, and if it's able to work for large projects like infrastructure in transportation, then obviously that's a little bit of different kettle of fish. So this proposal today, this motion today is to just authorize us to set, we're not looking to specifically make any loans at this point in time, but just to check it out and get us to the place where we would be able to do it if necessary, I think, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. We are looking for authority to enter into an MOU just so we can get secure, for example, I mentioned 1% financing right now on zero emission buses. So that interest rate isn't going to be around forever. So we would like to get those approvals in place so we can take advantage of that when the time comes.
Right, thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. You hit one of the points. This is more like a cheap lending program versus getting grants and stuff. And I'm kind of wondering, do we see the day that the grants may become less and less, and these low-term borrowings become more and more effective or not? I'm kind of curious, so we have the ability to apply for this instead of having to go through the Nova Scotia Financial Corporation or Finance Board for, normally our funding is done through the province. So this would kind of bypass the province for low-rate interest loans?
CAO.
The Nova Scotia Municipal Finance Corporation is now part of the Nova Scotia Department of Finance, and they have confirmed that we are allowed to borrow through the Canada Infrastructure Bank.
Okay, and in regards to our debentures that we normally finance our capital projects with, you talk about bundling. So a bunch of small projects to make the 50 million, or does it have to be one big project of 50? Just like clarify the bundling.
Yeah, so for example, an opportunity, just, say the bundle projects could be something like on the accelerated housing areas at the province. If there was an infrastructure that had to be put in there, that would be, for example, an opportunity where you could bundle a credit facility, or you could bundle some smaller projects, right? And as you need the financing to come through on those projects as they're coming to completion, you can access it then. Kind of like more like a revolving line of credit as opposed to a straight up debenture. So that's what we want to try to do with the MOU, right? Is to be able to enter into some of those agreements. I will be clear, everything that we do has to come back to council. We'll need to come back to council, get that borrowing approved. So to your point, Councillor Hensby, same process as we do in a debenture. On other projects, it'll just be a separate report specific to the CIB, so we would have to get council's approval, and then we would have to get, that would then have to go to the minister for approval as well.
Thank you.
And just one piece on the grants. Interesting comment there, but for example, CIB wouldn't apply, for example, to a project like Mill Cove. It's not aligned with BTIF, but it is aligned with Zero Emission Transit Fund. So we could receive grants for Zero Emission Transit Fund for buses and be able to take advantage of the 1% interest rate on that. That's an opportunity that's there. Like, you could receive grants and stack in terms of a lower interest rate. Not in all cases, but on zero emission transit, there's some flexibility on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think the motion's on the floor. Councillor Mason, can you put the motion on the floor and take it away?
What a team. It's like you read my mind, Mr. Mayor. The clerk actually told me that we had to read the motion. So that I move that Halifax Regional Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with Canada Infrastructure Bank to borrow from CIB for capital infrastructure projects as they become eligible, which meet the bank's lending criteria, and direct the CAO to execute the memorandum of understanding. So moved.
Second.
Seconded, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Mason, anything on it?
Low interest is good.
Low interest is good.
Question.
Ready for the question, colleagues? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. 1513, Councillor Lovelace. Alignment of Public Safety Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 endorse recommendation V14, mobilizing a society-wide response in the Mass Casualty Commission final report, and declare gender-based intimate partner and family violence to be an epidemic that warrants a meaningful and sustained society-wide response. 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report with respect to the municipality's role in providing a meaningful and sustained society-wide response to gender-based intimate partner and family violence, including reviewing the municipality's internal policies and identifying any gaps. 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to review and update Bylaw P100, incorporating references to Dr. Ian Loader's In Search of Civic Policing, recasting the Pelian principles as appropriate. And 4, direct the Mayor to write a letter to the Minister of Justice requesting a review and update of the Police Act in light of recent studies and recommendations.
Second, Councillor Mason. Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you. I am so pleased that we got to this point. This is a lot of work, bringing all of these pieces together. And, I'll take this opportunity as well to recognize Honorable Myra Freeman, who's taken over the new chair position of the Progress Monitoring Committee for the Mass Casualty Report. That's an incredible amount of work as well. I'm really proud of our municipality to finally declare gender-based family violence, intimate partner violence, an epidemic. Other cities have been doing this across the country. As we've seen, we clearly have a lot of work to do in order to create a safe society for everyone. The work that we've done quite recently to address Islamophobia, to create safe spaces here in Halifax for Muslim women and girls is very good work, but again, we need to continue this momentum. So I'm pleased to see this, but I do have a couple of questions. And when I think about, some of this work, it's moving in tandem, but I also wonder, do we have staff here to respond? Yes? Okay, I also wonder if there's an opportunity to move things a little bit faster. So for example, when I consider that we're going to be writing a letter to the Minister of Justice, that's great. Honorable Barb Adams, fantastic, to look at the update of the police review, but we have significant issues with the Psychiatric Treatment Act. And so that involuntary psychiatric treatment goes against that kind of aspiration for the Pelium principles. I don't really see this as a human rights approach, so I'm trying to get an understanding of how this is actually aligning. If we're looking for an update in the Police Act, we should also be looking at the ITAP. So I'm just wondering, where are we in consideration of that involuntary psychiatric treatment act, which was absolutely is not a human rights approach to caring for people. It does not recognize, it's not a trauma-informed approach at all. And so I think that we're moving in the right direction, but I am concerned that there's some pieces that are actually working against one another. And as we look at the importance of training our own staff and looking in-house to ensure that we're doing everything that we need to do, I was really disappointed to see that there's only 30 participants so far in recognizing and responding to the commercial sexual exploitation of children. Again, today, we've got another media response from police, saying, yeah, we've got another guy exploiting children in our municipality. So knowing how closely our staff are seeing and interacting with potential individuals who are in human trafficking or child exploitation, whether it's recreation programming, whether it's transit, so on and so forth. So just wondering, what are we doing to up those numbers? I'll stop there if there's any staff that can.
Who do we have that wants to take those questions?
I see we have Dr. Amy Brierly here, and we have Josh Bates.
And Amy Siciliano. Dr.
And
Brierly?
Amy Siciliano's here.
Oh, we got everybody. There they are.
We have a really bunch of really smart people here who I think.
Thank you. And yes, and on that note, I am very impressed with how well this report was brought together. I know there's a lot of pieces in play, and I thank you for that. Josh, great to see you.
Josh, you taking that?
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to the councillor, Josh Bates, Policing Policy Strategist. So with regards to IPTA, this is, again, something that the Board of Police Commissioners has taken on. We've written letters. We're going to continue advocating for changes to IPTA. In discussions with the province, they have instituted, some pilot projects. For example, when a psychiatric patient is taken, creating a separate room, facilitating or expediting that patient so they're not in a room with everybody else. But again, of course, this is something that is within the province's purview, and the best the board can do and council can do is advocate. So it would be within council's prerogative to make a further statement that more changes are needed. But this is something this is an issue that has been brought to the board numerous times.
Well, so then on that note, I would like to make an amendment to this and actually include the Involuntary Psychiatric Treatment Act in number 4 of this motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Outfit. Can we just get a comment from staff on that?
Certainly, yeah. So the recommendation is for a letter to be written to the Minister of Justice, and a separate letter could certainly be written to, I think in this case it would be, I believe, the Minister of Justice. So it would be both letter, we could add to that letter, so it'd be the Minister of Justice, covering both issues. Sorry, I was confused whether it was justice or health.
Well, exactly, it is justice, it's not health.
Yeah.
And so I completely appreciate your confusion.
Yeah.
Because it is psychiatric treatments,
Yeah.
Quote unquote, but it is under the Minister of Justice. So thank you. I think that amendment could be friendly since I put the motion on the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
So the amendment seconded by Councillor Outfit is on the floor. Is it before we? Is there any other comments on that?
No further comment there.
Okay. All right. So on the amendment then, should we vote on the amendment?
Is it not friendly, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Is it not a friendly amendment? I'm not sure we need to vote on it.
I don't know who's brought it forward, but we'll just vote on it anyway. So to add that to it, make sure everybody gets a chance to vote on it. Ready for the question on the amendment? Councillor Purdy?
Just because I don't know a lot about this, we're asking for a review. We're asking for a review and update for that. Number 4. Yeah, so you're just adding the psychiatric element to that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we ready for the question? That's carried. So on the main motion as amended, ready for the question, colleagues? That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Thank you to Josh and a number of Amy's. We will move to 1514, Port Wallace Utility Corridor. That would be Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Put the following motion on the floor. The Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate, finalize, and execute a cost-sharing agreement with Halifax Water containing key terms and conditions in Attachment A of the staff report dated May 27, 2024. So moved. Thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor.
So, you know, the Port Wallace project is not the first time we've ever uttered those words in this chambers. It's been coming on for some time now. Phase 1 is actually underway in construction. Phase 1 would have, at the end of it, around 882 units. The people will be moving in probably this fall, starting this fall. And so the capital cost contribution that we're discussing and looking for approval today is to move forward with the utility corridor. Because right now, the infrastructure that's in place, the existing wastewater system is, it can handle up another 336 units, but as I stated, phase 1 is going to be over 800 units, so they need to start working on the utility corridor, which is an interesting project. It's going to run down Waverley Road, go through Shuby Park, cross the Shubenacadie Canal, cross the 111 to Dartmouth Crossing, so it's a significant project. We'll have significant interruptions, but it'll add a lot of benefit to the community, not just Port Wallace. But I do have a question. I think Peter is here in the room, and I do have a question that's somewhat related, but it's with regard to this project overall. And just want to take advantage of having that. So, you know, one of the concerns that's interesting, as we just talked about public safety, and we've had lots of conversation in these chambers. Councillor Lovelace talking about egress and so on. Right now, there is only one access point to the Port Wallace development off of Waverley Road. We're going to have, you know, probably a couple hundred people by the end of the summer there, and then 800 plus by the end of the following summer, and there's only one access point. So what's been approved is the twinning of the 107 highway, and thanks to the mayor and I had several conversations with several ministers of transportation over the years. We've also have advocated for that twinning, and that's in their 5-year plan. They've started that work already. The other thing that's been approved is access to the 107 via Avenue de Portage, and that's where the Francophone schools are. My concern is, Peter, if you can help us understand where that is, because when I talked to Halifax Fire, they're very concerned that if there's going to be 200 plus people in that development by the end of the summer, having only one access point will delay any response time to get there. So I'm wondering, Peter, if you could just speak to that part and where the conversations are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, my name is Peter Duncan. I'm the Director of Engineering and Building Standards. Yeah, with regards to the second access, so we do plan on providing, if this is voted on favorably this afternoon, phase 2 can then proceed, and the second access will be provided by phase 2. And it will be provided by extending Avenue de Portage down to meet with phase 1.
And do you have any sense of a timing on that? You mentioned phase 2, but was that, is that this year, next year, 2 years, your sense? From what you understand, Peter?
From what I understand, the schedule that we've been given, and understanding that the corridor is a Halifax Water project, The schedule we've been given by Halifax Water is for the construction of the wastewater and water lines. It's about a 700 to 800 day construction schedule, so about a year and a half, say a 2-year project. If I had to guess, I don't like doing that, but if I had to guess, I would anticipate that construction of the new roads and services within the Port Wallace growth area will occur at the same time as that. So occupancy and road takeover is about a year and a half to 2 years away.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll continue to chat with our friends down the street in the province and making sure that that's not lost. I spoke to the fire chief yesterday, and they have real concerns about that, so we need to make sure we're working on that. I hope, colleagues, you support this so that we can move on with this project. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion's carried. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. 15-1, and thank you to staff, Peter, and to your team. 15-15, proposed amendments respecting grants for rural transit, the Rural Transit Funding Program. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. That Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the amendments of Administrative Order 2014-012 ADM respecting grants for rural transit to allow for a one-time increase to the 24-25 fiscal year to the lump sum funding available to applicants from $5,000 and $10,000 to $6,381 and $12,763 respectively, and an increase to the per vehicle kilometer rate funding from 50 cents to 64 cents as set out in attachment to the staff report dated May 7th, 2024, and to adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2014-012 ADM to account for inflation by increasing funding annually based on a 5-year average for inflation as set in attachment to the staff report dated May 7th, 2024.
Second.
Second, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hensby.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank staff for bringing this forward and see an additional need for funding, especially with the cost of inflation we've been seeing, the cost of fuel, as well as the minimum wage going up and staffing costs. So I'm glad to see this coming forward, and look forward to more future funding opportunities for other type of rural transit services, like perhaps a fixed loop service to the 207 highway through Lawrencetown would be a good project to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question on the colleagues? That is carried. Thank you. Colleagues, the next item is 15-16, strategic opportunities to address homelessness. Is a presentation on this?
There's a presentation. Might be a good opportunity for a bathroom break.
I'm going to have one at 3. Okay, we're all set for 15-16. Good afternoon, Max Chauvin. The floor is yours. Don't want to take your time. Take a breath, have a glass of water. The floor is yours, Max. We get your mic working. We're going to need a few minutes. Is the other one? Is the middle one working? It has to be. It has to be the screen, does it? Okay. All right, folks. Listen, I want to take a break at 3. So let's just take a 5-minute break right now. Come back when this is organized, and we'll still take a break before 3:30. 5 minutes. Let's proceed. Max, it's up to you, sir. The floor is yours. Thank you.
There we go. Mr. Mayor, through you to council, thank you for the opportunity to come forward and present to council today. My name is Max Chauvin. I am the Director of Housing and Homelessness within Community Safety. So, why are we not? There we go. So first, just a quick update on the current state of things. I won't read through all the numbers, but the by name list continues to grow, as we're well aware. We have 4 designated locations in the municipality and people in non-designated, and estimates are about 125 people currently sleeping rough. To put that into some perspective, last year we had 178 sleeping rough at the end of July. So 2 months from now, that was where we were last year. And wanted to make sure that we're aware that people are settling in non-designated locations because of the overcrowding of the designated sites, including there are now 7 people sleeping on the Halifax Common. There are folks on the Dartmouth Common, Gladstone Park, Walter Regan Park, Northbrook Park, and there are also people settling in a variety of the provincial parks. And they are reaching out asking us for help in addressing the people in their spaces as well. I want to emphasize that there is lots of work underway. The challenge is it's not enough to meet the need, not that there is not a lot of work going on. I think it's important that we realize that while there are options for folks, there are significant deficits in the options that are available for people that is leading some people to continue to sleep outside. We'll talk in a moment about a couple of those, but perhaps the most significant is the lack of accessible mental health care and addiction services. And that we do have people who are sheltering outside who are at this time virtually unhousable. It's not that they're unhousable, but we do not have the resources for them to be successful. And so that's important to note. At this point, we are expecting what we describe as organic growth, which is people settling in various areas around HRM, in parks and event spaces, to continue for the summer. And we've also attached to the report a new report recently released by the Federal Housing Advocate. For your information, there are also other pressures that just want to highlight. For, as you would have read in the news, there is a rooming house on North Street that is closing in a couple of months, and that will put some estimate almost 40 people out into parks and event spaces. And there is another rooming house in the peninsula that is also looking to close. So there are significant pressures to add to what we've already expected that are coming down the pipe. I'd like to highlight for everybody some of the work that the province has been doing around this work. So since 2001, there are 444 new supportive housing units, and there are now 399 additional shelter beds. 193 of them were open in the past 6 months. We have a 19-person pallet village that's been opened in Sackville. There is a temporary housing facility for 32 women and gender diverse individuals open, a 35-unit temporary housing facility for African, Nova Scotian, and Black individuals in Dartmouth. And announced this morning, there is a 41-unit pallet shelter village opening at 35 Atlantic Street in Dartmouth. And that is part of what the last note here is that the province has 250 beds and units coming online within the next 1 to 12 months. That pallet village on Atlantic Street being the one that's coming the fastest, and the furthest out option at this point is the second phase of the tiny homes opening in the former ball field in Sackville. Perhaps one of the most important things that we need to know is that any new resources that come online must meet the needs of those that are sleeping rough. If it does not, they cannot move off out of the parks and out of streets. That is high acuity individuals. So the Community Advisory Board, which is held or facilitated by the Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, met recently and agreed that investments currently from the province are not focusing on those in most need, which means that we're not facilitating those folks who want to move inside but need an option that will support them in the way they want. We do need specific individual case management plans for every person that is on the street, and the province has recently put some resources towards that, so those are being built. But we need adequate mental health and addiction support. We need single room occupancy. There are large numbers of people who simply do not function well in a communal living situation with 60, 80, 100 people in one giant room. They don't feel safe, they don't feel their belongings are safe, and there are a variety of other things there. We need a wet shelter, we need space for couples, we need space for youth. But most importantly, we need additional resources for those of highest acuity. It is entirely possible to fill all 250 coming units with people from the by name list, which is over 1,200 now, that need help, that deserve help, but that will not take a single person out of a park or event space. So we just need to be aware of that. Also wanted to touch on some of the municipal activities. And being one of the most important things to, when you look at things like the Federal Housing Advocate Report and others, is quite often different interest groups look only at one specific group in their analysis. Perhaps it's people sleeping rough, and the municipality is challenged and charged with looking at everybody's needs. And so there needs to be a balanced approach. So these are some of the things that in the past couple of years the municipality has done to support people who are experiencing homelessness. Everything from the Gray Arena that we created in a shelter, to the Halifax Forum, to snow and garbage maintenance and so on. To give you some idea of scope, the modular units, when we brought those online, cost us about $5 million. Current budget this year for the housing and homelessness work that we're committed to is $2.1 million. And things like the Halifax Forum shelter do cost us, in terms of lost revenue opportunities, to the tune of between $250,000 and $300,000, and that doesn't include the loss of the activities and the value that they have in the community. So the report is quite complex and has an awful lot of information in it. We've tried here to summarize some of that down, but there are generally four approaches that we've broken things down into. Organic growth, which is what we are essentially in right now, is people can shelter in non-prohibited land or park spaces. And we provide them some limits of support. And so essentially we have three categories in our thinking here. We have designated locations that already exist. We have areas that we prohibit people from being in. For example, we have people who've settled right next to a playground yesterday, and we have already issued them notices that they have to move, and we go back the next day and make sure that they've moved on. So we do have prohibited areas, such as entrances to schools, daycares, an active sports field, things like that. So that is what we are currently in, and because it would take time to change direction, we'll be in that space for the next couple of months before we could move in a different direction. There is municipalities that are moving towards a no encampment model. And it's important to realize that the no encampment model, which essentially says you can camp overnight in a park, but you can't stay there during the day, does have a number of requirements to make that practical. It means that the municipality, or the region that it's in, has enough beds that are suitable for every person who's on the street. And so what you're left with staying on the street and sheltering on the street are those that simply choose not to go. It also means that we have day centers so that people have a place to go. Otherwise, you end up with people with all of their belongings in a shopping cart sitting on prime roadways and areas. And it involves a cleanup team that goes through and does the work each day to tell people, you can't stay, you have to move on. To be clear, to facilitate that would take us into next year. There's no way to implement that any faster. It would require hundreds of new resources in terms of beds and units that are structured, again, to meet the needs of those that are sleeping rough. And there are costs associated with daily checks and cleanups and so on, which are outlined in the report. We can continue the designated encampment management process, which is designated sites with increased supports. It is important that if we were to wish to implement that approach fully, we need enough designated sites that everybody has a space. If not, we have what we have now, which is some dedicated spaces and then organic growth around them because they're full. And so creating another designated location would give people a place that they have permission to go, but it would not stop the organic growth unless we designate enough of them to ensure that everybody who is sleeping rough has a space in one of those locations. There are some advantages and within this is what we would call a supported or managed encampment process, which would be additional staff resources to help manage behaviors, to provide additional support. We do talk about in the report the importance of a code of conduct. But again, if we wish to put a code of conduct in place, there must be people to hold people to the code, and there must be places for people to go who refuse to follow the code of conduct. So that is certainly an option. And ultimately, the solution to the crisis is housing. And the municipality could consider the investment of creating suitable and supportive housing. This would take multiple years and quite frankly is a hole that could suck the entire municipal budget and still need more help. So we have not recommended that approach. We have recommended in the report that we consider a no encampment approach, realizing that we do have to wait until there are suitable and sufficient numbers for everybody on the street, and the designated and managed encampment process as long as we're prepared to make the investments to actually manage that. There are some things that we can do to support overcrowded encampments, which I know are concerns that councillors and other staff are getting. One of those is to provide on-site staff supports. Another is the code of conduct, more and additional resources and services, increased strategy to address predatory criminal behavior, and a place to go for those who refuse to follow the code of conduct, because that's not a legal issue. In other words, we can't arrest people for it. So if we ask somebody to leave, there needs to be a place for them to go. And in the report, you'll find a number of options and suggestions that describe how we could provide those additional supports. I wanted to highlight one suggestion, which is the civilian-led response team. This is by far what we believe would have the most impact on reducing the negative impacts of encampments, both on encampment residents and on the surrounding community. We know this is supported by the encampment residents themselves. All of our lived experience talks about the importance of a civilian-led response. We've suggested it could be developed as a 24/7 response, and it would be a team of multiple people who would provide mental health support, other kinds of help support, social worker, peer support worker. In the report, we've talked about the need for 5 teams of 4. That is what you need to provide 24/7 support. That does not mean that we could not pilot it in a smaller system with less people and so on if the finances were a concern, but it is the thing that would have the most impact. Various supports, various supplies. There are opportunities for partners in this work. There are others that are looking at doing this kind of work. There are funds within the community safety budget, approximately $400,000, that could be used to support this. And there is a mental health partnership looking to come forward that would help address mental health issues, that we could also look into partner with that. We have talked with folks with lived experience. I think we've talked about this many times, but we should remember that the impact on encampments is broad, deep, and lasting. It is not healthy for people to live in them. They're exposed to disease, violence, they're exposed to rats, smoke inhalation, fire risks, heat and cold risks. Encampments are also damaging to the surrounding community. We have incidences where encampment residents make significant disturbances throughout the night, keep hundreds of people awake all night long, day after day. Residents call the police arrive, people quiet down, and then the police move on and that starts up again. And we have other incidences that the impacts are felt much by business community, who loses people coming to their businesses. There's fear walking down streets, and those businesses have challenges with staff. Lived experience tells us that there is the great need for housing and permanent options. And interestingly, lived experience experts tell us that they suspect there would be significantly less resistance to communal shelters and other options if people knew that coming into that space led to permanent housing. And right now what it is that is your permanent option. We have people who have been in shelters for year, 2 years, because there's no option to go on for them. And that is one of the barriers that we face. Lived experience has talked to us about the value of a civilian-led response. We know about the impact of large encampments. Edmonton, there was recently a story where they have said that more than 6 people in an encampment site lead to significant problems. We know from research out of the United Kingdom that they peg that number between 4 and 5, but it is this large encampments cause exponential issues. And the other one that we wanted to highlight from comments from lived experience is that there is a point where when we intervene so much to support somebody, we actually damage their resilience to manage and support themselves, which is an important consideration. That is different for each person, but it is a consideration that certainly our lived experience experts brought forward. We also did receive some unsolicited community feedback around parks, which suggested that we should not reopen closed park spaces until there is no risk of reoccupation. that we should take the opportunity while some of the park spaces that were from the de-designation process are closed to reimagine them, and that we should consider programming them. In other words, activating them or bringing activities to them such that people can't resettle in those areas. So we do have some recommendations that are listed in the report. Immediate ones are a letter drafted to the province requesting a specific set of assistances. Staff do continue to refer people to existing options. So there are right now some spaces in the Forum shelter, for example. There were 71 people, I believe, there last night, plus there are some that are coming back tonight, but there are still some beds available in the Forum shelter right now, so we continue to refer people. The 41 pallet shelters that are going to open on Atlantic Street are being run by an organization called Quest. Has a long history of supporting people. They're accepting referrals, so we're referring there now, and we continue to refer people to spaces that may be available from the bridge or from the Halifax and Dartmouth modulars. We do have a list of sites where we do not permit people to shelter, and we can update that list. We reported on this previously to council. We had incredible success in the Sackville encampment with the RCMP who dedicated an officer to that site for 3 months. That was all they did, and they provided innumerable number of resource supports, driving people around, helping them out. But it was transformational in terms of safety in that encampment and in how things move forward. Obviously, we could designate more ready-to-use spaces to meet their need, and we could direct that ultimately we want to move to a process where there are no encampments, with the resources that that will take, and we would then come back to you with budget requests to support that in the future, but also continue to work with the province to hopefully reach a point where there are beds for every person available in either in shelters or in other temporary housing options. Further actions that we can do, we have recommended the scheduling of a homelessness summit, which would be a gathering of the orders of government, but also interested parties, stakeholders, and so on, to talk about how do we collectively all row in the exact same direction to eliminate encampments in the city and support people better. The launch of the civilian-led response team is probably, again, the most impactful thing we could do. We have talked before about, are there sites that are not parks that municipality owns? One example is a 4-acre site off Windmill Road on Bancroft and Marketplace that could be cleared and set as an encampment site. Budget costs for that are approximately just under $800,000. And we could provide more support to manage encampments, whether designated or whether through the organic, if organic growth is the choice. I think one thing that's really important is to realize that if we don't choose to support something else, organic growth is where we are going forward. And that we need to acknowledge that not choosing something else is a choice and will result again in growing numbers of people in some of the non-designated parks I listed and others. If we look to support some managed encampment resources, the civilian-led response team, and clear a non-ready-to-use space that's not a park, that can all be done for under $4 million in this year's budget, and going forward would be $6 million a year. And Mr. Mayor, that is our report run through very quickly. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Max, for all of your work for the report. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. So I got a bit of Robert's Rules-y stuff to do before I get to my main point. So the first thing is I would like to put the motion on as read rather than read it out loud. And I understand we can do that in AO1. If someone else wants to read it, you're welcome.
So, John,
No.
it is possible to do that. It's a long report. It's been made public. It can be...
With the consent of the mover, the chair, Mayor, you may waive the reading of the motion.
Is everybody okay with that?
I've done it twice before this, so first for
Okay,
this.
so just before you go ahead, so the recommendation is deemed read. Second by? Ian, give me some advice. You're giving me a signal that looks like a football signal. I don't know what it means.
It is only that there is a administrative amendment to motion number 10. In your report, it is an additional text.
That's on my list.
So just making sure that's read in before we go to that part.
Okay, Councillor Mason.
So my second piece was the administrative amendment. So number 10, we've been told by the clerk and lawyers should read, subject to the confirmation of lack of significant impact on reserves from Audit and Finance Standing Committee pursuant to AO 2014-015-ADM, the Financial Reserves Administrative Order, and then it reads, approve an unbudgeted reserve. So that's on your screen right now, and so that needs to be put in before we debate, so hopefully we have
Is everybody okay with that amendment or addition to the recommendation? Everybody's okay? I see a show of hands. Everybody's okay? We don't need to vote? Okay. Councillor Mason, then with that addition?
Thank you. Third administrative bit is I would like to propose that we suspend the rules and move to committee of the whole rules for this.
So we're going to move to committee of the whole rules on this debate. We'll vote on, I'll just look for show of hands on that. Is everybody okay with moving to committee of the whole rules?
And then third and final, before I go to my actual comments and amendment, is I would like to separate the motion and have 1 and 8 voted on separately, and then the rest of it can be voted on together or separated by whomever wants to. So, and since I've asked for that, that means it's done. So that's 1 and 8, which is the letter to the province, and 8 is the...
So 1 and 8 will be voted on together.
Shelter,
The others will
Nova
be voted
Scotia.
on separately. If anybody else wants to make a change that suits them, they can bring that forward in the discussion as well. Councillor Mason, so that's on the floor.
That is the most model parliament stuff that I've ever had to do here. Okay, so where to start? I am so concerned by this report. I had a resident who's been very involved with trying to help deal with this in my community write me, and I gotta say, I agree with him. How can we build on past approaches and strategies when every 3 months we get a new menu of options? And that's how it feels. And I understand staff's what's going on here, but I have thoughts. I have thoughts about how we need to try and redirect this. And you know, I talked to the CAO this morning, and she was very helpful to understand how we got here, but I think we've got to work hard to provide direction to get back to having the housing framework, the homelessness framework that Max wrote and that we approved in 2022 needs to be updated and operationalized by staff. We are providing operational direction at council rather than providing strategic direction and vision and values and then holding staff to account. And I don't think that's good, and I think that's very bad for us. Not the least of which is that this problem this summer is going to evolve so quickly that we are going to need to amend and move and respond to what's going on in the sites. And if we're waiting 8 to 12 weeks for staff reports to come back every time we need to make a change, it's not going to work. That's setting us up for failure. It simply won't work. So we need to address the framework. We have to have a system in place. I also am concerned that the approach, to me, as I read it, contradicts council by going against the human rights-based approach and all the philosophy that we outlined in the housing framework that we had adopted. So I understand they need to come back to us for more money because things we thought would happen even just 2 months ago when we adopted the budget have not happened, and now we have this crisis, and the crisis is real in my community. It has to be responded to. We can't ignore it and just say the province should do it. Sam's going to talk about this. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do the stuff that we're talking about in this report. We can ask them for money, and we should, but we have to actually respond. So I'll close on my concerns of this by saying, to me, the no encampment approach is simply PR. It's about trying to make unhoused people invisible. It doesn't align the way I read it, and I'll ask Max if you can tell me, is this a human rights-based approach based on what I read in the attached federal housing advocacy report? Because it sure didn't look like that to me. And I don't trust it also, right? It's cruel to say to people, you got to pack up every day if they don't have good options. And we sure as heck haven't talked to Shelter Nova Scotia about you're going to get 100 people a day because they have to pack up their tents and the only place they're going to have to go is where you are. And then we're going to build a complementary site who we don't even have a service provider or a site across the harbor in Dartmouth. Folks, we couldn't even get the pallet shelters and tiny homes and stuff open by winter in this province and in this city. I don't even know why we would discuss that item. I would like that item, when we get to it, voted down, because I don't think it's going to happen, and I think it goes against the values that we've said. I'm going to stop there, because I could go on and on and on about how upset I am with this report and things I don't like about it, but I think we should write the letter to the province. I would like support for number 1. And on number 8, the good news is that Shelter Nova Scotia has found a building that has been bought for them by philanthropists, and the province has agreed to give the $750,000 to them from their contribution to operating a hub to do renovations. And they have asked us to do the same. So we need to increase the amount in number 8. I've been going back and forth with Linda at Shelter Nova Scotia, Linda Wilson, and they are anticipating $750,000 from us to match the province's funds. And the province is expecting us to match the province's funds. And what's happened is they've been trying for 18 months or 14 months to rent a space, and no commercial operator will rent to them, because they don't want the homeless people in their space. So instead, they've bought a building and they need to renovate it, and then it'll be a space forever. So I put that motion on the floor that number 8 be amended so that the operating funds go from $598,000 to $750,000, $750,000 for the Homeless Drop-In Center, which is the amount we so moved.
Second.
That's the amount that we budgeted for to give them for operating support. So I'd ask for your support on that amendment.
So it was seconded by Councillor Mancini, so I'll go to the CAO in just a sec, but on that motion, it's, on number 8, it would move from $598,000 to $750,000.
Yeah.
Is there discussion on that part of it? Councillor Austin, on that?
Just to say, we should absolutely be thanking our lucky stars that they got a building, because we've been trying for this for a long time. $750,000 versus $598 is a bargain.
So I take that's in favor.
Yes.
Councillor Russell?
Thank you. The challenge that we're going to face is this is $600,000 or $750,000 of a much larger ask. So there is going to be much more money that will be spent, that will be used if we look at the other items in the motion. I'm happy to consider the $750,000 at this point, but I don't want to vote on this until we've discussed the rest of it. So, we're going to vote on 1 and 8 at the very end of the discussion, even after we've debated the rest of it? Beautiful.
That's the motion, yeah.
Okay. It would be nice to, it would be helpful to have a running tally of how much money we are committing to it at this point. Thank you.
Right. So if 1 and 8 were the only ones to get proposed at this point in time, that would be the only difference. But you're saying, looking at all 10.
Yes.
Okay. So the motion is on the floor, though, for right now to move the 598 to the 750. Councillor Mason?
Thank you. There's a problem with my mic, so it stayed live. Just so everyone knows, next to the mic button is a mute button. Sometimes you have to use it. So just to be clear on the $750,000, that's what's required by Shelter Nova Scotia to successfully deliver the program that we already funded for $750,000 a year for 3 years last fiscal. We may not have kept that money in the budget this year, but that's what they believed that was coming to them. But also, under any model, organic growth, no encampments or managed encampments, we need this space, right? So it would be just unbelievable for us not to give them the money to fund this amazing miracle that they managed to get this space where it needs to be to put this programming into. Thank you.
Councillor Cuttle on this?
Still live.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, as presented that way, it certainly is a value, like, good value for us to support this project. I'm just wondering, is that a one-time ask, or is that going to be an ongoing ask? Is it for capital costs? Is it for operations? When you say for the program, I don't exactly know what that means.
I think it's to complete upgrades, right? So it's a one-time ask. Max?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, we budgeted to support this initiative in operational funding. What they've asked is to use the operational money for this year to do capital work in the building so they can open it next year. Next year, we will fund the same amount for operations.
That would be 598.
That would be 750.
The 750, okay.
The 750, the 598 is the fact that they were not, when we did the budget last year, they were not able to open it on April 1st, and because some of it was staff costs, it was prorated down to the 598, and that was carried forward into this year, knowing that it was not going to be open on April 1st. That's where the 598 is from. But we would, next year, budget our intention would be $750,000 to operate the drop-in center. All they're asking for is we have some of that money this year, the 598, that the councillor is suggesting we raise to 750, and instead of operating the shelter, they will get, or not operating the drop-in center, they will get it ready.
Okay. It's just a little confusion because it specifically says, it specifically says getting it ready, right? So necessary capital upgrades.
Correct.
But this would be 750 a year going forward.
There would be 750 next year, but that is for operation.
Yeah.
Which we have done a budget with Shelter Nova Scotia and the province, and a 750 joint contribution will give them sufficient operating budget to run the drop-in center.
So should we amend the motion to reflect that? It's not for this says capital upgrades.
But that is what we are asking is in principle to take the money that we budgeted to operate the drop-in center.
Well, I understand. I have no problem with the 750. I'm just saying, are they going to have capital upgrades every year? Why not just say 750,000 this year and go on? Is it going to come back to council at the budget process next year?
Yes, it will, but it won't be for capital upgrades. This will bring the building to operational readiness, and then they'll open it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one time, but it's not one time.
It's one-time capital expenditure, and then in the budget process,
It'll be 750.
it'll be 750 for operational.
Yeah. I got some speakers. I know the CIO wanted to speak in general, but let me go to the speakers on this item, vote on this, and then I'll go to the CIO and see what Max comments has on Councillor Mason's thoughts. Deputy Mayor, on this, the 750?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So following on that conversation, when you see operating funds and then you see capital upgrades, I think that's where the question comes from, but it's really just to transfer the operating funds for this year to capital costs. Right, so I get that. My worry is the last phrase in the statement, because it still says contingent on the province. Has the province committed that they will do those matching funds?
So, two things. It is transferring the money to Shelter Nova Scotia and accepting that they're going to use it for capital upgrades instead of operating. And yes, the province has already committed in writing that they will give their 750 in operating support this year to Shelter to do what we've described.
Thank you. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Max, I mean, you may have mentioned it, but when would, if it's approved, these funds, so they're ready to go, when is that date that they're ready to go? How long does it take before they're operational ready?
We haven't got a firm date, but it is months of work, so it will be in 2025. At this point, we would aim for April 1st.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason on this?
Yeah, just to be clear, the original thing council approved, which I think was in the summer of last year or maybe in the spring, would have seen us contributing $750,000 a year for 3 years for operating, and the intention was that we would find a private sector operator who would do leasehold improvements and rent us the space for a great deal of money per month. And what practically happened is they wanted both capital contribution and or a very short lease term, so you'd end up with a space that was renovated and that they had no guarantee they were going to have for more than a year. And so about a year ago, we started talking to churches and looking around for spaces, and Shelter was very lucky to find a space they were able to buy, and that's why now, instead of operating, they're asking for capital for the first year to set it up, and then the hub would be open and it would operate. So this is a key piece of whatever strategy we come up with, is to get this hub open, and it's something we'd already voted to support, all of us in this room. It was unanimous about a year and a half ago. Thank you.
Okay, so on the amendment to 750,000, ready for the question? Sorry, Councillor Hensby?
Is it public knowledge where they're buying the facility?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the question? That motion carries. Thank you. CAO, did you want to speak in general on Councillor Mason's?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Mason's concern conveyed by a constituent that it seems like the strategy is continually evolving and not aligned with the June 2022 homelessness framework. The strategy is very much continuing to evolve. If it seems like it is constantly changing, it is. We are reacting to the new legal cases and precedents that are rolling out across the country. We've had the report from the federal advocate on housing. We know that we will receive an independent report commissioned by the Board of Police Commissioners with respect to closure of encampments that may once again inform or influence our strategy. The changing conditions on the ground would be the fourth element, and the fifth element is the actions that are being taken by our important partners like the provincial government or the service providers. So we have had continually needed to readjust. I don't think our core approaches have deviated significantly in terms of taking a compassionate approach to the homeless residents that are within our municipality. We will look at our June 2022 report, I think, after we receive that independent review and have our strategic summit on homelessness, if council approves that, to see if we need to make any updates. But that is going to have to be a document that is going to be evergreen and that we can continually review and adjust as the national approach to this issue changes.
Max, just anything else on what Councillor Mason indicated before the vote?
So the question would be compliance with the human rights approach.
Ian?
I think part of it depends on where you look for the definition of the human rights approach. So if we compare to what is in, for example, the Housing Advocates Report or materials from the Shift, we are not complying with a human rights approach. I would, however, add one caveat that those documents are written only from a perspective of those sleeping rough. They do not take into account some of the other impacts or discuss them. And I think, for example, I would ask a question: do two young 8- and 9-year-old black children deserve to walk by and be called the N-word twice a day, every day? And so I think, well, I mean, I think the human rights piece applies to more than just the people who are living in the encampment. We have needs of others in the community. There are those that would tell you that the needs of those that are experiencing homelessness trump everything. And that is a perfectly valid perspective. But I think you would have people who, for example, are woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning every day, 7 days a week, and there is no option to stop it, would also say that they have rights that are, because of the whole situation, are difficult. So I think we really struggle in some cases. In answer to your question, if you compare it to the Federal Housing Advocate, we do not. But I think the municipality is really struggling in part with how do we meet the needs of everyone in the community. And I also might ask the municipal solicitor to perhaps comment on that as well, because from a legal perspective.
Welcome to the discussion, John.
Thanks, Max. Look, there is no situation in any municipality in Canada where you can, with hand on heart, suggest that you are either meeting your human rights or other obligations when you have homeless people sleeping in tents and shelters. We all know that. And so anything short of that at this point is challenging for elected officials and for staff as we work our way through that. We have been very careful in the approach that has developed over time with guidance and direction from council to be very aware of individuals' charter rights and the development of those through the encampment process and how we deal with encampments, as well as with respect to all of our treatment with those sleeping rough. And so the approach that all staff and bylaw have been taking has been with those sorts of challenges in mind. Are we going to meet the expectations of advocates, of the of the Special Rapporteur, of the UN and the others? It's a challenge, and it will continue to be that until we get to an end state, if we ever do. So can I give you a legal opinion that we're meeting our human rights obligations? Yes, we are. We are meeting what we have set out in the current case law in Canada. We are watching for changes in that. And we're doing the best we can. Is it satisfactory? I think that's probably not the case, but we're working at it, if that helps.
Okay, folks, I understand
Yeah, so the speakers list that we had when we moved to the amendment, we are having system issues today, so anybody that was on the speakers list, your name did come off of that. I don't have a record of it. My apologies. It's a system issue.
So buzz back in if you were on the list, and if anybody knows they were the first on the list, I'll take their word for it. Who was? I think Tim was on the list, yeah. Amendments passed. So I know Tim was on. I think Iona might have been on it. So let's just go to Tim and leave it the way it is. And sorry, was Councillor Stoddard? Were you on the list up top? Yeah. Okay, so if you buzz in, we'll go to Councillor Outfit, Councillor Stoddard, and then we'll pick up with Councillor Smith. Councillor Outfit.
All right, thank you, and I won't be too long. So Max, first of all, I learn something every time you present to us, so thank you. And I know you're doing very difficult and important work. My questions involve, well, there's all kinds of questions, but the two that I'm going to focus on right now is the difference between the no encampments that we aren't able to do yet because we would have to have enough spaces for everybody, and I get that, and the case law supports that. I don't understand yet how that is different, and there are pros and cons, as Councillor Mason mentioned, to the camp overnight and pack up every morning. What would we have to have in place if we wanted to implement that? And I'm saying if. So that's my first question. The second question is a little bit more understanding about the civilian-led response. First of all, doctors, social workers, that makes sense, but traditionally they have been funded by the province. We don't usually fund social workers and doctors. We do fund police and the other sorts of things we do. And we also heard that the RCMP approach that was used in Sackville, though not ideal, we've heard from many, but was successful in Sackville. So I'd like a little bit more understanding on how much is the province going to be involved in the funding of the civilian-led response? Is there any way that we save money in anywhere else, less policing, less the rapid response health team? Is there any way that we save some money if we take this approach? And just your thoughts on, will police still not have to be involved in this in some way for safety of the response team members?
Max, just before you go, the solicitor wants to jump in on part of that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So I just want to be clear, in terms of the no encampment approach, it's not black and white or extremely clear in terms of the requirement that there be a suitable option for everybody to move into when there's no encampments. Essentially, there are jurisdictions where, the courts have supported this, that we recognize that there is a need to lay your head down, and so people would not be asked to move along if they slept overnight in a park, but would be, required to move in the morning, notwithstanding that there is not a bed for them to go to. It's just, again, the following night, they would need a place to pitch a tent, right? And so what that does is, where that leads to, and you'll see in the staff report that Max has prepared, is requirement during a day for a daylight, a drop-in center, those sorts of things, the supports that would be there in any event. It also has the effect, frankly, of avoiding some of the issues that come with the permanency of leaving a tent in place and then building an encampment that leads to the potential rise of charter rights in terms of then requiring a place for them to move to after they've been there long enough to sort of establish the security of the person under the charter. So it's that
That's exactly what I was looking for, because I was a little bit confused there. And frankly, whether it's permanent or temporary, they're not getting the supports in the camps that they need.
I think Max explains it extremely well, where sort of the concept, if somebody's there for 24 hours, it's a temporary place, and there's less resistance to saying to somebody, look, you need to find a more permanent solution. What that is the longer-term challenge, as opposed to somebody who's there 48 or 72 hours who then feels, this is my spot. I'm going to put up my shelter. I'm going to make this mine. In which case, yes, the staff report's is correct. Yes. You've started to build some permanency, and you're protected under the charter to some extent.
That differentiation is exactly what I wanted to understand better, John, so thank you. And Max, can you help me with the little bit more information on the civilian-led response, though, and funding of that and composition of it?
So what's in the report is if we wanted to do 24/7 support, we would need 5 teams to cover all that space. The police would obviously be brought in a criminal, when there is a criminal act that needs to be investigated or addressed. But what it means for somebody who is having a behavioral episode or having a mental health crisis is they get a civilian-led response, which by its very nature lands differently with the people that are being responded to. There is, the moment police enter an encampment area, there is a visceral reaction that causes challenges, and the evidence is clear that without that, we can do different things and have different responses. So the idea is a mental health professional, a peer support worker, a social worker with resources, so that if somebody is having an episode, they call a central dispatch, that group is sent out, and then has more options to help somebody through that. Can offer ongoing support, and there are successful models of this in a variety of cities in Canada, and we do have staff who have experience in those kind of services, having worked in them or having set them up.
No, and I do understand that, and I do support that. I'm not suggesting we should send police. In fact, I don't think we should send police. But the kind of people we're looking at having there, doctors, mental health people, social workers, are traditionally employed by the province, though. Right?
Yes.
We don't have a team of doctors, mental health people, and social workers on staff
HRM.
And we would probably not have doctors involved in this. There'd be a medical professional.
Okay.
But probably not a physician.
Okay.
But traditionally, no, we don't hire those folks as
And I'm
HRM.
just wondering, I think this is absolutely the right approach. I'm just a little bit concerned about funding or sharing the funding of this. I have no doubt it's the right approach.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add or build on something Max said about illegality in encampments and that being a legitimate police action. Encampments raise significant issues for public safety professionals in terms of the risks potentially in going into, and it can be very challenging to deal with some of the illegality and other issues, which are, very, as you well know, very broad. And so it's not always as simple as expecting that public safety, whether it's police or fire or others, will enter into an encampment, given some of the issues that are there.
No, thank you. All right, and thank you,
Okay.
Max, and thank you, Mayor.
I just want to get a sense of council. We didn't really take a break. Do folks want to take a break at this point? I'm seeing enough heads nodding. We'll take a break, and we'll come back 3:45 with Councillor Stoddard, and then the list as it is. Okay, Councillor Stoddard. Yep, you're up. Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Smith.
I'm chewing.
Still snack time over here.
Okay, give me like 3 seconds. I wasn't expecting to go now. I was chewing. Happy to go.
Folks can catch up.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for putting me ahead of the list. So, I have a lot to say, but I want to really focus it on one thing at the moment, and hopefully try to get some of this moving. So, one of the pieces I want to focus on is the community response, the civilian response team. So, Max, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how this, and you mentioned it in the report, but how this aligns with the public safety civilian response as well. Because what I feel here is that there's an opportunity and a missed opportunity. So the missed opportunity is that we can potentially use what we've already funded. We put almost around $800,000 in our budget during budget discussion to help stand up the civilian response within public safety. So there's a potential opportunity where we could look at how this work can be supported through public safety in terms of the missed opportunity. But the opportunity here is that we know that it's needed 24/7. We need the support. But I don't know if we should be doing this today without getting that understanding from public safety on how this could align with their work and the further analysis, because I know public safety has done some extensive research on how this process could work through what they're trying to do. So I'm just wondering if you can respond on that, and before you do that, just kind of for council, like I think we should, for me personally, defer this item to allow for further analysis in collaboration with public safety and to, further get analysis on the costs as well, because again, we've already put money in the budget to do this work, and I think we might be able to save some costs, but also do get some further research-based response to that as well. So, Max, if you just want to give a quick response on that, that'd be great.
I think I'll
CAO
jump
and
in
then
first,
Max.
if
sure.
you don't mind. So public safety and the housing and homelessness group are in the same department, community safety. They're actually working together on these initiatives, and the civilian response would align with the public safety report recommendations very, very well, and they would be augmenting and supporting each other. I do not believe there's a double count in resource requirements. I believe it's an incremental resource requirement that would help us on the homelessness file, but also enable us to do some of the other public safety related functions. And Max probably has more detail than I do.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the CAO is absolutely correct that there is alignment in those works, and we have had discussions deliberately with the staff who are overseeing both of them to look at that. As I mentioned, I think in an earlier question, I think there's a number of opportunities for synergy, not just with the public safety response, but with the Department of Health's upcoming pilot on mental health service support in the field and a variety of other things. So I think there's a number of ways where we can get, as you describe it, multiple bangs for our buck going forward.
Thank you. So what is the best way, because I still think a deferral is, considering we just passed the alignment of the public safety report and strategy, and then we're having this discussion here, and I don't think anyone from public safety is still here, right? I don't see Amy anywhere. So we can't even ask them how this aligns with the current work. So I would appreciate if we could defer at least this, I know there might be more, but at least 7 for civilian-led response to allow for that analysis to maybe come back to council and understand how this does relate to the work that they're doing. And also, I think in our letter to the province, if that gets passed today, that we should ask them to also partly fund the $3.2 million ask. Or wholly, sure. But I definitely we should ask them to fund this as well. So I don't know if I can put the deferral now, or I should wait till after we have discussion.
I wonder if you might consider, we've got a number of people that want to speak. Let's see what people have to say, and then we can come back with amendments, deferrals, and things, if that's okay, Councillor?
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Max, and all the folks who are working on this every day. And you talk about the organic growth, and it's happening, and obviously it's going to take us a while to get to a point where it's not happening, and even then, at the edges it will happen. We'll just need to, keep pushing people to designated sites, and I prefer to have designated sites than organic growth. And I'm not entirely sure, unless the municipality provides some sort of extra support, that we can reasonably ask people to just camp overnight and then move every morning. I don't know how many of you do backcountry camping, but it takes special equipment, and it's usually more expensive. If you want to put all of your worldly belongings into a backpack along with the tent, particularly if it's been raining and you got to pack up a wet, small tent and move along, and who knows what other possessions you might have there. If anyone goes by the Lower Flynn Park encampment now, there's one guy who's actually got a dining tent set up in addition to his own tent. So he's making himself at home. He's doing okay. But the big thing at a lot of our encampments, and I think we need the additional encampment sites. The Bancroft Marketplace one looks kind of ideal. There's tons of buses that go by that site. It's a site that looks like it can be fairly easily cleared and made available at relatively small cost. But to Councillor Smith's and the Mayor's point, these costs are adding up and adding up and adding up, and we're doing a lot of duplication, what the province is supposed to be doing. They're just not doing enough of it. And so here we are doing what they're supposed to be doing and paying for what they're supposed to be paying for. So I have no problem. I don't know if I want to defer it, unless we're doing it for additional information and alignment, as Councillor Smith said. But I agree with pretty much everything that's here. But I have some questions around the additional hires and the resources, because the big thing that I notice at the encampment sites that I go by is the garbage and the waste collection that isn't happening regularly, or is, but then unfortunately new waste is produced, and then staff have to go back within a day or two of cleaning up. And it's not just small little garbage bag full of, I made a meal and here's my, I've seen mattresses, I've seen, large bags, I've seen entire tents and all their belongings. And I don't know if it's us or them, but someone will pack it up and then throw it by the bench there on the side of the road. And it'll sit there for a few days until staff have the availability to go do it. So if we hire these additional staff here, if we look at, looking at number 4 and 5 and 6, can we reasonably have enough support, given the numbers we're looking at, to actually keep these safe for the residents around it, safe for the residents at the encampment sites, and safe for our staff who have to do the cleaning up? Because sometimes they're cleaning up more than just garbage. It's needles and other chemicals and other things. So if you could talk a little bit about that, Max.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, thanks for the question. I think one of the pieces around the move every night is that there would be a suitable indoor option for that person to go to, so that it's not that they have to continue to be outside. They have an option they could go to. But you're right, things pack up. In municipalities we've seen that have implemented an approach like this, there are couches between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. that have suddenly been provided and need to be cleaned up, which is why in the report we talk about the need for like $900,000 to manage that morning piece. In terms of cleanup, we do a lot of regular cleanup in the encampments. We have a staff person who's responsible to oversee it and a contractor who does it. Some days we need to go every day. 24 people living in a small area such as University Avenue, produces an enormous amount of garbage. And we should be clear that not all of it is the encampment resident. We have people who, for example, show up and drop off the mattress or bags of stuff. Not to pick on anybody, but Councillor Russell and I worked with the Sackville encampment, and literally we had days where there were 5-ton trucks dropping off stuff that nobody asked for. So, and then we have to clean it up. So the additional staff that we are talking about, we should be clear that in item number 6, we are not talking about encampments. That is additional resources for us to assist the province in some of their pieces. In, for example, we manage snow clearing, delivery of garbage service, and so on. That is a different piece, just so that we know. With more and more projects coming online from the province, we need to do more and more of that work, and it's just contract maintenance and things like that. But in terms of the other pieces, if we added, for example, some of the resources around managed encampments, that would include staff who would go there every day and would go, hey, here's a garbage bag, let's clean it up together, and have some time to build some of that as well. Because it's simply time, it's simply a management of that. It could be an additional cleanup crew that could help manage that. So that's purely, it's a bit of a labor issue, but it also could be an issue where, with some additional supports under the managed supported encampment concept, we would work with the residents of the encampment for them to maintain some of their own space. And we've had success with that approach before. So we would look to that. In terms of safety, we have a mainline needle exchange, does the cleanup of the needles. So we have safe work practices that outline, for example, if you go in and see needles, you step back, we call the mainline needle, they come and do the needle piece. Staff are required to wear steel-toed boots and so on, so they're safe for those. You've probably heard about sort of why would somebody cut a tent open when we're cleaning it up? Well, the reason is so we can see inside so that it is safe for the people who are doing the cleanup. The other comment you mentioned is sometimes tents get bundled up and left by a bench and so on. We are very careful to make sure that what looks like garbage is garbage before we clean it up. So for example, if you see a tent that looks like it's garbage, we still send a navigator in who's done work with that person to say, yep, they've moved on, they've gone to the shelter, they've something else, and then we dispose of it. And quite frankly, in some cases, we have people who are very ill, who are experiencing homelessness. And as an example, we have somebody who has continence issues and regularly soils their tent, and we have to remove it and clean it up every few days because it's full of feces. And that can be why you see that there. But again, we still are very careful not to take it until we've checked with the person, because sometimes that's a technique that somebody in an encampment has used to get rid of somebody they don't like. They take their stuff, they toss it in a pile and hope that it'll get thrown out, and then they'll be out. So we have a whole series of protocols to try and control that.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Max. I think you have the most difficult job in HRM. I really do, and appreciate everything that you do. There's not a lot in your report that really anybody, I think, could disagree with in terms of some of the approaches, and I know that the jurisdictional scan that was done and looking at other big cities and how they're approaching homelessness and some of their responses, you've combed everything, looking at what are the right answers. And, it's disappointing sometimes when you listen to things on the radio when they say that, this council doesn't know what to do or how to address homelessness. And it is something that does change every day, depending on the people that are there and what their needs are. So I do know that it changes. I don't think that we're ever really going to stop the organic growth. I think that is something that is going to be with us no matter what you do. I'm a little bit concerned about the community-led response team, only in about the challenge to hire the right people in these 5 teams of 4, to find those 20 people that have to be very special, specially trained, right? All of those kinds of things. And we're looking at service providers that are struggling to maintain their staff teams. So how long would it take to get these 20 people in, all those kinds of stuff? So, you know, I do think that maybe a pilot in the beginning to see what exactly is the talent mix that is needed in those teams and for the best results. So I do think maybe a little bit about that. I've appreciated the work that you and Councillor Russell did in Sackville and the RCMP, but is that sustainable? Like, can the RCMP actually have an officer dedicated to different jurisdictions and stuff? So I just don't know if that's sustainable in the budget. And then I appreciate the community education and the videos that are done around how are we addressing homelessness and the better kinds of communications that we can give to people so that they know not to drop stuff off, right, if it's not been asked for, those kinds of things. This question might be a little bit off-center, but who presents in the legislature this kind of presentation to all of the MLAs? I believe this work needs to be done, but I also believe that $4 million needs to come from the province and not the municipality, or it should at least be in a shared space, but I believe that is a responsibility of the province. And we listen to this, the community gets to watch YouTube, they get to be here, but does this get to every MLA in the same form and place from provincial staff? Do they present at the legislature? Do we? If we don't, is that something that can be asked in our letter to the Premier, that they actually get this presentation and they know exactly what it is that you do every day to try to make this better? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Max.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor. I think one thing to acknowledge is this is a problem that is across Canada, across North America, and in a number of other jurisdictions. There is no easy solution. There is, how do we adapt to it as best we can in the situation that we're facing now? So, for example, you described that there's going to be some level of organic growth going forward. That certainly could be possible, and there are options to mitigate some of the impacts with some additional support staff. And again, there are options in the report that talk about things to do there. In terms of the civilian-led response team, you're absolutely correct. The talent mix is essential. Some of the folks that we would look in that team are not part of existing staff teams in service providers. So they would not draw from sort of a tight labor pool in the service provider piece. Some of them would be. So it would be essential to do the work in advance before recruiting people to make sure that we're doing that. You'll notice in the report, Britt Wilson, who is the Executive Director of HR, noted that he would have to bring on some additional resources to facilitate this. That would be part of that process, is to make sure that. And we would look to the successful models that are already out there doing this and learn from their experiences as well. You mentioned the RCMP piece. The RCMP has already committed that if we need more help in their jurisdictional area, they are prepared to provide it. It quite frankly is a discussion of priorities and where do we focus existing resources. The only thing I'll say about the education videos is the mayor's video is much better than those. Because he's a better looking guy, I suspect. But in terms of the province, I can't really speak to what happens in the legislature. I do know that Suzanne Lee, who is the Executive Director of ESIA, does do education presentations to members of the legislature, but I can't give you any more details than that. But I do know there are presentations, there are information updates and so on. And I mean, ultimately, if you want to add asks to the list of things to the letter, then that's a decision for you and your colleagues.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Max.
Councillor Stoddard, and this is her first time. Can we bump her to 5 minutes?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Max. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. This is a tough job. I mean, you have a whole bunch of balls up in the air, and you have to keep them going. You can't drop anything. Again, I'd like to thank you and your staff for this report. I just have one question, quick one. I can see now that Parade Square is being resodded and cleaned up, and the fence is still up. What ideas do you and your team have for preventing reoccupation once that fence comes down? Do you have, I know you usually have a plan for everything. I'm just wondering what happens when it's all cleaned up and another tent appears, or if a tent appears? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. What we will do is a compliance officer will be assigned once the fence is removed to check the site daily. And if there is a tent on the site, they will be issued a 24-hour notice to vacate the site. Those the legal staff have prepared us a template. We literally just fill in the address and we fill in the date and time of that. When they've issued that, they also reach out to the navigator team to tell them that they've issued that, so that they can stop by and say, hey, you can't stay. Is there anything we can do to help? So sometimes it is helping somebody move. We go back to Councillor Cleary's comment about large belongings appearing quickly. So we would offer to move it for them. And so we've used YouthWorks Live team and others to help move somebody. We also would offer them storage. So we have a storage set up, ready to go, and we can access that at any time. And so we would put it in storage, label it. We keep it for 30 days at a minimum, and then would keep talking with the person after that. Compliance would come back and make sure the person is moved on. And so far, that has worked in sort of every situation when we've had a tent in, for example, cemetery, school, playground, all of those things. The solicitor mentioned there is a difference between somebody who set it up the night before and then somebody comes along and says, hey, you can't be here, but you can go to these places in 24 hours versus what happens if somebody's been able to stay for 72. So it's important, a quick response, and then to do that. We have, in 2 incidences in that process, asked the community response officer from HRP to stop by and speak to the person as well.
Okay.
And at this point, everybody's been extremely cooperative in those things as long as we respond quickly.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the work on this. It continues to be the most vexing problem that we have because there is no right. We're choosing terrible options is what we're choosing from. We don't have, there's not a clear option of, well, this is the thing that we need to do to fix this. I will say that I don't envision, we'll see where debate goes, I can't support no encampment policy at this stage because that's not where we are. We are so far from that. We are closer to an encampment everywhere policy than we are to a no encampment policy. It's just not feasible. And to expect people to, potentially next year to be tearing down their tent in a pouring rainstorm to trek across town, that's just cruel. We can't do that. So we have to figure out another way. That doesn't dismiss the other side of the coin, which I'm well acclimatized to. I think every single park in my district at some point last year had someone living in it, many of them multiple people living in it. And Green Road, up to 36 tents. And, I had a meeting last week with the Tenants Association there in Demetrius Lane, the adjacent public housing project. You're talking people who have had this large encampment that is 5-6 times over its allotted size as their neighbor now for quite a while. There's been a large-scale fire. We've had a death. The one mother on the tenant association was talking about being outside with her kid and seeing someone stabbed in the neck, blood gushing out of the wound in their neck at the encampment site, and the trauma of that. And do you know how many complaints I've had from those folks compared to, folks who are much, much better off? Almost nothing. And so there's a great deal of discrimination in a process that we have of, well, we're not going to designate enough spaces, and we're going to just respond and close locations when enough people complain, because you know what? There's a discrepancy and bias in terms of who complains to us. But that doesn't mean that there's not problems in the communities and that it's not felt acutely. The encampment at Green Road, 36, we're not even into the height of summer. When does that hit the breaking point? Is it when there's 70 people there? 80? I don't know. I mean, at a certain point, we'll run out of space there. So if we're not designating new places, I appreciate in this report, because it makes it clear, if we're not choosing new places, because, and I understand, colleagues, like when we've looked at this debate in the past, and it's come before us, we've looked at things like, well, should we put some encampments on the commons? And we didn't want to do that. And, it's not, there have been a few things that we've kind of just said, well, no, we don't want to do that. We don't like that option. And I get it, because all the options suck. But we have to choose one. The not choosing an option ends up being Green Road becomes a completely unmanageable place, along with other locations, designated or not. So we have to do something here. It's impacting the people who have to live in encampments. It's impacting the people who live adjacent to encampments. It's just awful for all concerned, and we can't ignore it. Like, there are times we have to deal with the world as it is, not as we would like it to be. And I think this is one of those times. The province is not going to fix all of our issues here. We're going to have to do it. And why do we have to do it? Because there are public spaces, there are parks, and bluntly, it's the moral thing to do. We can't have these sites become as problematic as they are for all those around them and for all those who live in them. And we have had lots of good policy come out of council. I think we've done a good job on that, actually. But it has not been backed by the resources to make it real. It hasn't. And without those resources, we can say no encampment policy, but you know what? We won't be able to enforce that any more than we've been able to enforce the other things. We've done a lot of good. I do think we've done a lot of good, but it's not enough. And what we have here are some actual options to say, you know what would make a difference in terms of staff resources? Here. It's going to cost us you several million, but here's what would make a difference. So I really think we need to do this because the alternative is just going to be continuing to pile on misery here. Max, I would like to know, in terms of the civilian response thing, this isn't coming out of thin air. I'm presuming there have been conversations with the province on some level. I'm also presuming they have not gone all that well, because otherwise why would it be here as a recommendation? Has the province ruled out committing funding to this? Maybe that's a CEO question, I'm not sure.
We have been somewhat successful in leveraging different pieces of funding for the provincial government. We do not have agreement on what is the strategy, over the the remainder of this fiscal year. We had a meeting that had been scheduled for last week that didn't occur, which has been replaced with the recommendation to organize this homelessness summit. Our hope is we can get agreement on a strategic plan for the rest of the year for the near-term objectives that'll allow us to survive the next fiscal year, frankly, for the municipality, the province, and also our service providers.
So they haven't ruled out paying or contributing towards a response, to manage encampment sites?
We haven't asked them for a specific dollar amount yet.
Okay. We're in committee of the whole, so I encourage people
if you have questions, try to get them in before there's 4 seconds. Councillor Austin is the person who does that the least, so I'm not holding him responsible, but you can speak as many times as you want. I want to get as many people through at least once before we take a break as possible. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Max. It is, feels like mission impossible sometimes, what you've been asked to do. I'm wondering, again, on the civilian-led response, I support this, and I think this is the way of making the organic growth that we're bound to see somewhat more manageable. But in practical terms, what will, you know, it's $3 million, $3 to $4 million that's being asked here. In practical terms, what will the civilian-led response teams be able to do for those in the encampments if they're having mental health crises and we have a shortage of mental health resources that's already acknowledged? You know, what can a person do for someone who's in a mental health crisis when they may or may not be able to get any treatment in the emergency or in hospital or wherever they need to be? Just as others are asking, what potential do you think there is to recover the funds for this civilian group? And is there any way that the people on the by name list can be added to the list for public housing? Are they already added to the list, or can we make that a request? The wait list for public housing, I think now is over 6,000 or 7,000. And if these names were added, that would also kind of up the ante on the need for public housing, which we obviously have. But I think we need realistic sense of the numbers. So if that is a possibility, could you comment on that, please?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, a number of people have mentioned Mission Impossible. I should be clear that the way our team gets through the day is that we help people. And we help a lot of people. And people get housed. Not enough to deal with the inflow, but be aware that there is lots and lots of success that our folks see. And it's important to know that it's not a never-ending wave of horror. There are successes, and there are people whose lives are transformed by the work. In terms of sort of a practical sense, the entire approach of a civilian-led team is different than a police-led team who focuses on de-escalation of the situation, whereas this helps, how can we help the person? So, for example, in an acute situation, this provides somebody to talk to, somebody who may be able to provide options, who may be able to spend some more time with someone. I'm a person who's faced an acute mental health crisis, and I can't underestimate the value of somebody who is there in the moment, who is focused on you, not perhaps on the circumstance, and they can bring a variety of resources. Those resources can continue, so there can be a visit tomorrow or a visit the next afternoon and so on. So there's ongoing things like that that can be, again, life-changing that happens there. I think the ability to refer people, to get them into the system, to make sure that they're followed and connected are really valuable. And I think in the moment to be able to respond to somebody who said, okay, let's get you through the next 8 hours and here's what we're going to do tomorrow. And by the way, we will walk with you that tomorrow and we'll walk with you the next day. Is dramatically different than let's calm the situation down for the moment. Not that there's anything wrong with, you need both. But I think that's some of the difference. I do believe there are options to recover some of the funds. I think we need to work through that, but I do believe there are options. But we're not at the point where I can give you a percentage, but I do believe there are options. In terms of the by name list, if somebody is suitable for public housing, and they wish to be on that list, we can put them on that list. So Navigators, the Hub, other groups like that can do that. Remember, when you go on the by name list, there is an assessment done, which is called the SPDAT, and it rates your acuity. So part of being on the by name list is that we have some idea of what your needs are. So for example, some people are not ready to sit on the public housing list because they wouldn't be successful. I think the other thing, you're correct, it is over 6,000, and that is underreported, as there are people who have given up. And there are also people who would like to be on the list, who simply don't join because they don't believe they'll ever get there because the wait list is so long. And if you compare sort of the volume of public housing that we have to countries that have a very different homeless experience, you would find that percentages are dramatically different. We have a very, very low number of public and deeply affordable housing options. And at the core of our challenge, that's the issue.
Thank you very much. And I guess it sounds like this civilian-led group would provide continuity and caring for people who are at a very precarious point in their life. And that's what it sounds like is the prescription and the thing that would help them the most.
It also would, for example, get in the middle of a dispute and negotiate a settlement and perhaps talk about restorative justice. A whole host of things. There's a whole bunch of tools that they bring that currently aren't in the hands of the people who need them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great discussion here. You know, it is very heavy lifting, difficult work that we're all doing right now. And I want to thank you, Max, and Kathy as well, Kathy Collette, for her work, and everyone else who's just, you know, struggling to do everything that we can, considering the crisis that people are faced with right now. You know, I do think as well that it's important for us to recognize as a municipality, we're not the only municipality struggling with this. You know, NSFM, everyone, all 49 municipalities are struggling in this province, as well as the province is struggling. You know, and they're trying to hire up and get experts in place and find, you know, social services personnel to do this work, healthcare workers and so on and so forth. But it truly is the role of the municipality to provide a safe and viable community for everyone to be able to succeed and to feel safe and to go about our business. So, you know, I struggle with this notion that, you know, there's some kind of weightedness to who has more human rights than another person. At the end of the day, we have to find the balance, and we have to put the resources in the right place to create that balance. I do think that, you know, I've said this before, and I agree with Councillor Austin, you know, there is no encampment or, you know, sort of framework for designating encampments because, in my opinion, people will go where they need to go. And we have seen that time and time again. And I think trying to layer on a policy where we can't have adequate enforcement of this, you know, perceived notion that, oh no, this is an encampment, but this is not. At the end of the day, people are going to go where they need to go, whether we like it or not. So what we need to do is have an adequate and appropriate response. And I think that we saw this civilian-led response right here in the Grand Parade all winter long with Steve Wilsack and Matt Grant, who were there to reduce conflict among individuals, to respond to Max, to communicate with you. And I think having civilian-led response means not only do we not criminalize people by bringing in police when we don't need police, but we understand first and foremost through relationship building what it is that people need, and we can direct them to the appropriate resources and the appropriate personnel and staff that can help them. And I think that today we have declared, you know, the fact that we are in an epidemic when it comes to family violence, gender-based violence, intimate partner violence. We know we have a significant problem with helping people access, specifically women, and youth as well. And I think that this report hasn't really fully touched on and demonstrated the wider problem that we're seeing with young people, including the family violence that we have. And I was at an event recently that Elizabeth Fry held, and that was a fundraiser. And the question was asked, and we debated this amongst ourselves at our various different groups at the event. What does justice mean to you? Well, it means very different things to different people. So when we think about, a civilian-led response, and we look at restorative justice approaches, and we look at different ways that we can support various individuals depending on their unique lived experiences and so on, that's where we need to get to. And you know what? That does cost. So I'm looking at an alternative recommendation that staff came forward. It's alternative number 5. And I'm going to put that on the floor, Mr. Mayor. I move that HRM,
just a second.
sorry, alternative number 5 in the report.
It would have to be defeated. I'd like to
Okay.
go through everybody at
I
least
won't put
once
that- okay.
and then come back.
That's fine. I've got a couple minutes or maybe 30 seconds left. But I do think, Max, that I want to hear from you because I've heard the CAO say that we don't really know how much money we're asking from the province. We know that we're doing this memorandum of understanding on various different levels when it comes to homelessness, different initiatives. So endorse a long-term creation of temporary and permanent supportive housing approach. If this approach is chosen, a supplemental report on the amount of funds required for this approach will be generated. And what's interesting for me is that we don't know what the funds would be. We don't know what this would look like. And so I feel like the municipality is over here doing this, the province is over there doing that, but yet at the end of the day, that's what we need is permanent supportive housing solutions. We don't know what that costs. And so I just wanted to hear from you as far as, when you put this alternative in, what did you envision as far as actually creating that supplemental report? Is that sitting down with a working group with the provincial government and saying, okay, here's all the different things you're doing, here's what we think we need, here's what we're hearing from community and nonprofit, and the folks who are actually engaged, every single day doing this work to support individuals. What was your plan in thinking about how we would actually come to that supplemental report and generate an idea of what kind of funds we would have for temporary and permanent supportive housing?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I guess one of the key elements of this is the Housing Summit, is that to put all levels of government and the service providers who deliver the work in a variety of functions in one room to come forward with one piece. This piece also includes what is our role in the actual creation of housing options.
Beautiful. So I'll just stop there, Mr. Mayor, and let you know that I am working with Milan Vincent and from Pivot Housing Solutions to create that housing summit later this month, because we just can't wait any longer. And so, in United Way and all organizations are saying the same thing. We all need to get in the same room. I've been saying it to you for months. So, okay. Thank you, Max.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. One of the benefits of dealing with this situation as long as we have been is that we have made a number of mistakes and we have learned and we have continuously done better. And we have had testing grounds that we haven't seen as testing grounds. We've seen them where real people are experiencing real problems. But I do appreciate how far we have come from the initial ask that the mayor made of $500,000 to support housing. And I think where we are is it's in a lousy place, but it's in a much better place because we have a much better understanding. One of the, I'm looking at the situation that we had in Sackville, and this was the ball field that had somewhere around 40 people in it. We did learn so much about the community-led response teams with a volunteer group that stepped up and had genuinely good intentions. And they didn't have the experience that we would hope that they would have, or the training. And so what Max was describing with people coming and dropping off stuff, they were dropping off donations. This community group would ask for donations and then find out what the problem was when a ton of stuff was dropped off. Not just the donations, but food. And so folks would have the situation where they would simply receive a lot of food and not be able to do anything with it. We've migrated away from that to the tiny homes, which is fantastic. I have a couple of things that I'm wondering about, and I might have missed it in the presentation, and I apologize if I did, but showing up late for your presentation. The first one relates to item 1B in the motion, and this is the one that says prioritize opportunities that would support persons with the highest acuity. And I think in itself that's great. Why would we also not include people who are those with the lowest acuity? Those people who are just about ready. If we have a situation that opens up, why would we not prioritize the opportunities to get them into that place and keep them from degrading into someone who has more trauma and a higher degree of acuity with every day that they spend outside, where everything is wet and everything is cold? I couldn't imagine. So thing one is why, and I'm prepared to make a motion to amend 1B to include those with the lowest acuity. I'm also curious, when I was originally looking at this, looking at organic growth instead of the no encampments approach, but there was some discussion that caused me to go back and consider the no encampments approach, and that related to what happens in the hospitals and in justice, where someone is released from the hospital to go back to their home that is a tent in this encampment, or they are released from justice to go back to their home that is a tent in this encampment. There was one person in the encampment in Sackville who we were told had stage 4 cancer and was released back to their tent. And the challenge with having a permanency of location of their tent meant that the judge and the doctor could release them to that space. So would a no encampments approach lead to a different response from the justice system or the medical system where they would not be able to go there?
Let's get an answer to those. That'll take us to the 5.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Prioritize the highest acuity because they are the ones that persistently are stuck in encampments and so on. Folks with lowest acuity, if your acuity is quite low, you simply need a rent supplement to go into a place. So it's the highest acuity because they are the folks that continually are there, that do not have an option. Those are the folks that truly couldn't accept a shelter bed because they simply can't function in the space. So that is why that was there. The release of people from the hospital and the justice system, there are cases that are worse than the one you describe. Those are the folks that have been in those institutions and they don't have a tent to go back to. They are simply released and given a tent by the institution. So our staff have regularly been asked by the hospital, could we drop a tent by so they can give it to somebody as they release, because they have nowhere, they don't even have a tent to go back to. And to be important, if you're staying in a tent, you don't get VON support or any of those other pieces either. So it is critical. You may remember an article last year about a woman who was waiting for hip replacements and she couldn't stand anymore. The only reason she couldn't get the hip replacements was she was living in a tent and VON couldn't provide home care, so therefore she continued to deteriorate. So sort of big concerns there. Would the no encampment policy perhaps change that? It could, if we ensure that there are multiple options for people that they've got a bed or a unit to go to, and they could be discharged to that instead of to a tent. That would, yes, potentially change the option. Again, it comes back to, are there suitable options for the people? But the no encampment model does, part of it is that there is a bed or a unit for every person so that they have a place to go before we ask them to move on.
Yeah. part of
Thank
what it
you,
was.
Councillor. Thank you, Max. Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to talk about the civilian-led response team, and I have a question about reserves. So I think Jerry's here, or so maybe the CEO can talk about it. So I want to understand the suggestion is that money is coming from a particular reserve. I think it's 21 million and change in there. Can someone help me understand what is, I realize we've got pending expenditures and project contributions, but what is that reserve used for? What are some of the projects that are coming out of there? If you could explain that. What's the purpose of that reserve?
Thank you, Councilor Mancini, through the chair to you. So the options reserve is a reserve we keep on hand. It is for one-time funding. It's usually for grants. It used to be what we call the General Contingency Fund, and a few years back when we brought forward the funding plan for Halifax and our strategic capital funding, we changed the General Contingency Fund. We split it into risk, and then we put it into options. So this would be for things that come forward like one-time funding asks. When it's out of budget, it's a non-budgeted item that provides council with a funding source they can use for the current year.
Thank you. So can you give me some more examples? You mentioned Halifax. Do you remember the top of your head some of the other things we've used that for in the past?
No. What I said was the options reserve used to be what we called the General Contingency Reserve.
Sorry.
And when we remodeled reserves 3 years ago, when we funded our strategic capital in Halifax, we changed the General Contingency Reserve to options, and we split risk and options separately. So it's only been around like 3 years, but it's for things that are in year but not budgeted, or a one-time funding request. Somebody comes forward and asks for a particular grant or things like that.
So what's being asked here in the creation of this fund is appropriate for this ask to come out of this fund?
It meets the business case of the reserve, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on what that reserve is be, and thank you for that clarification. So, Max, you mentioned, and I think we're bang on, how do we meet the needs of everyone? How do we meet the needs of everyone, those that are living rough and the communities that many of these encampments are by? And you also mentioned that the civilian-led response team, it will be most impactful. Councillor Austin and I had a chat last night. He said, well, if it's not this, what? If we don't do this, then what? But this is clearly the work of the province. And is that posturing? I have a real problem, not with what this will do, because I hear from you, and I trust you and your team telling us this will be one of the best things we can do to help. But it's, to pay for this doesn't make any sense, because we pay for this. What's the next thing that we pay for that belongs to the province? And what's the next thing we pay for that belongs to the province? I think the deputy mayor talked about, have we made an official ask about many of the things we're talking about today, but specifically this one. I think, okay, let's be a partner, as we should be, have the province fit the bill for $4 million, and we'll manage it. I think that's the right thing to do. Us to pay the bill. I can't support it. And so I know, and I'm here in the back of my mind, Sam says, well, then what, Tony? Because District 5 has taken the brunt in Dartmouth of yet another announcement today. And where is that? That's in District 5. District 6 has done a little bit. We've got the overlook, and we've helped out with the gray, and we have tents here and there. But District 5 has taken it on the chin, right? And here we have that announcement today. And yes, look, we don't like it in Dartmouth. But, it's there, and we're thankful it's there because people need the help. So I don't know, at some point in time, I know, Mayor, you want to go through the list, and then we can add our amendments and stuff later on. But, as is, I can't support it. But if we make that ask of the province, and they should be stepping up, I think we should. So my time is up, so I don't want to comment on that. My time is up, and I'll come back, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Max, for all of this. And this certainly isn't that short-term solution that you told me it was going to be a few years ago at our first coffee. So I was in Europe and went to some major cities and asked in each city, where's your encampments? Where's your tents? None. In Germany, the city I was at, I was with a nonprofit guy. We were at the largest safe supply site in the city, and people were everywhere, but I didn't see a tent. And I said, "Where's your encampment?" He's like, "Our what? Your tent cities. Where's your tent city?" He goes, "We don't have a tent city." He said, "In Germany, there's a place for everyone." And I just feel that needs to be shouted from the rooftops to our provincial government. In Nova Scotia, there's a place for everyone. In HRM, there's a place for everyone. As long as our government is turning a blind eye to our highest acuity folks, then our public safety is being threatened, and our residents are living in turmoil because of all of the issues that have been raised today and all of the correspondence that we receive from people who are suffering on both sides of this issue, no doubt. When we're looking at our job as City Council, I mean, public safety is one of the biggest priorities that we have put out there with our budget, with our decisions that we're making, the department that we're creating, and it's important and it's necessary. And it's almost like these are two opposite things, public safety and encampment allowances. Like they don't seem to go together well at all. There's going to always be some sort of conflict between these two things. So like what Councillor Austin just said, it's time to start living a reality and not what we want things to be. Okay, so if this is a reality and it's not going away anytime soon, then I think our job is to try to mitigate the impact to our community and businesses as much as possible. And so I guess some of the questions that I have, and I'm going to have to come back because I'm going to run out of time, but Max, do you have numbers on how many people are out there that are the high acuity folks, the folks that, you know, we got, what, 250 or more shelter spaces coming online, but I think in the report it said that that's not going to cover the high acuity folks. Like they need specialized housing options, supportive housing options, and that seems to be something that's not being addressed by the provincial government. So how many folks are we talking about? Is that 20, 100? Like how many, and what would be the housing need for those folks that we know going forward? For the community policing aspect, does HRP have the capacity and or the will to do what the RCMP did in Sackville? Has that been asked of them? Do they have people who might be more geared towards that type of work that might be willing to do that? If so, do we have a time frame of like how long they'd be willing to do that? Is it possible to look at decommissioning all of our municipal parks and having encampments on other municipal lands, not our parks, to get them away from our residential areas as much as possible? And like, so for example, the Marketplace Lane and Bancroft Drive location, and you mentioned another location in Burnside, which I can't seem to locate on my papers here, but that wasn't an ideal situation, but could we look at perhaps putting shuttle service in place there and having these encampments out of our municipal parks? Like our residents have spoken loud and clear that it's not sustainable. And to do this in the kindest way. I also wanted to touch on the report, which I felt it was concerning because I felt like it was gaping holes, lacking so much information. It dealt with one piece of the pie, which is a very important piece, but I felt like it just ignored all the other pieces of the pie that this needs to be looked at from a holistic point of view. Have we asked Dalhousie School of Social Work? Are they a
Councillor,
partner?
let's get a couple of
Okay, sorry.
questions answered.
Just have so many questions.
You want to
Okay.
go first?
I'll
CAO
come back.
first?
I'm going to start a couple, then toss it over to Max. With respect to HRP involvement, HRP and our CMP are both part of the staff task force working on homelessness activities. And the Board of Police Commissioners did designate that 2 of the new positions assigned to or approved for HRP this year would actually be seconded to community safety. Working with some of the community safety initiatives like policing transformation, but that also means that there'll be resources that are aligned in helping support our public safety work and our homelessness strategy work. So that's one thing. And I don't have any sense that HRP is approaching the homelessness issues any differently than the RCMP are. With respect to the concerns about funding provincial responsibilities, you know, it's come up from several councillors, comments about that. We will certainly ask, and we can certainly try to negotiate as much as we can. Also, when it comes time next year to deal with our budget and business plan, you know how we have a line on our tax bill called mandatory provincial contributions? We can segregate the items we're going to start spending, if we do, on increased social services or mental health. Those could be voluntary provincial contributions that are segregated on our tax bill, so that it's clear that we're tracking and reporting what we're spending outside the normal municipal mandate. Finally, the question of other municipal lands, aside from parks, we have been scouring municipal lands, which is why we have wound up with some locations, for example, the encampment in the right-of-way on University Avenue. Unfortunately, the municipality's major landholdings really are parks and public right-of-ways. The majority, we don't have a lot of remaining landholdings that we think are suitable for encampments.
Okay. I want to get 2 more speakers in, David, myself. Do you have anything quickly you can say in response to, we're going to come back to this after supper. People are going to have a chance to go at it again.
I mean, just in short, we do have lists of people and their acuity levels. It's important that an acuity level is not a perfect number. It's an indication. But for example, you and I can score the same number, but be quite different in our needs. That is the reason for the need for individual case management plans, so that each person, a separate file, a separate housing plan to go forward. And that's why that is in the report. And the other comment, certainly around the funding and the piece, is one of the reasons some of those recommendations are there is we've heard loud and clear the call to mitigate some of the negative impacts of encampments in the community, and those are responses that would do that.
Thank you. Councillor Hinsby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. For public service announcement for the legislature, they do have a standing committee structure. The one for community services, they usually meet the first Tuesday of the month from 10 o'clock till 12. The last time they had any discussions related to this topic would have been back on October the 4th, 2022, about supportive housing, March the 1st, 2022, on wraparound services supports for homeless and Nova Scotians, and January 7th, 2020, about affordable housing. That's the only time they talked about this topic at that standing committee. That's only 9 members of the legislature that sit on that committee, 5 of them from the government side and the other 4 from the opposition. But in regards to speaking to the government, I think that we might have an opportunity to make a special letter sent to the 10 MLAs that are in the government caucus. There's 10 of the 24 MLAs from Halifax that are in the government caucus, and 6 of them are cabinet ministers. So I think we have an opportunity, if we want to write directly to them, to provide an update of what we've been doing with housing situations and the need for the province to step forward here in regards to some more supportive assistance, especially when it comes to the wraparound services, the mental health, the support, the social services, the social workers. They're the ones that should be supplying that service. And additional with this $4 million request for additional construction stuff, yes, I totally agree that that should go to the province as well. You know, I read that the province has renewed its lease on the bridge, formerly known as the Holiday Inn or the Doubletree Hilton in Dartmouth, for another year at a cost of $19 million. That includes the lease for the building as well as all the wraparound services, provisions, the staffing they're providing in that facility. So, you know, apparently that's providing some capacity. I don't know if it's full or not. You know, it says it could serve up to 185 folks, I believe, but I don't know what the occupancy capacity has been there. And with the other facilities, you know, we're talking about, you know, the province, you know, they are finally bringing some pallet shelters in. We talked about the 41 that are going on Atlantic Street and Woodside. It's interesting to see when they get up and running. But there's still been some talk about, you know, we still have homelessness situations in rural parts of Halifax region, and I don't see anything being addressed there yet. We have a request in Musqueam Harbour for potential shelter assistance for the old St. Philip Mary's Church of Musqueam Harbour, providing emergency shelter opportunities there. They're doing renovations to make it more accommodating, as well as the possibility they could put a couple pallet homes out there as well. But I just want to know is, you know, it is very acute in the urban areas of Halifax, but there's still problems in the rural Halifax, people living in cars and stuff like that, and I want to make sure that they're not forgotten. You know, we want to make sure that they're also on the agenda somewhere to be supported somehow. So I'd like to know if we have any answers for those folks that are out there.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, absolutely understand the need for rural. We have recommended that the province look at pallets at the site that you described. We haven't got any update back from the province on any other pallet sites other than Atlantic Street that they announced this morning. So I don't have an update there. And vehicular occupancy for sheltering is actually highest in the rural areas, and we continue to need to look for that. And as the report says, we'll continue to come back to council with updates.
And in regards to other parks, you know, I think that we may have to look at Long Lake Park, the provincial park, and, you know, out there in Spryfield areas, there's another encampment site, you know, close to some transit services. I'm worried that we may have to cordon off a portion of the Point Pleasant Park. You know, I'm just kind of curious, you know, have we even thought of those as options?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Yes, we have explored items in Point Pleasant, in the Dingle, Sir Fleming Park. So yes, we've looked at those options and discussed where we could do things. We do have some proposals sort of to those spaces already worked out. So yes, we are looking at those options.
Thank you.
Good discussion, colleagues. I'm going to weigh in. I'm just going to do it from here with the indulgence of council. Councillor Russell mentioned how far we've come since the 500,000 that was asked for in 2020. It goes further back than that. Councillor Mason and I had a conversation years ago about trying to get $25,000 for St. Matt's for, at that time, out of the cold. And, you know, we were worried that we couldn't get that through council. We wanted $50,000 for a Housing First project on Gottingen Street. That was a tiny fraction of the overall cost with the provincial and federal governments and with the community. And not everybody supported that, because that was $50,000. That was a provincial responsibility. So in 2021, I brought forward the motion of the 500,000, and it was a pretty big deal at that point in time, and that was in the fall of 2021. And within a couple of months, we were being asked for $5 million for the modular units, which council supported as well. We didn't have anybody working on homelessness back then, so we outside of the navigators for the bids, so we hired Max and others. So we've come a long way, and we put a lot into this over the years. We haven't asked the province to pay for this program that's put in front of us today. We need to, first of all. Couldn't possibly support this without asking the province to pay for it and making the case. These civilian-led teams could be great. I thought that one of the reasons they couldn't fill the hotels for a while was they didn't have enough people. They couldn't get the people who could do this sort of support. So, first of all, you know, can we And should we be getting into mental health supports, and should we be getting into these other social worker supports that the provincial government needs to do? I think we need to make the case, at least make the case to the province to say this is what we need to do. Back when we did our poverty report, Councillor Clary was one of the folks on that report. I went to every provincial caucus and I made a presentation and answered questions. Maybe time to do that again. This is I think we're headed in the right direction on this. It's a lot of work, and to Councillor Daigle-Gammon's question and Councillor Hinsby's input, we talk about this a lot, and we've done a lot. And it shows the difference in the different orders of government that I think we need to force this conversation. There was going to be there was going to be a high-level meeting on homelessness? And at the last minute, we didn't have it between the province and ourselves, and that's too bad. I know there's caring people in the provincial government. I know our staffs work amazingly well together on these issues, but we have to go to the province and say this is the situation that we have. We can't just do it. I don't even know if we could do it on our own, frankly. Certainly, going from no people in homelessness to a handful of people, including, I've got 3 people in my office that aren't sort of normal employees of the city. I've got a chief of staff, I've got a community person, and I've got a policy person. And that policy person is working like crazy on homelessness. So all throughout the municipality, there are people who are working on this, and I admire the fact that they have that commitment and that we have that commitment. But we just can't charge in on doing things that may be entirely correct until we've at least asked the province to assume the responsibility that I think that they bear. I was going to propose an amendment. I won't do it now because I've suggested we hold off, but I would like to amend recommendation number 1 to add that the province identify provincially owned land assets that could be used for encampments and/or temporary housing to accommodate the needs of all people sleeping rough and enable park space for broad community use. So I would suggest that we add that. I don't think we've talked to the province about what assets they might have, but if we're going to send a letter, I think we should put that in there and ask them to, maybe I'll try and amend that now, because so the amendment would be, if Ian can capture it, that the province identify, so this would be J, I guess, that the province identify provincially owned land assets that could be used for encampments and/or temporary housing to accommodate the needs of all people sleeping rough and enable park space for broad community use. I'm not going to be specific on it because there may be others that they would have, but Councillor Lovelace, I think, had her hand up if she wants to move that, and seconded by Councillor Mancini. Is that good? Okay. Is there discussion on that? Councillor, on this motion? Okay, all right. Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. Part of what we're talking about here is land that we own. And the nice thing about the land that we own is that we have the authority to manage it. One of the questions that I was going to ask is what happens if we are looking at encampments or tents or whatever that are on private land or provincial land or federal land, and the basic answer is we don't have any authority to manage the tents on those places. We have explored that in the past with one individual who was tenting on private property in Lower Sackville, and the neighbors were complaining, and we couldn't do anything because the private property owner said it's okay. We also have the Sackville Lakes Provincial Park in Sackville, where a number of people are tenting at this point, and we don't have the authority to do anything. So the recommendation is, if you see someone in the Sackville Lakes Provincial Park, call the Department of Natural Resources, and they will initially send some compliance people, or they will send other people to do it. Simply asking the province to identify the land that we would be able to use for this is opening a much larger challenge, a much larger situation where we would need a memorandum of understanding or some other vehicle to say, we now have the authority to do something on provincial land, which at this point we simply don't have. Given that, there's absolutely no way that I would be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take our break, folks, and we're going to come back to this, and then we'll go back to the main motion after the supper break. All right, so we'll be back at 6 o'clock. Thanks.
So welcome back, everyone. And thank you. We're going to just pause continuation of the item on homelessness strategy to clear up and move some of the agenda items so that our lovely staff might not have to stay into the night with us. So we're going to look at 15.3.1. We will defer. 15.3.2 was on consent, as was 15.4.1. And then we're at 15.4.2, and those Councillor Lovelace is going to bring forward in one block, please. Mr. Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Daigle-Gammon, could we just get a quick motion to defer 15.3.1 to the next item of council?
So moved.
Oh, okay.
Defer.
I thought we didn't need a motion, sorry.
We don't need a motion to defer the emergency management? Yeah, we
Okay.
do, yeah. So I'm happy to defer that.
Thank you. Looks like consensus on this vote. Thank you very much. That motion is carried to defer. Mr. Clerk, is it all right for us to now move to the less than market value? Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace.
No, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So we have 4, and I'm just going to move them as one block. So that's 15.4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. So just to clarify, does this then become, would you like me to read them all? Is that what you're asking? Yes, okay. So less than market value lease for Sackville Rivers Association. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve a less than market value lease with the Sackville Rivers Association for the premises located at 45 Connolly Road, Mill Sackville, and the lease is to contain terms and conditions that are similar to those set out in Table 1 and in the discussion section of the staff report dated April 30th, 2024, and direct the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the less than market value lease. In addition, that Halifax Regional Council approve a less than market value lease with Sackville Seniors Advisory Council for the premises located at 45 Connolly Road, Middle Sackville, and the lease is to contain terms and conditions that are similar to those set out in Table 1 and in the discussion section of the staff report dated April 30th, 2024, and direct the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the less than market value lease. Thirdly, that Halifax Regional Council approve a less than market value lease with the Early Childhood Interventionist Association of Nova Scotia for the premises located at 45 Connolly Road, Middle Sackville, and the lease is to contain terms and conditions that are similar to those set out in Table 1. And in the discussion section of the staff report dated April 30th, 2024, and direct the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the less than market value lease. And lastly, that Halifax Regional Council approve the less than market value lease with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Halifax for the premises located at 45 Connolly Road, Middle Sackville, and the lease is to contain terms and conditions that are similar to those set out in Table 1 and in the discussion section of the staff report dated March 18th, 2024, and direct the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the less than market value lease. Madam Deputy Mayor, I am done.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Russell.
Excellent. So I am moving all of this on behalf of my dear colleague from District 14, Councillor Lisa Blackburn, and I ask for your support of this. Thank you.
I don't see any speakers on the board, so call for the question. We go to vote.
And I have a hot mic. I don't need a hot mic. We're in trouble. Okay.
So, members of Regional Council, the system appears to not be working. Deputy Mayor Daigle-Gammon, my recommendation on this is to move to a vote of hands. We are still seeing issues with our microphone, and I also want to note that we are seeing issues with our cameras as well. They're not responding. So we are going to do everything we can to try to get through this meeting. But we're seeing significant system issues right now, just as an awareness. I think it may be best in this instance to do a vote by hands for these 4.
Thank you very much. So by show of hands, all those in favor of the motions as read wonderfully? Those opposed, nay? Then that motion is carried.
And for anybody looking online, we cannot show you the vote total, so that was a unanimous decision. We are absent District 14, 16, 3, and the mayor.
Thank you. So the next item on our agenda?
And 8, sorry.
Eight's right there.
Next item on our agenda is 15.4.6, Community Grants Program, which passed on consent. 15.5.1, we did this morning, so now we can move into some of the in-camera items and test council. 17.1, Councillor Hensby. Seconded by Councillor Smith. And we are... All those in favor, raise your hand. Looks unanimous. Motion is carried. Thank you. We will defer 17.2. 17.3, we'll test council. Seconder for? The deferral. The deferral? Okay. Can you give me just one moment, please? I thought we didn't need motions for the deferrals if they weren't on the floor.
We do.
Changed your minds? Okay.
We confirmed it.
All right.
I move to defer 17.2. Second. Thank you.
My mistake.
Councillor Lovelace, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Unanimous vote, that motion is carried. Thank you. 17.4, we will do when we move into camera?
You skipped 17.3.
Oh, that's the one I just did.
No, 17.2 we just deferred.
Okay. 17.3 we're on, sorry. So at 17.3? Councillor Mason? Now I can't see.
Cameras are not working. Microphones are having problems. Just speak up.
Should I just yell? Can people at home hear me? The clerk seems dissatisfied with that solution.
Need to take a break?
No.
Councillor
Mancini's. Mancini's is on, so.
Yeah, we're going to need a break. Okay, but let's get this one done. That Halifax Regional Council will adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 13th, 2024, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated May 13th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential. You want to second that, Tony? You're right there.
Wow.
Second that.
There you go.
We'll take Councillor Mancini as the second. No names are on the board.
There's no board.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. Unanimous vote, the motion is carried.
I would like to request we have a break.
And Mr. Clerk would like us to take a break, so we will take a 5, 10,
Okay, however long it takes to
Go to, can you text us or we're going to the pub?
Options for the suppliers list.
great. Okay, so at this point, we will come back at 20 after 6. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So the last item that we did was 17.3. The motion was made by Councillor Mason and seconded by Councillor Mancini, and we voted on it, correct? Okay. And now we're at 17.4, and there is a requirement to go in camera for that. Councillor Hensby, is there, or would you like to test council? Go for it, Councillor Hensby.
The Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations outlined in the private and confidential report dated June 4th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated June 4th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential. $17.4.
Could we, who was the seconder, please? I just want, thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Are we going to be able to vote? We're going to try voting. Yay. Motion has carried. Thank you all very much. We can test council again on 17.5, contract negotiations. Was there someone that wanted to put that forward? Councillor Mason?
We're pausing. This one's okay? All right. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 17th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated May 17th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
To second.
Question.
Question's been called. We go for the vote, Mr. Clerk. Okay. 17.6 we are doing in camera.
Ask council if they want
Okay.
to. I suspect they will. But maybe we'll check.
Motion is carried. Thank you all. What is the wish? So, sorry, 17.6. Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated May 22nd, 2024, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated May 22nd, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Second. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Call for the question.
Question.
Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And for item 17.7, we would ask for a motion to defer. Councillor Mason, seconded. Councillor Mancini. Motion is carried. Thank you. And we would also ask for a motion to defer 17.8, please. Councillor Cuddle, seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Smith?
Support this. I do have a question, so could we do this, go on camera for this one, please?
I want to defer to the next meeting.
But what I want, I can't say what, can we just go on the camera for this one, please? Yeah, all right.
Yes, we can definitely.
All right.
Camera. So we will not defer, and we will bring that item in camera.
I'll be back.
And
17.9.
and now we're at 17.9. He's staying. 17.9?
So I'll try to move. But there's no motion attached to this. And I have a motion here, but not one I can read in public.
Okay.
Okay.
Really? The date is today.
Well, what is today? Okay, so I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated June the 4th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated June the 4th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mancini. Call for the question? Motion is carried. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I would need a list of the added items, please, sir. Just give me one moment there, please, Councillor.
So 18.1 is the appointment of the acting deputy mayor motion, and that is just a motion that we circulated and it's on the website. It is, 18.1 was circulated early this afternoon. It is a motion to name an acting deputy mayor for the next week from June 5th until June 9th, 2024. This is to allow for people to go to FCM. There is no report associated with this. That's why I didn't see it circulated. It's just the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, then.
Council appoint Councillor Pam Lovelace as acting deputy mayor for June 5 to June 9th, 2024.
Seconded by Councillor Mason. No speakers. Call for the question. All those in favor? Oh, no, we're going to vote. I just need them written so I can. And now we're on item 18.2, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities appointments. Councillor Hensby.
The Halifax Regional Council pass a resolution to, 1, endorse Councillor Patty Cuttle as member of council to stand for election on Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors to the end of the council term, and that council assumes all costs associated with attending FCM Board of Directors meetings. And 2, endorse Councillor Lindell Smith, a member of council, to continue to serving on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Standing Committee on Anti-Racism and Equity and Standing Committee on Municipal Finance, Infrastructure, and Transportation as a non-board member to the end of council term, and that council assumes all costs associated with the attending FCM Board of Directors meetings.
I heard somebody say second. Councillor Mason, thank you. Call for the question. We'll go to vote. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. And now I believe we go to notices of motion? Yes. Yes, notices of motion. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to introduce first reading of bylaw M301, the purpose of which to amend bylaw M300 respecting micromobility to implement a 2-year shared micromobility pilot program.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move that Halifax Regional Council direct the CAO to prepare a staff report with recommendations for a proactive vegetation management program for walkways, pathways, and trails that support active transit connections within communities.
Thank you. And with the indulgence of council, I have a notice of motion as well. So take notice at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to introduce Administrative Order 2024-003-ADM respecting municipal infrastructure decision-making, the purpose of which is to establish a corporate asset management policy. So that is all of our notices of motion. I believe now we will go in camera for our in-camera items. Pardon? Oh, you want to finish that?
Up to you, up to council.
So the wish of council, we can quickly go through the in-camera, or we can return to our homelessness strategy. Is the consensus to return to the homelessness strategy? Is that in camera? Yeah? So we'll entertain a motion to go in camera. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Seconded by Councillor Austin. All those in favor? Great. So we'll just take a minute and we'll be ready to go in camera.
Are we okay to go back? Ian, are we back in public? Okay, so that's my amendment you're done with, the amendment I proposed? Okay, so the amendment I proposed, Councillor Russell had spoken to it and against it, and we have 3 people on the board. Councillor Lovelace, so should we go, or should we? We're good? Okay, they're telling us over here we're good. I'm getting the thumbs up from Tom Cruise over here. Maverick, good to see you. Looking good. Councillor Smith. This is the motion, the amendment that I had brought forward about adding to number 1 that we request that the province give us some, suggest some land.
Thank you for the reminder, this old brain of mine. The question I had for Max, I vaguely thought that we've had this discussion with the province in the past, so I'm just wondering if you have any small indication that if we're asking them to look at their own land, what the response possibly could be. Again, support at putting in a letter, but I think you've probably had these discussions in the past, so I'm wondering what that has been for you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, we have discussed multiple times with the province about access to provincial land for encampments, and we have never had a positive response.
Okay, I guess we'll, maybe if the mayor says please nicely, then they might change their mind, so.
I had a meeting directly with the Premier. This was one of the requests that we had, and I don't know that we got a direct response. Do you know anything? But there's a lot of these things we've had conversations about, folks. We just haven't had really good answers, so I don't think it's a problem to ask it again, in my view. But and hope that we will, as I say, there's a lot of cooperation, but there's more that's needed. Councillor Smith? Councillor Cuttle?
Yeah, so feels like we've done a lot since this was, since we were just here. My comments were just around when we're looking at the province, provincial land, similar to what Councillor Russell was saying, that we really need to have the services tied to it and the best practice. I mean, we've been doing a lot of work on the ground here, like, a lot of boots on the ground, really understanding what works and what doesn't work. And so if we are to pursue this, I think we need a level of collaboration and best practice. I don't want to create 2 different systems, because I think that won't serve the communities well, and I think it will be confusing for everybody. So I think that part of the success of this is to ensure that there's alignment in our approaches.
Remind me, Max, did we not at one point get a notice from the province that they were going to give us some parcels of land, and then it didn't, some weren't appropriate, some were hilly, something like that, in Dartmouth?
Yeah, there were multiple pieces of land in Halifax and Dartmouth that were suggested. We reviewed some of them, identified, you're correct, some that were suitable and some that weren't, and then we weren't able to negotiate that successfully.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle, anything else?
No, that's it. Just
Councillor Lovelace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to stress that, this really is a shared authority. This is a shared responsibility between the municipality and the province. And I think, all we're doing is asking them formally from this council to that province to say, let's identify these provincial lands specifically for encampments or temporary housing. Whatever that temporary housing looks like, we're not sure yet, but identifying provincially owned lands, I think this is a good way forward for this council to formally request it of the province. Thank you.
I think if you look at everything from 1 to Aye, most of those things we've had discussions about already. This is just formalizing the
Yes.
request from my point of view.
Yes.
So, all right, there's nobody else on the list. This is on the amendment. Who seconded? Was it Councillor Lovelace? Seconded, I think. Ready for the question? Can we do a show? Can we do a show of hands? All those in favor? Those opposed? So Councillor Russell was opposed. Councillor Mason? No. Well, you're just rubbing your head. Councillor Russell was opposed, so it was the rest were in favor? Okay. Maybe we should have another one on number one that we get some IT, new IT resources from the... Can we keep going without them? Yeah. All right, I'm going to try to keep going, folks. Oh, just my mic works? I like that. Okay. Oh.
Test, yes.
Oh, I think we're cooking now.
Now, you can mute yourself if you want, and then you let it go.
Well, but- Just again.
Look at you go.
Yeah. Okay, what was the list? Who was on the list? You had taken a picture, I know, Ian, and the event, and the unlikely event that the machines would crash again?
So I have Councillor Mason, Smith, Russell, Morrison, and Purdy on my list.
All right, Councillor Mason first.
And Lovelace on this one, sorry, yes.
So
No.
we're on the, folks, we're on the main motion now as amended. Councillor Mason.
I was about to yell, and now I have a microphone. Still says voting in progress. I guess if we can be heard, we should go ahead, but may I just ask, Mr. Mayor, it seems like we're moving toward a deferral for more information and coordination. We don't really have wording on that, but is that something we want to entertain at this time? If this is the last thing on our agenda today, we have a lot of people on the speakers list. The technical is not working for us. So what I would propose, rather than me reading my statements that I laboriously scribbled away on, is that we vote for one, we've separated it, so it would be 1 and 8 and everything else. And so I guess what we would need would be a motion to defer everything that isn't 1 and 8 to a committee of the whole. But we should probably say what's going to be different, like what information we want, or does staff feel like they've heard enough about our concerns that we can have additional information?
If there's a direction to staff, then you should state it as the grounds for the deferral, right? As I said, we're deferring it for the purposes of getting additional information. There we go. So if it's simply a deferral for time, then we would defer it to the next meeting. But if there's something you require from staff in the interim, further information or meetings to be held, then you should indicate that in the motion for the deferral.
No? It's really just...
I think to...
Is the system working again? Who knows? Shall we just carry on then? All right.
Carry on.
Okay. Can I have my time back? Is there time? Reclaiming my time. I got 5 minutes, amazing. I won't take 5 minutes. So I want to very briefly cover two things. Policy, going back to the policy discussion, and then the impact on my district and the regional center in Dartmouth. On policy, I respect what the CAO said, that it's a constantly evolving situation and that the framework that we adopted is now out of date, but my preferred model is that we bring forward amendments to that framework. We have a clear set of policies that we then have provided good guidance to staff, and then we know what's going to be operational and what's going to be policy and what council's going to do and what staff's going to do, and we need to have a hard discussion about that. So I would like us to develop a set of criteria for the opening and closing of parks and encampments and update the policy there for review of council. We have to own that policy, but we need to keep it up to date. I don't like, it feels too ad hoc the way it is right now. And I respect what the CAO said too about how this is going to be, it's a living document, but the document has to actually be updated. It has to be treated like a bylaw or admin order. The way we're doing it right now is no good. So that is my request. I think that we need to get there. As I've said before, I would ask that we vote in favor of 1 and 8 today. If I had my druthers, we'd vote down 3 today. Talking about the impact on my district, and Councillor Austin's district, and all the regional center, we are bearing the brunt, as Sam said. And there are no good options, is what I want to reiterate. There are no good options. Organic growth, managed encampments, no good options. What we have is, in every way, is the best, worst option. What is the best program we want to follow? How are we going to get funding for it? Are we willing to fund it if the province doesn't? Where are we going to have encampment or tent sites? Where are we going to allow this to happen? None of them are going to be good. Nobody wants to see tents in Point Pleasant Park or, back on Beaufort or back in Victoria Park or back in Gary. Nobody wants to see that, but we need to have an objective criteria, and we have to evaluate all the sites. And if we're going to go with managed growth instead of organic growth, we need to just keep adding sites until we have enough places for people to tent. Otherwise, we will have situations like we have at Green Road in Dartmouth and University Avenue right now. And then we're back to playing whack-a-mole, where we're spending $250,000 to refinish a thing we just kicked everybody out of. And the same thing's going to happen 100 meters away again, like happened at Victoria Park. Hindsight's 2020. Knowing what I know now, I wouldn't have closed Victoria Park. Waste of time. We've got the same thing happening at University Avenue. So let's learn from that. Let's come up with a way to quantify the best, worst options, and then do what needs to be done. The needful thing that our public doesn't want us to do, because they want it to go away. But we have to do these things. We have to respond. Councillor Smith has talked about how I feel there's a potential for some savings here. We have the pilot for non-police response in community safety. $800,000 was put there in budget. We may have FTEs that we can pull over or empty positions that we can pull over. Perhaps we can bring this $4 million cost or this $5 million cost down. I'd like to see some work done on that. But the bottom line for me is if we do no encampments, or we do organic, or we do managed, or we do temporary and permanent supportive housing, every one of those options needs the non-police response. Right? Because who's going to go and tell them you can't camp there? Who's going to tell them you have to go to the housing? Who's going to, everything needs that. It's either that, or we, give Matthews over there and his boss another couple $20 million to go hire a bunch more cops, and we turn this back into a criminal matter, which we've decided not to do. So we need that non-police civilian response no matter what. We need to fund the hub. That's integral to all 4 of these options. Because even if we decide to build housing tomorrow, it's actually 3 years from now. So we still need the hub. So I would ask council to support those 2 things, to vote down 3 when we get to it. I'd like 3 separated out, and the rest of it we can defer or whatever, I guess. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask councilors to pay attention. I have the list of who was on the list to speak originally. So it was Mason, who's gone, Mancini and Purdy, those are good. So I want David, Pam, Lindell, and the deputy mayor to take the names off the board, and then I'll tell you what order to put them back on. Councillor Lovelace and Councillor Hensby. Just take your name off the board for now. Tony and, so Mason, Mancini, Purdy, Smith, could you buzz in? Hensby and Lovelace and deputy mayor. So Hensby, Lovelace, and deputy mayor. Okay. All right. And we're 3 minutes now, not 5. I'll just remind you, the board might give you 5, but we're on 3 minutes. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to the civilian-led response team, and as I stated earlier, I understand the importance of this. It's critically important, and Max did talk about doing a pilot maybe as the interim, but my challenge with it is the funding. And I truly believe it's a partnership. I think Councillor Lovelace alluded to that. Both orders of government are involved in this, and there should be a partnership. So I think our partnership is we'll do it, we'll manage it, we'll hire it, but the funding needs to come from the province. And my concern is if we fund it, there'll be another $4 million ask of stuff that we don't normally do, and another $4 million ask, and it'll go on and grow and grow. So I do have an amendment to this, and I shared that with everybody, and I think the clerk has it, if you wouldn't mind bringing it up. I'd like to see that we go forward, but the province picks it up. So do I just read the amendment? Is that the appropriate? Okay. Here's the motion. Direct the CEO to implement a civilian-led response team to address non-criminal activities and complaints in situation where persons experiencing homelessness. Here's the amendment. Subject to the province's commitment to fully fund the costs consistent with the financial implications section of this report.
Second by the deputy mayor.
So I don't think there's any further comments from me. We need to do this. We need to go forward. I hope our partners are truly going to be partners and we'll fund this, and I hope that you support it. If they don't support it, well, then that's another conversation for another day. Thank you.
John first.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I think, Mr. Clerk, that's an amendment to item number 7.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question on this amendment would be for staff. If we get back to the province where this says contingent on funding this, if we get back from the province that they are not willing to fund this, does it come back here or does it die?
I think we would, through the mayor to council, we would come back here to inform council that we have received a negative response. And then council would have the option of deciding if they wanted to proceed in another manner.
So procedurally, at that time, would that be considered going, like, would it require 2/3 or it would be a straight 50-50? Because I don't want to, I'm okay going and asking the province about this, but I don't want to box myself into an option until we get the information. It would be better to defer it for that rather than amend, I think, but. It would be a new motion? Okay, then. So I'm fine with this then, although I'd be remiss if I didn't say in my district, it's very, this is not a luxury. And our costs, there are real municipal costs already. When the person got stabbed at Green Road, who responded to that? Our police. There's a cost there. When there was a big fire at Green Road, who responded to that? Our fire department. So, whether or not the province agrees to fund this, we are spending money on this. And we are right now spending money on all the worst outcomes rather than spending money strategically to try and avoid some of this stuff from happening in the first place, on actually managing our encampments. And yes, I believe the province should contribute to this, but these are ultimately our parks. It's our policy around this. And I don't think we can just entirely say, well, it's a provincial job. I mean, we have social workers now who work on our libraries. And there was a time where any discussion around housing was, well, that's not our job. This is public safety, and public safety is our job. It's not only our job, it's a shared job. And so I think we would be making a mistake if we close our minds entirely to, we should not contribute $1 to this. Maybe it's a partnership. Maybe the province comes back and says, you know what, these are at heart our services and we should pay for it. We'll wait and see what that is. But we should not bind ourselves into one particular point of view on this right now, because ultimately, if you ask the folks out on the street in my district what they want someone to fix this. They want someone to fix this so that it's not a misery for everyone who's living in the encampment, and it's not a misery for everyone who has to live by it, and it's not a misery for everyone trying to do business in the area who are experiencing people saying, well, I don't want to go there anymore because it's not safe, which has actually happened in District 6 too. So I know you, Councillor, you know that cost. So I will support this amendment, but only because it's going to come back and it's not binding us.
Councillor Mason.
Yeah, I'm in the same mind as you've heard from Councillor Austin. We get accused frequently, us folks who have these encampments that we're pointing fingers at the province who won't take responsibility all the time, from angry people who are living with the real impact on their lives by having this in our encampments, in our parks. And to me, this is something that they're right to point, that we're pointing fingers and not taking responsibility, because our choice right now is I'll support asking for money, but my question is, how long? How long are we going to wait? right? They could just decide not to answer for 6 months, and then it's winter again, right? And in the meantime, we have organic growth out of control. Our staff have told us they have insufficient resources in terms of staff and money to manage this in any meaningful way, and it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. I've said to you on the record here and privately, University Avenue right now is the worst I've seen of encampments since we started having them 5 years ago, and it's only going to get worse, and it's only going to get more dangerous for the people who live there and who are around there. So sure, let's ask the province for money. They should pay for it. They should be managing encampments because their failure to provide housing for 30 years is a big part of this. Can't blame Tim Houston for 30 years, right? It took everybody for us to get here. Everybody, including the city, contributed to this crisis. But it's here right now, and our residents live with it every day, and they're asking for help, and we're going to once again say, we'll get right back to you. And how long do we think it would take, I guess, is my question for the CEO to find out. Or alternately, if we don't hear in a month, can we time bind this or something and say, let's give them 6 weeks? I guess if we time bind it, they just won't answer, and then we'll have to go ahead. I don't really know how this is going to be useful to us, is what I guess I'm realizing.
CEO?
I don't feel really comfortable allowing the situation to linger, because every week we linger, we lose time, and the situation gets worse. I would suggest we ask if they could respond within 2 or 3 weeks and try to get back to council and inform council before you go on break this summer.
All right, well, that would be our next meeting. I'll support it for that. But once again, our people are hurting, and the people in these encampments aren't safe if we don't do something.
I wasn't aware we'd go on break. I'm looking forward to that. Councillor Smith.
3 weeks is a break.
Yeah, that'd be great. Well, could I make the friendly amendment that we, subject to the province commitment, fully, no, that wouldn't make sense. Could we, I want to make the amendment for our next council meeting to get a response by our next council meeting. What's the easiest way to?
That's too soon.
That's too, do you think that's too soon?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because that's the 18th.
It's going to take
Okay.
about 4 weeks to write this letter. It's a long letter.
Right, okay. All right, so I'll just leave that there because I think it's a good point to at least within a few, so my comments were related to the aspects of having further analysis done in collaboration with public safety. So I don't know if that's something that we need to do in this part as the amendment, or it's better to, when we defer, we come back and ask for that request, is what I'm just wondering. What's the best place to do that?
So I wonder if you would allow agenda review to manage that process, and we'll bring it back. Nobody wants this to hang around forever. We got to get the letter out. I think we need to have a meeting with the province on it, and try to get, and that'll probably be a minister with, meeting with the minister as well as with the Premier's office, as well as the staff. But we would certainly want to get this back as soon as we can.
Right.
So,
But for me, my question is around the analysis in that the Public Safety Office has done around the civilian response. If we defer it, just wondering if I should do that now while we're here, or should I wait until after this amendment is put forward and then defer that pending that information that would come
I think
from?
after the amendment.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Fair
All
enough.
right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tony, for this amendment. I do support it, and I do understand the concern about, people saying you're pointing fingers. Is it the province or is it HRM? But at least this clearly gives us an answer that the province says yes or they say no. And then we know exactly where we stand, and we can then move forward. I do think the civilian-led response team is something that is going to have a positive impact. I just do seriously question who's supposed to pay for it, because when it looks like what it is this year, but then what is it going to be next year? And then what is it the year after that? And so we have to be careful that we don't start paying for something, and then later the province comes back and says, well, you already funded this, so you can do it again. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tony, I also support this amendment, and it's not that I want to linger or delay, but I do think we need to, move forward and say, hey, there has to be some accountability here. Yes, of course, it's about public safety, and public safety is our responsibility, and we need a plan, and this approach is a good approach, and we've come up with this good approach, and I think, we're willing to move forward with it. But I don't think it's about pointing fingers. It's about actually stepping up and saying there needs to be some accountability. The civilian approach here is really still just a Band-Aid. The root issue is around housing, and it's around the neglect of another order of government who has let that ball drop, and they haven't been delivering their own responsibilities in that regard, which have left us in this situation where all of a sudden the responsibility is on our shoulders, the problem's on our shoulders. So yeah, we do have a role to play in trying to fix that, but it can't be alone. Like, we really do need to say to the province, we need you here at the table, we need you to be part of this. We didn't create this problem, but we're trying our darn best to deal with it and to do what's right. But it can't be us alone. So I do support moving forward with this ask.
Thank you. I'm going to say a word, then I'll go back to you, Tony. So I'll support this. And, if people sometimes say to me, well, you guys talk about whose responsibility it is. There's one taxpayer, it's the same pants, different pockets. But their pockets have $16 billion in them, and ours have $1 billion, and they have the responsibility for this. So, and I do appreciate the work that has happened that the provincial government has done. But they have to have a look at this, and they have to, while they're working on housing, they haven't been as focused on encampments as we have for obvious reasons, and this has to be something that's important to them. The second thing I would say is we almost should talk to the federal government about this as well. They have a new budget for homelessness as well. We need to find out. Max, do you have any sense of what the feds are going to be doing with was it $750 million or something that they put into the budget this year for homelessness initiatives, not just Reaching Home and RHI, but specifically around encampments?
We don't really have a sense of that, no, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We should check that out and see if we can get a program.
And we are doing that. We are already in.
And my real question is, who's going to write this letter?
My feeling is that will be a collaborative process among a number of staff. I would suggest probably myself and Sally Christie will be part of that team. Plus, we have as a CEO, we have a staff task force that meets on this, so we would include them.
As possible, if we're expecting an answer as quick as possible. And I would ask, at the risk of losing a valuable employee, that Holly in my office be involved in that, since it goes out under my name, and she's very involved and has good thoughts on this as well. So let's do that, and let's have a conversation. We're going to see a lot of federal politicians, including the Minister of Housing, in the next few days. A number of us in Ottawa or Vancouver. We're at Calgary, and I'll be doing an interview with Minister Fraser on Saturday, and I'll certainly have a conversation with him and his officials, because I know that he sees a bigger role for the federal government in the encampment issue. So there may be something we can do there. They got the money. Feds have the money, the province have the jurisdiction, we have the problem. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. I understand the pain that our residents are going through. I understand the pain in our districts. I mean, I saw what went on in Sackville. I visited Sackville. Oh my goodness. And Sam shared with me one of his residents' properties where there's 2 or 3 tents, like literally closer than our own neighbors are, and I understand that. I understand the downtown business community, particularly in Dartmouth, the pain that they're facing, the challenges that they're there. This is about public safety. It is about shared responsibility, and we all have a role in this. And there was a time, as the mayor said, and Sam said, that we wouldn't go near this. Colleagues around the chamber said, no, not us. Wouldn't even be discussion about it. We're in a different place. We're in a different time. We have to play a role. And I really believe we should be going to the province and saying, look, we've got a piece of the puzzle here. This is just a piece of the puzzle, but we need your help. You know, we need, if you provide us the funding, we'll make this piece happen, and that can make a difference. Again, there's many other pieces, and that's what my ask is. If we get a no, that's a different conversation, and I can't believe that our relationship is not that good enough. We can't get a relatively quick response. I believe it is good enough. So I hope that you support this. I truly hope our colleagues down the street realize that we want to do this together, but we need their help with it. And for me, it just doesn't make sense that we pay for this. If they help us, we'll do it. We'll do the work. So hopefully you support it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question on Councillor Mancini's amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? That passed with unanimous enthusiasm, or I wouldn't say enthusiasm, but support. Councillor Purdy, I guess. Councillor Purdy.
Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, just on that financing piece, I remember that we were all surprised to hear about our Central Library Fund that has been accumulating lots of money. I'm just wondering, what are the implications of using that, some of that, if needed, to help fund this? And wanted to ask about our percentage of public housing here in HRM. Do we know that number? Like what is the percentage of public housing, and what should it be? Do we know what the ideal, is there an ideal number for that? I wanted to talk about the park reopenings as well, because there was some concern about that. What is the risk of reopening those parks when they are ready and remediated? And to keep them closed until later in the fall, would that need a motion of council to do that, or would you guys decide on that depending on the risk level of reopening? How does that work? How does that decision get made? And just on the mobile units that were vandalized and closed for several months, I don't know any information about that. Are they reopened now? Are they housing folks that need housing, or are they still being, I guess, remedied from the vandalism, destruction that was done to them? And I think that's it for this set of questions.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I don't think there is a definitive answer to how much public housing you should have. Okay. Certainly, if you look at countries that have significant, the countries you described, for example, from your trip, that don't have them, they have 17 to upwards of nearly 30% of their housing is public housing. In Nova Scotia, ours is about 7. I have looked for some updates on HRM specifically. I don't have them yet. When I get those numbers, I'll let you know. In terms of the mobile, the modulars, they were damaged through use, not through vandalism. So they get used rough. So people, for example, will kick a door or do some other damage to the unit. There were quite a few of them that were damaged and waiting for repair. The province is paying for all those repairs. We're doing them and facilitating them. We prioritized all of the different units based on how fast we could get them back into circulation. So we did that. There are still some waiting repair, but many of them are back in circulation. So we are working through that. In terms of the discussion about park reopening, we are concerned about 2 of the spaces that we know that that people have already told us, I'm planning to move back there as soon as the fence comes down. We also are aware that there are some groups that have talked about moving back into the spaces. So there are concerns about that. The individual person who moves into one, we have a fairly standard response we've talked about before. The bigger question that you're getting to is what do we do if there is a mass reoccupation effort?
Yeah.
And that response will depend on what it looks like. But it would take time to respond to a large effort.
And also, does it take a motion of council to keep the parks closed after they've been remediated, or no? That's something that staff would decide based on the risk that you feel is or isn't there?
At this point, I believe we are paying for that through existing budget resources, so there's no motion, but I will let my much more learned colleague add to that.
Yeah, I think that we have that covered in our current budget, so.
Mr. Purdy, was your question about the fences coming down and when they would come down? Is that what you're asking?
No, the opposite, actually. So if there was a need or a perceived need to keep the fences up because of the risk that may or may not
That's what I meant,
be
yeah.
there, do we need a motion of council to keep them fenced until
So
later this fall?
I think Maggie can speak to that. I saw her coming up with significant enthusiasm to the table to join Max. You got the question, Maggie? It's around the fences around areas that were encampments and what happens when they're remediated.
Just sit here.
I have a sense the clerk is a little frustrated with our technology. That's just a sense. Maggie?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor. We're taking a measured approach, I would say, in terms of the reopening of parks to ensure that they'll be available to the public as they're reopened. I think we need to judge that on an ongoing basis based on things like budget and at which point we may need council direction. But we're sort of proceeding cautiously, I would say, with a view to trying to reopen in order to give the public access to those parks.
Okay, perfect. Thank
Okay.
you. And just the library fund, like, are those funds available if needed to draw from?
Thank you, through you to Councillor Purdy. There's about $11 million in the Central Library Reserve, but it wouldn't qualify based on the business case in its current state. That's currently an obligation reserve. We did, for this budget year, stop the annual contribution that went into that reserve in order to mitigate the tax increase last year, but in its current state and under the current business case, it couldn't be used for funding. That's to Councillor Mancini's question earlier, why we recommended the options reserve.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on the main motion, so everybody's already spoken at least once, so everybody's on 3 minutes. Councillor Smith?
Thank you for the reminder. I would like to defer item 7. This is the community-led response team item, and I mentioned this earlier, so defer pending further information and analysis from public safety on how their community-led response team can support the civilian-led response team.
Second deferral.
So that's already been amended by Councillor Mancini, so you want to defer the whole thing at this point in time?
So just that one, and the letter could include them, like, that was another piece later on, the letter could include them fully funding that. But I think
Number 7 is the one we've deferred, or there's the one that Councillor Mancini amended so that it would go to the province to be funded, correct?
Yeah, but we didn't ask, but it's deferred pending provincial ask, but I think we also should get information from public safety, who we already have given them money to do this work. So yes, that's what I was
Well, I'm
asking.
wondering-
That's what I was asking, like, how do we do that
I'm just
earlier?
wondering, like, if this comes back to us,
With a negative.
if it goes back to us because it isn't funded, at that point in time, staff is understanding that we would want to have what Councillor Smith is looking for.
But shouldn't we do that while we're, like...
No, the CAO already committed to return, I think the CO indicated clearly that if the province responds in the negative, they're not prepared to do this, then staff would have to return to have a discussion with respect to what are the next steps.
Sure, but then that's still drawing it out. Well, now we can at least, because it was mentioned that public safety and Max's team haven't had a formal discussion on how their programs can work.
Well, sorry, Renee.
That's not correct. They have had
Yeah.
discussions. They're in the same business unit. They're part of the same management team. They've developed this task together. When we do bring back a report, if the province says no, we can reflect more detail on how those teams will be working together on these issues.
All right, I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Councillor Lovelace.
Okay, thank you. I have a very simple question, Mr. Mayor. I need to hear from you, Max, as far as what happens if we don't do this, right? I think what I need to hear is the urgency of doing this, which is, when I read through the report, to me, it felt like this was really urgent. We're debating here. We've got some things that are getting deferred. I'm just concerned that I need to understand what happens if we don't do this.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, if we don't do this, what we have now continues. So we will see more people moving into University Avenue and into non-designated sites. We'll see more tents on the commons and more tents there. We'll continue to offer navigator support to people, but the negative impacts of the encampments on both encampment residents and on the people around them will continue. And as numbers grow in crowded sites, those impacts will also grow and grow quickly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just don't feel that we really have much of a choice here, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to move forward. I want to thank staff again for the work that you've done on this. You know, yes, there's a price tag to it. But, you know, in hindsight, when we consider the loss of lives and the destruction of property, the injuries, the violence, and the rising discontentment in our communities, it's urgent that we act. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So just to be clear, what does that mean? That means...
So we're
'cause
on
you've
the
already
main
voted
motion, and I'm supporting the main motion, as
Right,
is.
But
yeah.
including to ask
That's
the
correct.
province to pay for the civilian-led
Yes,
teams?
yes.
Okay. Councillor Hensley.
I'd like to know, in regards to the sites we have encampments currently designated, how did we calculate the density of how many folks or how many tents could be on a particular site? Are we giving them a square footage, or we're just giving random numbers in regards to manageable numbers according to, you know, whatever recommendations? I'm just kind of curious of how we calculated those numbers, and could there be more density at some of those areas already? Since we're providing services there, can we have a few more people occupy those spaces or not? Because what I'm concerned about is having the no encampment policy, is having these people leave a park, pack up their stuff and leave the next morning. It's going to be very problematic to have these nomadic habits of moving the material around. Like, you're going to be seeing shopping carts going up and down sidewalks. You're going to see people occupying the shopping centers and malls and stuff just to get out of the weather from time to time during the daytime. I'm just curious of how we're going to even manage that. You know, it's going to be difficult. So allowing them to stay, I think, probably gives them some peace of mind that they know where their stuff is, instead of having to lug it around everywhere. And, you know, or if we provide storage capacity, where are we going to get the bins or the containers to do it? You know, where are we going to set them up at? So that's a question there. And the other question in regards to other sites, I'm just thinking, for instance, out of Main Street, there's a Halifax water transmission line going from Main Street up to Mount Edward Road. There's a wide open corridor there, cut through the woods. Is like a fire road, easy to camp on. But I wasn't sure if that was even looked at. For instance, the 35 beds that just opened up by the 902 Man Up at the Reverend Wallace Smith campus on Main Street, how are they transporting the clients there? Are they going by a Metro Transit bus on the 61 or 68 to get there, or are they being shuttled out there, or are we providing transportation? I'm just kind of curious of how that facility is going to be operating in regards to getting clients to and from the facility. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, how we chose designated sites was a process with park staff, and we went around and toured them. It's not sort of a square foot process, because part of that space could be treed or could have bushes, so it needs more analysis than that. The goal was to look at these restrictions on the number of tents in close proximity that we have seen in other jurisdictions. So we would look at a site and look and go, how many groups can we, of 4 to 6 tents, can you create in an area? And then have suitable distance between them if you want to have a second group. And that's how we figured that out. It's why the Barrington Greenway, for example, that was very long, could actually have 5 separate areas, because you could be quite separate. Whereas other sites, much smaller, not as much distance between people, so that their numbers were set lower. In terms of increased density, we have that right now. There are 24 people at the University Avenue, which we recommended for 6 based on proximity and size and so on. Lower Flynn Park, we recommend for 4 because it's quite small and it has 14. And Green Road has 36 folks, plus a few more. And because of the spread, we considered 8 for that site. And so it was based on that. In terms of the idea of people moving on, storage is an absolutely critical component of that, as is the day center. Because otherwise, you're right, people end up in vestibules of stores and malls and so on. We have looked potentially at that Halifax water site. We've sort of taken a look at that. And in terms of people traveling out to the 902 Man Up site, we have provided transportation for tours. So we've used a Halifax Transit bus, took people out to get a look at it, decide they want to go. Then other folks have gone out on regular transit through our bus pass and bus ticket program, as well as at times the service provider has provided somebody with a cab or with some other form of transportation to move their belongings out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to the conversation about the province and presenting to the legislature and all that kind of stuff, but I'm just wondering in item 1, when it is writing the letter to the Premier, if we could just add copy to the 10 MLAs within HRM, so that those MLAs also get to read this letter.
The government MLAs.
Pardon?
The government MLAs.
Yeah, government MLAs, sorry, yeah.
Yes. I can't hear you. She's saying all 24.
I'm sorry?
So apparently Councillor Lovelace is saying all MLAs should get it. In HRM, 21. HRM, so.
24. Yes.
So I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, if that needs to be done as an amendment.
We can make sure the MLAs get a copy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Mason?
Thank you, Mayor. So how about this? Let's pass 1 as amended. Let's defeat 2, the no encampments approach. Let's pass 3 and 4. There may be some debate around 5. That's the one about hiring staff to increase encampment support. But we have more people in encampments than we plan to, and we need to do that, so I think we should pass that. Pass 6. Pass the amended 7, which Councillor Mancini amended. Pass the amended Shelter Nova Scotia increase to 750,000, and then defer 9 and 10, because I don't think we need to pass 9 and 10 until we hear back from the province, right? Like that's all one piece, 7, 9, and 10, isn't it? That's looking for funding. So we wouldn't then say, let's go look for funding and then authorize withdrawal from the reserve of 4 million. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I assume the 4 million is for the 20 people, basically.
So that's what I'm suggesting, is we can pass 1, defeat 2. If we defeat 2, then I would bring, right after that, endorse a long-term designated locations and increase encampment management approach with an amendment to direct the CAO to produce a ranked list for the future encampment sites for the CAO to action as required. And then Councillor Lovelace could bring the long-term creation of temporary and permanent supportive housing if she wanted. But I think we're at the point where we can start voting on stuff.
I think, though, we may end up voting on everything individually, because
Yes,
people are going to pick
absolutely.
and choose. So
Absolutely.
there are some things I'll vote for, some things I wouldn't, so I think we just should accept that we're going to have.
Okay.
And that's why I just asked Ian if the voting machines are working. We think they are.
So in that case, I'd make a deferral on 9 and 10 right now, because we can take it off the table.
Second.
There's a motion to defer 9 and 10.
I second that.
And that would be until we hear back from the province and get more information. Seconded by Councillor Mancini. So on the deferral, Councillor Cleary?
I'm just trying to get back into the report here very quickly, but as I recall, the civilian lead was 3.2 million or ish. So the 4 million, this is the weird thing. So if you vote for the other stuff to hire staff, it comes from that 4 million too. And so if you defer that one, then why wouldn't you defer the hiring of staff? Because you can't hire people unless you got money to hire people, and you're going to defer the 4 million. So, well, okay, so that's my point is, if you want to drill down to that level and say, well, we want to hire these people, we want to do this, then you actually have to say to the CAO, here's where you're going to get that pot of money to do 3, 4, 5.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe Councillor Cleary is correct. The financial implications did include the other staff to support management of our existing encampments, as well as the civilian response. One suggestion is the reserve withdrawal could be reduced. I think $1 million would cover the other pieces.
Max, $1 million would cover everything outside
And
of
maybe in the
the
interim,
civilian-led teams?
finance staff and Max could pencil a few numbers to come up with what the figure would be to give you now, if we're going to go ahead and do that.
The Bancroft and Marketplace site costs about $750,000 to do that. That's a fixed, essentially capital cost to prepare the site. However, we could reduce the size of what we prepare, and Councillor Cleary is correct. In that $4 million is funds to fund the civilian lead, but it's also to provide the staff supports that are, for example, outlined in 5, which is to mitigate some of the pieces. Again, however, that money is somewhat variable in terms of how much do we do.
Mr. Mayor, do you suggest a friendly amendment that it be read as being up to $4 million? They're not, staff's only going to take out what they need.
Yeah, agreed. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Wait a second, up to $4 million? With 3.2 is the civilian-led teams, right? Yeah, but we haven't approved that. Right. So we don't need it.
We're not, I think what I heard is we're not clear exactly how much we need, and I do appreciate that Mr. Blackwood's not going to take more out of the reserve than is needed, and so a simple, quick is just say don't take more than $4 million.
No, but if we were looking for up to $4 million and 3.2 was for the civilian-led teams, why don't we say up to $1 million until we hear back from the province?
Just to be clear, the 3.2 is the civilian-led team for a year, not for the remainder of this fiscal. So we are talking a number of things. $1 million would allow us to do a number of things.
$1 million, okay, up to $1 million. Jerry, you get that? Not the money with you, I mean, but like.
Well, just, Mr. Mayor, I still have the
Councillor Clary?
time. I still have the floor. So 750 was Bancroft and Marketplace. So does 250 give you enough to do the other staff pieces?
No. It would allow us to do less, but still do something. But no, it's not enough.
So back of the envelope, 1.5?
If you will indulge, let Jerry speak to this for a moment while I pull out I have it actually already worked out. I just need to find the right page. and I can answer that question.
Thank you. Yeah, so the financial implications in the back, again, we do say that, you know, the costs are very rough estimates. The 3.2 million, like Max is correct, that cost is just for this year, right? These costs are all prorated in terms of the annual costs, and then it's like we did in budget, right? The time that we need to put a staffing plan together for these costs. So to the solicitor's point, if we can go up to 4 million, that would be ideal right now in terms of moving forward.
Yeah, so I'm having trouble with that. You're starting to sound like my kids when they're looking for money. 4 million, though, included 3.2 for this year's CLTs, right?
The 4 million included the proportion amount of, 3.2 is a full year cost. So it was 50% essentially. So 1.5, 1.8 of that 4 million was the CLT. 783,000 was the preparation of Bancroft and Marketplace. And then we had another approximately $1 million for managed encampment site support.
Jesus Christ.
But as I said, some of those things are variable depending on how much you choose to do, or we choose to do. Yes, yes, that's where it is.
So we need to know what we're asking in the motion then, so. And we don't know which other ones are going to pass either, right? We haven't voted yet. So, I mean, I'll vote for some, and I won't probably vote for others. But, it's a good idea. Let's leave number 10 till the end, and we'll know what we're talking about. Yeah, how's that? Councillor Lovelace on the main motion.
So I was going to speak on the deferral, against the deferral, but that has been withdrawal, correct? Yeah, I'm good.
Speak for 1 minute.
Kathy.
I'm going to ask Jerry and Max, as council votes on these individual items, if you can be tallying up what the cost is for this fiscal year, and then you can tell us at the end.
We need a price tag as we vote on each one for this year. Okay? So are we, the names on the list still want to talk on the main motion? Councillor Lovelace on the main motion?
I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, that housing is healthcare. And, you know, I just wanted to point out that our CAO did discuss, did suggest the opportunity to actually indicate on the tax bill in future years some kind of a designated expenditure for this, considering it would be for support for provincial shelter, provincial housing. And I think it's important for us in some way to communicate this very carefully to community so they understand why we're doing this. Obviously, there is a financial implication to this in future years. We do it this year. We can't just withdraw it and yank it out next year. So there is a future consideration. And at the same time, we continue, I believe, we have to continue to have these discussions about a fair tax with the province and what that new tax structure could look like. And so I know that you're doing that in that next phase, Kathy, as you continue down that road of the municipal service agreement. And I just think this is really urgent because, you know, the work that Max is doing and everyone else that's doing this in encampments, this quite frankly is saving lives. It's helping people get back on track. It's helping them access the services. And the more that we do this, the safer our communities will be. the less conflict we will see in communities. And in particular, you know, I keep hearing from my colleague over there in Dartmouth that how difficult this is where those encampments exist. And so we need to, I believe, do as much as we can to reduce that risk and to support people in their time of need. Thank you.
It is healthcare, but that's also provincial. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And picking up on that, I want to ask staff here about, going to number 5. The increased levels of encampment support, because I mean, our discussion about, resources and additional staff was focused on the community response team. If, and now council's putting that off for now to see if the province is going to fund this. If we were to go ahead with 5, which is the increased levels of encampment support, what does that look like? What do we get out of that to try and improve the situation at these locations now?
So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, if in the report on page 17, it outlines a breakdown of some of the annual costs for different opportunities, for example, security guards, the civilian-led response team. A managed encampment site in this quote here, or in this budget estimate, is based on staff on site 24/7. You'll see below that is a managed encampment with the community-led response team, which is $1 million less, because the suggestion is we would have staff on site for part of the day, but then the community-led response team would respond at other times. So my feeling at this point is if you were to suggest we wish to provide some level of managed encampment response, but we want to be respectful of waiting for the response from the province about the CLT, I would not initiate immediately 24/7 support for a managed encampment, because we would pull that back if the CLT is possible. So what would that look like? It would look like probably some response team. We would analyze busy situations. We would bring them together with our navigators and look at providing some additional support when there is not navigator or service provider support.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Not with the same words. The managed encampment 24/7 envisions 2 staff with a hut and things like that at the encampment at all times. The line below that, which is the managed encampment with the community-led response team, assumes essentially that we would have additional staff to support the encampment, but that a lot of the work with, when there are problems, when there are situations that need help, the help would be addressed by the community-led response team. You don't need both.
Okay, so can I ask, because it's difficult, like I'm finding myself in a difficult spot here in terms of what does 5 really mean? So if council votes for 5, what are we actually doing where there's kind of a suite of options, but which option was the default recommendation, I don't know that was kind of clearly spelled out. At least maybe I'm missing something.
I don't think you're missing anything. I think we're taking apart the options that are presented. So what we would do with the funds for a managed encampment site is look for the most problematic and challenging situations and bring staff and resources those to mitigate them.
Okay.
And they would look differently potentially on different sites because the problems and challenges and needs of the clients in the community are different.
Well, I think we're at the point we have two encampments, like, I mean, Green Road at 36 people, and frankly, I think we will be lucky if it's still 36 people and not more within, over the next couple of months. I don't think it's going to go down because I don't think we're going to be designating more sites. The provincial stuff's not coming, at least not as quickly as we need it. And then University Avenue is becoming problematic and needs management. So if we're not doing the community response team, and we want to put at least some daytime managed resources into those locations, am I interpreting this correct then, that that's $1.4 million?
But that is 24/7 management of the sites for the rest of the year.
Sorry, 1.4 million is 24/7?
Yes, because if you look at it, it's 1.7 for the year, and we would not be implementing this, we're already partway through the year.
Okay, so 700,000 gets us management of 2 locations in a part-time way?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess turning to lawyer and CEO, what do I need to do to try and ask for that?
Approve number 5.
But number 5 is vague because what staff are indicating, there's a suite of options in number 5.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that you move an amendment, which would be, I think, what are we up to now, Ian? Number 12, to that effect.
So I would move an amendment then for $700,000 to provide encampment management for 2 locations.
Second.
And does that then delete number 5?
I don't know. I don't know if it deletes 5.
Basically, what you're saying is you're going from the management encampment at 1.75 to $700,000 for 2 encampments.
To manage 2 encampments without the community team for basically half the day, because we don't have the 24/7.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so we could alternatively amend number 5
Yeah,
to
that's
say,
what I would-
that'd be better. Direct the CO to hire additional staff to enable the municipality to provide increased levels of encampment support, supervision, and management to mitigate the harmful impacts of encampments for the 2 current designated
Road and
encampments.
University Avenue.
Yeah, let's make it clear.
There's more
Green
than
Road
just
and
the-
University Avenue.
They seem to be the most problematic. I mean, Flynn Park is not far behind, but, I'd say manage them all, but I'm trying to do the art of the possible, what I think you folks might vote for.
Well, let's start with 2, if that's your intention. So, did you get that, Ian?
All right, is there a second for that? Councillor Mancini? So basically, we're saying we're going to do it for the 2 major, right now, encampments, while we wait to hear what's happening with the CO.
And I'm
Don't
fine
put a
not
cap on
saying
it.
which 2 and leaving that to staff. I
2
mean, I know
encampments,
Green
sorry.
Road's top of the heap,
Okay.
but maybe they'll all go home tomorrow, I don't know.
Yes, that's very likely. Let's say for 2,
For Green Road and for University Avenue encampment sites. Let me see what Ian's got here. Yeah, designated, or encampments, just Green Road and University Avenue encampments.
yes, it amends number 5.
Yeah. Brian Acres, supervision management to mitigate harm. Yeah, for the Green Road and University Avenue encampments, and then we'll leave the rest of it silent. And you have the cost implications for that, which don't need to be in the motion.
No, okay, so that's the motion on the floor. That's the amended motion number 5, seconded by Councillor Mancini. Discussion on that? On the amendment? This is the list for the amendments. Councillor Purdy, on the amendment?
Yep. Thank you. So on this note, I'm confused then about Marketplace Lane and Bancroft Drive. I was under the impression if that site gets prepared, would not the folks from University and Green be prioritized to be moved to this new spot to eliminate the ongoing issues that are arising from those encampments? Or who are you planning to bring over to Marketplace and Bancroft?
There would be a variety of folks based on need, so that We certainly would look at some folks at University, some folks at Green Road, other folks that are in non-designated sites as well. For example, people who are on the Halifax Commons, people who are in small community parks. There's a variety of places where we would hope that people would come from.
And how many will fit on that area? And when would the ETA be?
Well, the first thing is the site would have, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the first thing would have to be the prep of the site.
Yep.
So that we would move staff in to do that work and then look at moving forward. It is about a 4-acre site. Now, some of that's water and wet, so we couldn't use that, but there are several acres we could use. So there would be, again, following our plan to not bunch people up, there would be multiple groups of 5 and 6 that would fit in that space.
And it would be managed, and you would prioritize folks from University and Green to
And people in non-designated locations.
Okay.
Currently, just to be clear, the motion reads with 700,000 is to provide part-time management of 2 encampment sites.
That's what we're voting on now.
If you wish to add that to, if you wish there to be 3 of them, there'd be additional costs.
Oh, so you're saying if we vote this, then the new Bancroft and Marketplace wouldn't have any management?
Not with the current resources you've allocated.
That doesn't make sense.
All right, we'll think on that. Councillor Cuttle?
And can we, okay, can I make an amendment then to
You'll
include
have to, we're
I'd have
way
to
over
come
time.
back?
We're on 3 minutes here, so I'll come back to you for sure.
Okay.
Councillor Cuttle, and we can figure out what the wording is.
Yeah, I think part of the difficulty in going through this right now is that we don't have the numbers associated with the different motions. And so we're like on the fly here, kind of crunching numbers and, decoupling, financial requests to match with different levels of servicing on the different motions, which I just want to say, I don't know if this is the best way to make decisions to ensure that we're going to get the best results and the resources we need to support the homelessness team, as well as kind of back our request to go to the province. So, I mean, this is like a bit of I'm sorry, but I have to say it's a bit difficult right now to do this. I don't know if there's a solution where we can take a break and come back and separate some of these numbers out, but I just feel like we can be here for a long time trying to amend motions that have been amended to add bits and pieces with numbers that are, when you add them up, quite significant. Like, we're not talking about small change here. We're talking about a serious financial commitment, not just this year, but going forward. So I'm feeling very uncomfortable with the process at the moment, and I'd be open to suggestions about another way of approaching this.
No, I think it's very valid. I mean, we don't know what we're talking about completely. I mean, we're looking at some full-time costs divided over a certain period of time, and some encampments and not others. It frankly is difficult to know. But I think as we go through the motions, if Jerry identifies what the cost is on each one, we can then make our decision. I don't think we can wait for 2 weeks to come back. I agree that it's a tricky one. Jerry?
Thank you. To Councillor Cuddle's point, maybe what we could do is probably, if we took 15, 20 minutes, we could probably just go through the motions and break out the costs that way, if that would be helpful, or we can try to do it on the fly.
May as well finish the debate and find out what else we're going to need to know the cost of. So, but that may be what we end up doing, and at that point, Councillor Deputy Mayor might end up taking over the chair. Councillor Lovelace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I can't support the amendment as is for number 5. I think it's short-sighted in recognizing that there are more than 2 locations that we need to address. And so while those are 2 significant locations, and I completely agree, we are also going to see more people in parks very shortly. Every day, there's more individuals looking for space, looking for community, looking for security. So, I'm not sure overall the intent is of just having part-time when we know in 2 parks, in 2 spaces, when we know we have more spaces and we have more need, that is not part-time. So if we're looking to improve the situation, I just don't feel like we can stick a Band-Aid on it. I think we have to be all in and commit to reducing the harmful impacts and reducing the violence and discontent and issues, or we're just going to stick a Band-Aid and we're just going to continue to see more and more issues at other spaces that are not being supported, and then staff's going to come back to us and say, there you go, see, I told you so. You need to add more security and more support, more staff, more resources. And I totally agree with Councillor Cuttle. This is not effective or efficient way to go about debating all of these items at all, because if councillors are going to keep adding to it, staff are going to then go back and try to figure out how much money is this, when in actual fact, we've got a chief administrative officer that we hire to do this kind of work. Sorry, Kathy. But, staff have done their job, did their due diligence, put forward recommendations that they believe can result in what it is that we've directed them to do, which is to create safety and security and work with the provincial government to find funding to address the homelessness crisis in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so my intent here, and Councillor Purdy raised a good point, especially the way the amendment is actually ended up wording, hence the danger, as Councillor Cuttle's pointed out, about doing things on the fly. The goal wasn't to kill Bancroft as an encampment location, right? And I hope that we can have a discussion about whether we want to proceed with that one too, because that wasn't the goal here. But when you look at number 5 is just a vague, provides, as originally written, it was vague. There was no definition around it. And then council, we said, we don't want to fund the community response team without going off and talking to the province. And so then what does 5 mean if you deferred out that chunk of it? Because that was integral in it. So my intent here was to, someone needs to grab what we're doing here and say, what actually 5 means. And so for me, it's just trying to read the room. What do I think you folks might vote for? Well, you're not prepared tonight to vote for the whole community response team, but perhaps we can put some resources behind our worst locations to make things a little better. That's all I was trying to do here. Not trying to kill off Bancroft. And my question for the lawyer and for CEO would be, I guess maybe chair, where this is amending 5, if we want to have a discussion about Bancroft right after this, can we still do that? Where we're amending everything here under the sun?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get to the discussion on Bancroft, or, after we deal with this amendment, which is specific to 2 encampments, then you can have a discussion. The general motion is back on, and you can make any other amendments. But I would point out that I'm not sure, and Max can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the community, where are we? The civilian-led response team is separate. It's number 7. Mm-hmm. Number 5 is separate staffing. And so the civilian-led response team is not included in number 5. Max, am I reading that incorrectly? Because you've got 2 different ones there.
No, you are correct. They are 2 different pieces, and why in the financial section they are broken out as different project pieces.
So the whole reason
So Sam, I'm just wondering, just an idea, I'm just talking to the CAO. One option is to pass what we all agree on, which is number 1 and number 8, and defer everything else to another meeting of council and ask that we have more financial, this came kind of late to us, it's a heavy report. And that may be a possibility, to pass what we can agree on now and have a further discussion at the next council meeting on all the rest of it.
Can I speak, Your Worship?
Kathy?
I'm not sure how well we can improve the costing information unless we know what we're costing. How many encampments at what level of support is the key issue.
Okay, well, with that in mind, I'm happy to leave the amendment as is for 2 encampments. They don't have to be site-specific. Let's put the resources in to do encampment management in a bigger way at our 2 most demanding locations, and then we can have a discussion about Bancroft.
Councillor Purdy.
Yep, so just after this conversation, we'll bring Bancroft and Marketplace right after this one. Okay, yeah, sure, yep.
So the motion on the floor is Councillor Austin's motion to amend number 5, right? Yeah, number 5? Is everybody clear? There it is. Is everybody clear on 2 encampments, Ian, as opposed to Green Road and University Avenue? Is there any other discussion on this? Ready for the question on this? So number 5 is amended. So are we back? Is this the main amendment in front of us? Councillor Purdy? Councillor Purdy?
Is that, oh, there we go, there we go. So I just wanted to, so on the Marketplace and Bancroft Drive location, I think that's important to go ahead with that. So is that, would I need to make another motion? I mean, we have, okay, so I'm going to make the motion that Marketplace and Bancroft Drive be moved forward to prepare the grounds with that $750,000 ask.
That's already there.
Is that 750,000? Yeah,
That's in the motion.
Then to ask that new location also be managed. That's what we.
Max, so the financial implications for Green Road and for 2 encampments was how much? 750,000. So rather than saying 2 encampments, a better way of looking at it is to fund up to 750,000. Now the question for council is, do they want to double that to take on 2 more, essentially?
And remembering that's for part-time.
Yes.
Sort of extra assistance, yes.
Yeah. So effectively, based on the amendment we just passed, you've committed $750,000 additional this year to manage the costs related to 2 encampments. And so I think, Councillor Purdy, what you're asking for is an additional $750,000 to manage 2 more encampments, essentially.
Yeah, this is not great. This is not great at all. Yeah, I know, but what do? We can't just have them do what they're doing now. I mean, it's creating chaos for our residents and businesses and lack of public safety in many ways. So, yeah, we can't create a new encampment and just let her be. You gotta put some supports in there, absolutely. So I'm just, okay, so are you asking to go back and redo his amendment?
No, it's just that the amendment for number, where are we here? Number 3 would be, and to hire additional staff to manage these 2, to hire additional part-time staff to manage these 2 additional encampments. And that would be based on council's advice on the financial implications that 2 more encampments was roughly $750,000 additional.
So I'm wondering, the ETA on this preparation of the site, perhaps this can be deferred then to when it comes back, because it's not going to happen in the next 2 weeks. Like, the site is not going to be prepared and ready in the next 2 weeks, is it? Or is it?
No, it's not.
No,
It will
okay.
take, there is, that 783,000 is land clearing, removal of rocks,
Right, it's gonna take some
trees,
time.
then leveling of the land, and then prep on top of that to
Yeah.
make sure that tents can be there.
So I think I'd like to wait, so we find out what the province is willing to contribute towards this, and let's, because there's no fire for this to be done right now then, for this location. Okay.
All right. Okay, Councillor Hensby.
Yeah, right now.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I just had a couple questions regards to the Shuby Park site. Are we looking at trying to increase the capacity? I know they got so many slotted spots for RVs, but I wondered if there's any additional capacity there for parked vehicles there, or do we have any other parking lots? So we're going to be designating for parked vehicles for somebody else to bring their own RVs in and park somewhere that they can. And also worried about, you know, the Green Road. My understanding, the Dartmouth Shopping Center is going to be a redevelopment site. So when do we anticipate that construction work to occur there? Well, that kind of puts a bit of an endangerment, I guess you'd say, on the encampment, because you got the demolition going on of the Dartmouth Shopping Center in a matter of whatever that may be. But just kind of curious, has that been taken into consideration of what that may look like?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, we are, through the letter, we are asking for the province to continue to fund the Shuby campground project for another year. Within that ask is money to build a couple of more, winterize a couple of more pads on the site to hopefully be able to manage 14 to 16 RVs. We are still looking for opportunities where folks can go with their RV or their vehicle. And in terms of the Dartmouth Shopping Center, we're aware of the demolition. We understand it is not supposed to prevent access to Green Road, though we have not met with the developer yet to get dates and things like that. But it is on our work plan.
Thank you. And one other item was the, I think Councillor Mason has an amendment coming up for item 4 about prioritizing a list of encampment sites, because I'm really concerned. I do not want to see Grand Parade be occupied ever again. So.
Okay. All right, Councillor Mason.
So, yeah, just to clarify that, I would move alternative 4 after we dispose of all the stuff that's already on the floor. And then I'd amend that to make that prioritized list. But so that won't happen till the end. Well, don't, want to add it as item 12? Well, we haven't voted down item 2 yet. Because then we got to resolve whether or not we're going to do the no encampment. Okay. All right. Question.
All right, colleagues, we're going to vote. Are the machines working in? Or? Not for voting. No. Okay. So we're going to vote on these by the each. There's, what is there, 11 of them now, or 10? All right, is there consensus to do 1 and 8 together? Is everybody okay with 1 and 8 together? Yes. So 1 and 8, all those in, both of them have been amended. All those in favor of 1 and 8? Opposed? Those have passed. Number 2. Number 2, ready for the vote on number 2? All those in favor of number 2? Councillor Cleary and Councillor... Yeah. Number 2 is Councillor Cleary. Councillor Stoddard's hand up. Councillor Stoddard and Councillor Purdy. All those opposed?
Mayor Savage, Councillor Stoddard voted against on that one.
Okay. I'm going to come back to it. No, I just want to go with the numbers that we have. Number 3 is direct the CAO as an immediate and short-term approach to designate additional encampment locations, blah, blah. Number 3, all those in favor of number 3? Sorry, Councillor Purdy?
Yep, okay, thank you. So I want to vote in favor of this, except for as well as in other municipal park spaces. I really do not, agree with more park spaces being used as encampment sites. So then I amend that we strike that phrase out of this motion.
Councillor Purdy wants to strike as well as in other municipal park spaces. Is there a second for that? Is there no, there was a second? Okay. Ready for the question on Councillor Purdy's amendment? There's no discussion. Oh, Councillor Austin?
I appreciate what Councillor Purdy is trying to do here, but we can't tie our hands so closely as to say no additional park spaces anywhere, because that's unfortunately just not where we are, I don't think, right? I wouldn't want to close off the flexibility entirely, as much as I don't like municipal parks being used for encampments. But I think it's kind of where we are.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
So quick question to staff on this, and that is, because it's vague at the moment, remind me of our policy. When we designate, it's a council-designated space. So the reports that we've had come to us so far, we've designated and we've de-designated. And so we haven't delegated, although I did think we empowered the CAO to designate space, and certainly the Executive Director of Parks can allow camping under our current policy. So, and bylaw, park bylaw. And this may play into what Councillor Mason was going to do after the fact of create a list. So at some point, are you going to come back to us and say, this is the other park that we want to designate? Or are you just going to go ahead and do that based on a list or just where the need is?
So in the June 2022 homelessness framework, there was delegated authority to the staff, CAO, through the Executive Director of Parks and Recreation to designate and de-designate parks, and there were some criteria in that report, and it was subject to consultation with the local councillor. The difficulty that exists is whenever we have suggested parks or tried to use parks, it has not been supported often by council. It's very divisive. My comfort level would be when we get to Councillor Mason's motion, if we did have a ranked list of parks like that we evaluate
Then you'd feel
against
more
the
comfortable
matrix,
going ahead and doing it.
then I would be more comfortable with staff just going ahead and doing it, knowing that we're working off the direction from council, the ranked list, and we would just
Because I also
open and
think it's
close as
not
we need them.
tremendous to come back to council and say, designate this spot, de-designate this spot, because then we end up going through, not too bad, but, fairly acrimonious discussion like we had for Grand Parade, Victoria Park, and then now we're regretting, well, should we have closed Victoria Park? And so I think if we did have that list and we empowered you to go do that, you guys are going to make the decision based on where the need is, not based on what council's going to do about it. Because the reality is, and I agree with Councillor Purdy, I don't want any more of our parks, but we don't have any other really suitable municipal land available to us. It's not like we have a bunch of empty parking lots we can go stick shelters on or something. And so, anyway, I don't want to take out the option to what Councillor Austin was talking about, because if the need arises, and frankly, you just look at the number of tents showing up every single day. I sent you, Chris sent you, Max, one for Cogswell Park. You may or may not already know about it. That happened in the last day or two. And so, more tents are showing up, and we're going to need more space. So I can't vote to eliminate that from Clause 3, because we're going to need more spaces. Every other space is over capacity.
Mr. Mayor, through council, I think Councillor Mason's proposed amendment at the end of this will give that guidance that you would need, and we would still need to have this flexibility in terms of then working off of that list to designate other municipal park spaces. So I would recommend that you leave it in there.
Thank you.
Councillor Cuttle.
I'm actually thinking I'm going to support this, because right now we're looking at designating 2 spots, and I think that's good. It doesn't mean that you can't come back and ask for more designation. We also have a motion coming forward that's going to provide a ranked list, and we're also asking the province to identify spots. So, you know, the process to this point has been foggy at best. Sometimes you're asking permission, sometimes you're asking for, you know, for authority. It seems to be not clear whether it's one way or another, and I would prefer to have some clarity around that process and not just have it open-ended at this point. So we know we have 2 more things coming down the line to try to address this problem. At this point, I don't see that we're closing doors on other potential spots. All we're doing is really approving Marketplace and Bancroft at this point, and then looking at other sites in the future with some thought and deliberation around it.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
And on that note too, I mean, we are seeing, or going to be seeing, 250 to 350 new beds open from the province in the next little while. So, I mean, we are going to have options for folks to go that are indoors. So I can't support more municipal parkland being used as designated encampment sites. They're meant for the welfare of the whole city and the safety of the city. So, and I think we've heard loud and clear that our residents want their parks back.
Okay, so the amendment of Councillor Purdy, seconded by Councillor Cuttle, is on the floor. All those in favor? Hang on, Max, you're not voting. You must be trying to get my
Sorry,
attention.
Mayor. Yeah, I'm trying to as well.
Go ahead, Max.
Mike's not going to come on. Just a couple of, oh, there it is, a couple of points of clarification. Markcraft Lane in Bancroft is a crossroad. It is one location. Just so we know, because we've been talking about 2 locations, but it's a crossroads, so it's one spot, to be clear. And to remember that if we don't designate enough locations for everybody, we are going to have organic growth on the other side. Just to be clear. But I wanted to make sure we understood. People were saying 2 locations and it's 1.
John?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So just to be clear, removing the caveat as well, you know, or sorry, the authority in this motion as well as in other park spaces doesn't rescind the authority council already gave to the CAO to designate additional encampment sites in parks. So, you know, you would then have to revoke the authority that you gave her previously to do this. So it's...
So why does the motion say it?
I don't know, Mayor. I wasn't here. So
Okay, so we have the motion of the amendment of Councillor Purdy. Ready for those, are we ready? Is there a question? All those in favor of the amendment of Councillor Purdy? Raise your hand high. Don't be shy. So 2. We need to record these, right? I mean, yeah. So those opposed to the motion?
I think that was close.
So we're on number 3, unamended at this point in time. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Those opposed? That passed unanimously. Number 4. Are we ready for the question on number 4? Any questions? All those in favor of number 4? Number 4 is as written on the top of page 4. Those opposed? Okay. Number 5, we have amended. Are we ready for the question on the amended number 5? Okay. All those in favor of 5? Opposed? Okay. Number 6. All those in favor of number 6? Yes?
Max, can you just be a little bit more specific? So this was the snow clearing and waste management stuff at provincial housing initiatives. So we're talking like Sackville, the pallet stuff, like that kind of thing?
We're talking, we go back further than that. We're talking about the modulars, the Northbrook or North Park Street shelter, the Windmill Road shelter, and so on. We've committed to it for the pallet communities. It is snow clearing. It is garbage collection. It is some light maintenance, some of which we bill back to the province.
And we need to increase capacity because it's overwhelming for
It's overwhelming. We have no extra staff to manage the contract work. And so if, for example, we have a natural issue with a boiler that goes, it's all of the contractors coming in and doing that work and all the snow clearing contracts and grass maintenance. That's our commitment as a partner in those initiatives, was garbage clearing and snow clearing. And it's managed right now by John McPherson's shop, and they're doing it off the side of their desk, and
their desk must be pretty smelly.
We can't.
I'm just kidding.
And
It's
what
like
is
that time?
What is the price tag on this one?
The price tag on that one is $100,000 for a full year. So it'll be about $65,000 this year because, again, we're prorated for it, and it'll be built into the wage model going forward in next year's budget.
Okay, are we ready for the question on this one? All those in favor? Number 6, all those in favor? Okay. Those opposed? Councillor Purdy, 4. Number 7, we have amended. Councillor Purdy?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, sorry. So on number 3, I would like to ask if I could change my vote. Even though I'm in favor of Marketplace and Bancroft Drive, I'm not in favor of other municipal park spaces, so I should have voted no on this, even though I'm partially in favor. Is that able to be done at this late?
How was she recorded as voting on number 3?
Voted as a yes?
She wants to vote as a no.
I want to vote that as a no.
Yeah, we can do a no, that's no problem.
Thank you.
Number 7 on the amended number 7, are we ready for the question on that? All those in favor? 7 is the one that we've amended to send to the province. Those opposed? Number 7 passes. Number 8 is amended. We voted on 8 already. Number 9. So what is number? 9 lets us do 10, right? Yeah. At this point in time, do we know what the motion's going to read?
Mr. Mayor, could we take, just Jerry, Garen, just take 5 minutes just to tick the numbers down? If we could take a break for a couple of minutes.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. The math has been done. And we're on item number 9. Councillor Mason.
Do we want to amend 10 now, or do you want to pass 9 first, then amend 10?
No, we're going to do number 9.
Pass
and
9,
we
all
said-
right. Okay, question on 9.
Question on number 9?
Motion?
All those in favor by the show of hands? That's Councillor Hensby, did I see? Oh, your hand was up. So that's unanimous, thank you. And now we'll move on to number 10, and that is the one where we have a number. Max, would you like to give that?
Certainly. So thank you for council's indulgence for a break, just to let us caucus for a moment. So as we understand, there is $65,000 to support the contract services piece. There is $750,000 to support managed encampment process, and there is $783,000 to support the conversion of the site at Bancroft and Marketplace. 783, and there is $125,000, which is additional funds, or $150,000, sorry, $152,000 to support the, which is already passed, which is to support the, that is to support the drop-in center, to top up from the 598 to that. So that is essentially $1,800,000.
So we will amend the motion from the 4 million to the 1.8 million? No more than 1.8? Mr. Clerk, I think you're working on that. Thank you. So we do have the motion on the screen. It is amended. For the 1.8 million, it's also amended from the previous conversation about subject to confirmation at the very beginning. So this is moved, amendment is moved by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Mancini. Councillor Morris has a question on the amendment.
Sorry, can you just confirm that this is also part of our ask to the province of Nova Scotia? It's not? This is totally on HRM. Okay, thank you.
All those on the amendment? All those in favor, please signify, hands raised high. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. And now we vote on the motion as amended. Call for the question. All those in favor? Hands high. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much, everyone. And now we go to the next part. We're looking at alternatives here. Councillor Mason, you have one?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So in the wake of defeating 2, I would ask that we do alternative 4, which I'll put on the floor, and then I'll propose the amendment. So the move that we endorse a long-term designated locations and increased encampment management approach.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. And so I'll move the amendment and direct the CAO to produce a ranked list of encampment sites for council approval and for the CAO to action as required.
Councillor Mancini?
So what that does is that means that, you know, staff is going to look at all of the reasons why we could or could not use any municipal property for an encampment site. It doesn't say parks, it says encampment sites. And then it'll come back to council, and then we can all stand in front of one another and say, yes, but not in my neighborhood. And then we're going to have to settle on a list, and then staff will be able to move forward with confidence, knowing that we have voted as a council and provided a list to them that we are willing to live with. So I hope that that satisfies everybody's concerns.
I see no names to call for the question. I think I heard that. On the amendment, yes. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? And there is one opposed. Councillor Purdy? Motion is carried. And now we will move on to the motion as amended. Mr. Clerk? We're good? So the motion as amended, call for the question. All those in favor signify by raising your hands, aye. Thank you. Opposed, nay. And there is one opposed. Councillor Purdy, thank you. The motion is carried. Councillor Lovelace, did you have an alternative that you wanted to propose? Not at this time. Not at this time. Thank you. I believe that concludes our agenda. And an amazing conversations at that. A motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Purdy, and to all of our councillors traveling to Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Travel safe. Enjoy. Thank you.